The air felt stifling, like it was pressing down on her lungs and squeezing every breath out. In a hazy, muddled dream, everything was blurry, except for that burning touch that felt all too real. "Kiss me." The man's voice was low and rough, its commanding tone leaving no room for argument. A large hand clamped down on the back of her neck, forcing her to look up at him. Ashley Sullivan jolted awake, chest heaving. Sweat beaded at her forehead, damp strands of hair sticking to her temples. Outside the window, the early morning light barely seeped through, casting ghostly shadows of the cheap furniture around the room. That same nightmare again. She touched her chest, heart thudding wildly. That suffocating weight, that hot, lingering pressure on her lips, it haunted her like a phantom she couldn't shake. The images from yesterday, scraped from a dingy warehouse and burned into her memory, came rushing back. She was originally just there to pick up some herbs, but had heard something odd and gone to check. Out of nowhere, a burning hot hand had grabbed her ankle. Eyes wide, she looked down to find a stranger, bloodied and collapsed at her feet. His lips were purple. He was poisoned, no doubt. She'd quickly knelt, checking his pulse and pulling out the antidote she always carried, but he was too far gone to swallow it himself. With no other choice, she placed the pill in her mouth, pried open his lips, and fed it to him mouth to mouth. Just as she'd started to undo his shirt to assess the injury, his cold, sharp eyes snapped open. "Who sent you? Is this your plan to throw yourself at me? Fine, I'll play along." She had tried to explain, but he didn't give her a chance. He grabbed her neck and kissed her hard, aggressive, almost violent. If she hadn't jabbed him with a silver needle the moment he barked at her to kiss him, she didn't even want to imagine what would have happened. The anger came back, fiercely. She slammed her fist into the pillow beside her. It sank with a muffled thud. "Asshole! Pray we never cross paths again." Just as Ashley grit her teeth in rage, bang! The door flew open, kicked with no hesitation from outside, snapping her from her storming thoughts. Beatrice Crawford stormed in like a tornado, hands on her hips. Before she'd even stopped moving, her shrill voice already pierced the air. "You little brat, are you dead or just deaf? Still lying there like a corpse? Do you even know what time it is? What, you think you're some rich heiress waiting for a royal carriage to pick you up?" Spittle practically landed on Ashley's face. She didn't move, didn't even blink, just lay there with a blank stare, detached from it all. Isabel Sullivan followed in behind Beatrice, letting out a snide chuckle as she covered her mouth with one hand. "Mom, why are you wasting your breath arguing with a deaf and dumb loser like her?" Isabel's sweet voice was dripping with sarcasm, as venomous as a snake bite. "Can she even hear you? You're basically talking to air." She strutted over to the bed and jabbed Ashley's shoulder with a perfectly manicured finger, glittery polish flashing under the light. "I mean, seriously, what's the point of even dressing her up? She's just a poor bumpkin no matter what she wears. Just toss a sheet over her, tie her up, and ship her straight to the King family. Saves everyone the trouble." Beatrice's eyes lit up like she'd just heard the gospel. With her brows arched sharply, she snapped. "Isabel's right. You should be grateful we're even bothering. Hurry up. The car from the King family will be here any minute. If we're late and Edwin gets pissed, I'll skin you alive, you hear me?" Spittle flew as she shouted, reaching over to yank Ashley off the bed. "We pulled you out of that backwater out of kindness. Without us, you wouldn't even get to sniff a place like the King family. Don't be ungrateful. Think about your half-dead old grandma." That last sentence hit Ashley like a punch, forcing her to swallow the rage and icy hostility rising in her chest. She knew she couldn't lose her cool. Just return to the Sullivan household, alone and barely able to stand her ground. Her grandmother was still bedridden in a care facility, and those bills weren't cheap, not something she could afford on her own. And more importantly, she came back here to uncover the truth behind her mother's disappearance. The King family might be a swamp, but she had no choice but to wade into it. With that thought, she let herself be pulled forward by Beatrice, stumbling into the cold wooden bed frame with a dull thud. Her thin shoulders trembled slightly, and her long hair fell like a curtain, covering her face. Only her delicate neck was visible, frail, compliant, a picture of helplessness. Beatrice and Isabel exchanged triumphant, sneering looks. Just look at her, needs a beating to learn anything. Beatrice spat. Isabel waved her hand dramatically in front of her nose, as if Ashley gave off a stench. Get her out of here fast, seriously. Total buzzkill first thing in the morning. The two women stormed out, probably to check whether the pickup car had arrived. The door was left open, and Ashley could hear them talking just outside, voices full of calculation and schadenfreude, not even bothering to be discreet. Slowly, Ashley pushed herself upright. She smoothed her hair back behind her ears, revealing a pale but startlingly composed face. There wasn't a trace of fear or weakness left. She walked over to the dresser. The mirror was blurry, but it still reflected a soft, delicate face drained of color. Only her eyes stood out, dark and sharp like frozen lake water at midnight, unreadable and cold. Edwin King, so he's the one. She tugged the corner of her lips into a faint, icy smirk tinged with sarcasm and danger. Let's see what this Edwin is really like. Is he truly that impressive for the Sullivan family to be this desperate to offload her, a so-called deaf and mute burden, for $200 million, like they couldn't wait another second? Meanwhile, on the top floor of an upscale office building across town, the tension in the air was thick enough to freeze someone solid. Beyond the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, the city glowed under harsh sunlight, but none of that heat made it into the chill inside. Edwin stood with his back to the room, posture straight as a ruler, wrapped in a stillness that warned people to stay away. His custom-tailored suit clung perfectly to his broad shoulders and narrow waist, all clean lines and cold power. Mr. King. His assistant's voice was tight with nerves, eyes locked on the ground, sweat already soaking the collar of his shirt. After that alley, the woman just vanished. The area's old, run down. We checked everywhere, but there's no surveillance at all. A half-burnt cigarette rested between Edwin's fingers, smoke curling around his sharp jawline and framing the cold, dangerous glint in his eyes. Expand the search. I want everyone who passed through that area in the 24 hours before and after. Every person, every car. Go through them one by one. I don't care how deep you have to dig. Find her. He needed to locate that woman. Not just because she saw things she shouldn't have, but also she had the audacity to mess with him, and then run. The assistant swallowed hard and forced out a "yes, sir," even as a chill crawled down his spine. Just then, a secure phone on the desk rang sharply, the sound abrupt in the thick silence. Edwin glanced at the caller ID and hesitated a beat before picking up. Grandma. On the other end, Eleanor King's cheerful voice burst through. Edwin, busy, are you? I've got the best news. I just spent $200 million on your bride. The agreement's inked and she's already moved into the estate. The air in the office dropped several degrees. Edwin's face darkened like a storm. You did what? I said you're married, she replied, as firm as ever. From now on, you'd better shape up. My only wish before I'm gone is to see my great-grandchild. So, get home, meet your new wife, and don't waste time. Handle your business. Beep, beep, beep. She hung up before he could say a word. Staring at the silent receiver in his hand, Edwin's flawlessly handsome face iced over. Looks like he had to see for himself what kind of woman was worth $200 million. His wife, apparently. Hurry up and put it on. Stop dawdling like you're dead or something. Beatrice yanked Ashley over to the vanity with zero patience, shoving a flashy, rhinestone-covered wedding dress into her hands. The King family's car won't wait around forever. Ashley lowered her gaze, hiding the brief flicker of coldness in her eyes. She went limp like a lifeless doll, letting Beatrice and the maids push and pull her around however they pleased. The dress was stiff and itchy, full of scratchy rhinestones. The design screamed tacky, clearly one of Isabel's cast-offs. Meanwhile, Isabel leaned casually against the doorframe with her arms folded, her smug expression oozing condescension as she said in a mock sweet tone, Mom, don't be so harsh. If someone hears you, they might think we're abusing our newly found daughter. The maids wasted no time slipping the dress on Ashley, then started messing with her hair. Long-term malnutrition had left Ashley's hair dry and brittle, though it was still impressively thick and wavy. The maid yanked through the knots with zero care, pulling hard enough to sting, but Ashley didn't even flinch. Beatrice shot a look at Ashley's bare face with clear disgust, then carelessly grabbed some ancient makeup from the vanity and began smearing it on her. "You're such a burden. Look at me, doing your makeup like you're royalty or something." The foundation was way too pale, making her look like she was wearing a mask. The eyeshadow was a messy splash of color, and the fluorescent lipstick was just blinding. But when the awful makeup was finally done and her whole face showed in the mirror, the room, full of snide whispers and complaints moments ago, fell into an odd silence. Even under cheap, caked-on makeup, the face staring back from the mirror was stunning. An elegant, oval-shaped face with flawless bone structure and breathtaking, delicate features, like something sculpted straight from a dream. Beatrice's hand, still holding the lipstick, froze midair. Her eyes were wide, stunned. She'd always known that this girl didn't have bad genes, but who would have thought that with just a bit of cleanup, she'd turn out this drop-dead gorgeous? A wave of anxiety and jealousy gripped Beatrice's chest out of nowhere. And Isabel's mood tanked instantly. She'd always prided herself as the prettiest one in the Sullivan family, but now, facing Ashley's almost otherworldly beauty, all her carefully crafted looks felt cheap and forced. Ugh! Isabel snapped her head away, her voice sharp with venom. So what if she looks like a tease? She can't even speak or hear, for God's sake. "Mom, hurry, the Kings are here." Like she was trying to convince herself, her tone turned even nastier. Once she gets to the King house, she's screwed. That fourth son of the King family's got a nasty temper and the worst luck with women. She won't last 3 days. Beatrice snapped out of it. Right. What did looks matter? She was being sent there to die anyway. That thought was oddly comforting, and all that unsettled feeling turned into renewed disgust and haste. All right, move it." Beatrice yanked Ashley up roughly, practically dragging her out of the room. "Don't screw up the timing and piss off the Kings." Sure enough, outside the Sullivan villa, a line of black cars was waiting quietly. At the front was a stretched Lincoln, imposing but oddly deserted. It felt more like a warning than a welcome. Apart from the driver, only one middle-aged man in a black suit stood next to the car. Judging by his demeanor, that had to be Felix Mitchell, the King's butler. There were no gifts, no ceremony, not even a polite greeting. Ashley was practically shoved into the car by Beatrice and Isabel. "Mr. Mitchell, we're handing her over to you." Beatrice flashed a fake, overly sweet smile at the butler. "Ashley marrying into the King family, that's a blessing beyond words. Please take good care of her." Felix didn't even blink. He dipped his head slightly and said flatly, "Mrs. Sullivan, rest assured." With a loud thud, the door shut, and the vehicle rolled away smoothly, heading out of the city. Ashley sat quietly in the back seat, watching the scenery rush by, tall buildings giving way to green, dense forests. Her mind, however, remained cold and steady. An hour later, they pulled into a massive private estate and stopped in front of a grand villa that felt more cold than welcoming, wrapped in an unsettling quiet. Felix opened the door for her, his tone as bland as ever. "Miss Sullivan, this way, please." The inside of the villa was huge, done in understated luxury, but felt strangely empty and lifeless. Instead of taking her into the main house, Felix led her around it, through a carefully trimmed yet soulless garden, stopping finally at an old wooden cabin tucked deep in the garden. The cabin was tiny. A faint, dim light seeped through its window, making it look even gloomier compared to the majestic manor not far behind. "Miss Sullivan," Felix said as he pushed open the creaky wooden door and stepped aside, his voice giving no room for argument. "Mr. Edwin said for you to wait here." Ashley paused at the doorway, her eyes narrowing as she glanced into the near pitch-black room. Instinct screamed at her. Something was wrong. She instinctively took a step back, but it was too late. Felix moved fast. The moment she stepped back, the door slammed shut with a bang. Ashley's stomach dropped. She lunged forward, banging on the door. But outside, Felix's footsteps faded away, without a single pause. Her hand slowly dropped from the door. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to stay calm. Eyes gradually adjusting to the dimness, she groped for her phone, lighting up the screen. The faint glow sliced into the dark like a blade, and in that very moment, deep in the corner of the cabin, 2 eerie green glints lit up. Then came the rustling of something massive, rising slowly to its feet. Her shaky light swept across. A huge white tiger, towering and terrifying. Its fur wasn't pure white, it had faint dark stripes running through, sleek and striking. Its muscles rippled under the pattern, limbs built like columns, claws half extended. Those green eyes, cold like emerald shards, were locked menacingly on Ashley, the unexpected guest. Ashley was totally caught off guard. Her knees buckled and she fell back onto the floor, her phone slipping from her hands and skittering away, the lights spinning chaotically. Pfft! Clarence Reed cracked up watching the footage, unable to hold back his laughter. Damn, Edwin, your grandma dropped $200 million for this. Your new wife's scared stiff before Rusty even moves. If that tiger ever gets hangry or in a bad mood and lashes out, she might actually die of fright right there. Edwin stood in the shadows, tall and imposing, in a flawlessly tailored black suit. His sharp features were expressionless as he watched the screen, like he was just tuning into some boring late-night rerun. If she dies, then she dies. Saves me the effort of dealing with her later. Some random woman with a mysterious background. Having her taken out by Rusty would be the cleanest solution. The words had barely left his mouth when Clarence suddenly gasped, "Holy crap! Edwin, look, what is she doing?" Edwin's brow twitched ever so slightly as he shifted his gaze to where Clarence pointed. The same girl who was just trembling in a heap now stood upright, posture straight as a board, step by deliberate step closing in on the growling white tiger. She stopped just a step away, then slowly reached out her hand and rested it gently on Rusty's enormous deadly head, giving it a light stroke. "She nuts!" Clarence all but shouted, eyes wide as dinner plates. What happened next was nuts. Rusty, who'd looked ready to strike seconds ago, froze the moment her hand met his fur. In those wild, savage green eyes, was that a flicker of confusion? Then, shockingly, the giant beast didn't snap or dodge. Instead, it leaned slightly into her hand, rubbing its head like a spoiled house cat enjoying attention. "What the hell?" Clarence's jaw hit the floor, his voice gone sharp with disbelief. "He doesn't even let his handler touch him. Last time I tried, he nearly took my arm off. Edwin, your $200 million wife has some serious tricks." Edwin kept his eyes fixed on the woman petting the beast. A flash of memory. Last night in the warehouse, a woman whose face he didn't catch, lips soft as clouds, ran through his mind, and an unfamiliar irritation stirred in his chest. He turned coldly away, his voice like ice. So what if she calmed Rusty? If she can walk out of there alive, then maybe she's worthy of being mine. Edwin's cold figure vanished into the woods without a trace. Clarence raised an eyebrow, glancing back toward the cabin before following after him with a shake of his head. Inside the cabin, Ashley gently pressed her hand against Rusty's warm velvety fur. That steady warmth and the quiet trust coming from the massive tiger were oddly comforting. It tugged away the shadow that had hung over her since being locked up. "You want to get out of here, don't you?" she murmured, leaning closer. Rusty let out a soft whimper, rubbing his big head against her arm like he was trying to prove her right. Ashley couldn't help but smile. For once, the icy look in her eyes melted a little, replaced by a spark of playfulness. She pointed at the wooden door, locked tight from the outside, and mimed a charging motion. "If you're serious, break it down." The signal seemed loud and clear to Rusty. The moment his role switched from companion to protector, his whole demeanor shifted, gentle turned fierce in a second. With a low growl, his muscles tensed like a coiled spring. Then he stepped back to gather force and burst forward like a streak of white lightning. Bang! A deafening crack followed. The so-called sturdy door didn't stand a chance. Under Rusty's brute strength, it practically exploded, wood splinters flying everywhere. Sunlight and fresh air poured into the musty space. The scent of grass and trees came rushing through like a wave, sweeping away the mildew and gloom. Ashley took a deep breath, eyes brightening. It felt like the first breath of real air in ages. She stepped out of her gloomy cage, with Rusty right beside her, rubbing his head affectionately against her palm, like he was looking for praise. "Good boy." Ashley scratched behind his ears, then looked around. The King's family garden was way bigger than she ever imagined. Pavilions, towers, blooming flowers everywhere, even a forest in the far distance. She had no clue where the borders ended. She didn't remember the way she'd come in at all. Everything was quiet, just the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze and the occasional chirp from a bird. "Rusty, do you know where to go?" she asked softly. The tiger gently tugged at the sleeve of her wedding dress with his mouth, then started walking in a specific direction. Ashley didn't resist. She followed. Rusty moved fast, sure of where he was going. At times, he even broke into a jog. Ashley grabbed at her long hem and ran with him, feet touching the sun-warmed grass. Wind brushed over her face, lifting stray strands of hair. Beside her, a regal white tiger kept pace. For the first time in forever, freedom didn't feel like a fantasy. It was real. It was here. Meanwhile, back at the main house, Edwin stepped into the luxurious but chilly foyer, only for one of the maids to rush up in a panic. "Mr. Edwin, something's wrong. Mrs. Eleanor's had another attack, and it's worse than the last time. Please come quickly." His expression changed in an instant. Skipping any questions, he bolted up the stairs like a shot toward his grandmother's room. Clarence's usual laid-back smirk vanished. He followed, eyes grim. Inside the lavish bedroom, thick with the overpowering scent of medicine, Eleanor lay on the bed, her body twitching in visible pain. "Grandma!" Edwin rushed to her side, dropping to one knee and grabbing her icy hand, voice breaking with panic. "Hang in there. The doctor's on the way." He whipped around at the maid, trailing behind, and barked, voice cold and sharp. "Where's Dr. Brown?" "I said call him." The maid nearly collapsed under his fury, voice trembling as her eyes filled with tears. "Dr. Brown left for a medical conference overseas yesterday. We can't reach him right now." "Then find someone else. I don't care how you do it. Drag every top doctor in this damn city here if you have to." His fury exploded, veins throbbing at his temple. The whole room seemed to shake from the sheer volume of his shout. "It's already been done," an older but slightly steadier butler replied with a trembling voice. "But those specialists saw Mrs. King's records and said, there's nothing they can do. Useless. Every damn one of them's useless." Edwin's eyes turned savage, filled with murderous rage. He gripped his grandmother's hand tightly, an overwhelming feeling of helplessness and fear gripping his chest like a vice. And right in the middle of that chaos, boom, the door burst open with a deafening crash. Everyone turned their heads in shock as Edwin's pet white tiger Rusty charged into the room. On its back, an utterly out-of-place bride in a ridiculous wedding dress was riding in like some scene out of a movie. As soon as Ashley entered, still sitting on Rusty's back, her eyes locked onto the furious man beside the bed. Their gazes met for a split second. Ashley's heart skipped a beat. It was him, the man from last night in the warehouse, the one poisoned and still had managed to steal her first kiss. So this was the infamous cursed heir of the King family, Edwin? Talk about a cliché twist of fate. All the humiliation and rage from the night before came flooding back. Her racing mind tried to assess. Had he recognized her? Edwin was clearly thrown off by Rusty and Ashley's bizarre entrance, but quickly masked his surprise with growing suspicion and disgust. "Who let you in here?" His voice was like ice, sharp enough to cut. The hostility in his tone made everyone freeze. "Get out, now!" Ashley caught the implied threat and instantly realized he hadn't recognized her. She breathed a quiet sigh of relief and was just about to turn around and leave when Eleanor suddenly convulsed violently and coughed up a mouthful of dark, sticky blood. "Grandma!" Edwin's face turned white as a sheet. He frantically held onto her trembling frame and screamed at the shocked staff, "Why are you standing around? Get a damn doctor." Ashley was a doctor, and there was no way she could ever ignore a patient crashing in front of her. Without hesitation, she slid off Rusty's back and rushed to the bed, quickly examining Eleanor's face and lips. This wasn't some common episode. This was a vascular blockage. Holding her like that, completely disrupting breathing? Death was imminent if not handled now. She forcefully shoved Edwin aside. Caught off guard, he stumbled back a step. "Are you out of your mind?" He lunged and clamped a hand around her throat, his grip so tight it felt like her windpipe would snap. Ashley's face flushed red. But she wasn't afraid. She stared him down, her eyes blazing, hands trying desperately to signal. "What's she doing with her hands?" Edwin shouted irritably at an older maid who knew sign language, not letting go in the slightest. Terrified, the maid stammered through the translation. "She says let go of Mrs. King. You can't hold her like that, or or she won't be able to breathe. Nonsense. Edwin didn't believe it for a second. His grip tightened even more. Ashley's vision started to blur. Her lungs screamed for air. Just then, Eleanor's body was racked with another violent tremor, her life hanging by a thread. Ashley, summoning the last bit of strength she had, made one last desperate set of gestures, eyes begging Edwin to understand. The maid half sobbed. "Mr. Edwin," she says, "if you don't let go and lay her flat right now, it'll be too late." Edwin froze, staring at his grandmother's ashen face, then at the woman in front of him, whose eyes, despite suffocating, still burned with fire. Those eyes. His fingers slackened slightly without realizing it, and in that split-second opening, Ashley broke free, hands moving fast to demonstrate something. The maid quickly translated, "The lady says to lay Mrs. King flat for chest compressions." Edwin hesitated for only half a breath before shouting to the staff, "Do what she said. Lay Grandma down." Edwin still didn't feel totally at ease. He gave Ashley another warning, voice colder than ice. "If anything happens to my grandma, I swear you'll wish you were never born. The wolves behind the mountain haven't had fresh meat in a while." Ashley rolled her eyes so hard it was a miracle they didn't fall out. She didn't even bother replying. Rubbing the sore spot on her neck where he had just grabbed her, she took a deep breath, forcing all the messy thoughts out of her mind. A doctor's heart should be clear. No matter how much she wanted to punch this guy, his grandma didn't deserve to suffer. Her expression turned sharp and focused in a blink. She quickly checked Eleanor's pupils and tongue, then gently touched her wrist to feel the pulse. The way she moved, calm, precise, like she'd done this 1,000 times, made even Edwin, who had been full of suspicion, relax just a little. In less than a minute, Ashley gestured rapidly with her hands, signaling the results. She says. Pamela, who knew sign language, quickly interpreted her message, her voice a little shaky. "Mrs. King's dealing with acute poisoning affecting the heart. She needs silver needles to hit a few key points and draw out the toxins immediately, or there won't be a second chance." Silver needles? Edwin's brows knitted. Doubts gnawed at him. Grandma's illness had been a complete mystery. They'd consulted tons of top-tier doctors, and all they could come up with was some freak condition. Now this mute girl from the countryside, thrown into their house by the Sullivan family, looked at her once and called it poisoning. Sounded straight up insane. But with each second, Eleanor's breath grew fainter. Edwin's fists clenched so hard his knuckles turned pale. Take the risk or regret it forever? Before he could decide, a familiar sharp voice rang out from the doorway. "Bro, how's Grandma?" Amelia King stormed in like a whirlwind. Her Chanel skirt clutched tight as she rushed forward. As her eyes landed on Ashley's hand resting on her grandma's wrist, her expression immediately changed. Her brows twisted and her voice shot up a few notches. "Who even are you? What do you think you're doing to my grandma?" Her glare swept from that tacky, outdated wedding dress to Ashley's unfairly good-looking face. The judgment in her eyes said it all. Cheap, fake, and totally not welcome. "Bro, is this the mute girl the Sullivan family dumped on us? How could you let her near Grandma? What does she even know? What if she messes up and something happens to Grandma?" Amelia stormed in, reaching out to shove Ashley aside. Ashley was deep into the pulse reading, and Amelia's sudden move almost made her lose her balance. She frowned, clearly annoyed, shooting Amelia a cold glance. This was Edwin's sister? Since when do sisters wear low-cut dresses and cling to their brothers like that, staring at them with those flirty eyes? Yeah, something definitely felt off between those two. "Amelia, that's enough!" Edwin snapped, sounding both irritable and tense. Sure, he didn't fully trust Ashley either, but right now, even the slightest distraction could push things beyond saving. Amelia froze at his shout, looking stunned. Then her face twisted with resentment. "You yelled at me? Because of her? She's just pretending to know stuff and using this chance to get close to you. Women like her from the sticks will do anything to climb up. No way she knows medicine." Edwin glanced at Ashley, doubt flickering in his eyes too. Ashley almost laughed out loud. Seriously? Trying to cling to him? If it wasn't for his poor grandma, she'd have been long gone. Taking a steady breath, she pulled out an old, worn cloth pouch from her pocket. Inside was a neat row of silver needles, each varying in length. Without hesitation, she picked a slender needle and aimed it at the point on Eleanor's head, ready to go. "Stop! Don't you dare!" Amelia shrieked, lunging forward. "You psycho! What are you trying to do? Kill her! Bro, do something!" "That's enough!" Edwin grabbed Amelia's arm firmly, but his eyes didn't leave Ashley, locked onto her every move. There was something in Ashley's eyes, a genuine, intense respect for life. It didn't look fake. And more importantly, his grandmother's condition was visibly getting worse. Fast. There was no time left. "We're doing this," Edwin said hoarsely, but every word was firm, final. "No one says a word. Don't lay a finger on her." "Are you insane?" Amelia stared at him like he'd lost his mind. Ashley glanced at Edwin, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She hadn't expected this temperamental, cynical guy to actually give her a sliver of trust at such a critical moment. Ashley stopped getting distracted and quickly, precisely jabbed silver needles into crucial acupuncture points. The bedroom went dead silent. All that could be heard was the anxious breathing of those inside. Amelia was so mad her face paled. She shot Ashley a vicious glare, then whipped out her phone and fired off a message. Moments later, a middle-aged man rushed in wearing a white coat, panting heavily. "Miss, I came as fast as I could." He was another private doctor on the King family's payroll, on duty today by chance. Amelia caught sight of him like she'd just seen a lifeboat. She immediately pointed at Ashley and yelled, "Dr. Taylor, hurry, get this crazy woman away. Who knows what junk she's stabbing into Grandma?" Dr. Taylor's face darkened when he glanced at the needles in Ashley's hand and Eleanor's condition. "This is outrageous. The old lady's way too weak for this kind of superstitious nonsense. Stop immediately." He lunged forward to intervene, but just as his hand was about to touch Ashley's shoulder, Ashley, eyes closed and focused on her acupuncture, suddenly snapped them open. At that exact moment, Eleanor, unconscious until now, convulsed violently on the bed. Her head jerked to the side, and she vomited a mouthful of thick, black, foul-smelling blood. "Grandma!" Amelia screamed, voice shrill with panic. "I knew it. She's hurting her. Look, she's making her bleed." Pointing at Ashley, Amelia shouted, "Catch that murderer! Lock her up now!" The guards stationed by the door rushed in and grabbed Ashley from both sides, shoving her back roughly. Ashley didn't fight. She just stared coldly at Edwin, her eyes full of sarcasm and disappointment. She had poured everything she had into saving the old lady, and this was the thanks she got? Edwin's eyes fixed on his grandmother, whose face now looked even paler after vomiting the blood. He didn't give the order to stop the guards, but he didn't tell them to keep going either. His lips pressed into a tight line, face like frost. The whole room turned cold, the tension so thick it was suffocating. Seeing no one was stopping her, Amelia smirked and went to stir up more trouble, when suddenly a faint but unmistakable moan broke the silence. Edwin. On the bed, the eyes of Eleanor slowly fluttered open. Her lashes trembled as she regained consciousness. She still looked weak, but there was a clear light of awareness in her aging eyes now. Dr. Taylor stood frozen, jaw hanging like he'd swallowed an egg whole. Even the two bodyguards holding Ashley loosened their grip without realizing it. Edwin bolted to the bedside, voice shaking with shock and joy. "Grandma, you're awake? How are you feeling?" Eleanor's eyes moved slowly, unfocused and tired, sweeping across the room until finally landing on Ashley, still held by the guards. "Child, thank you for saving me." Amelia's smile froze. Her expression twisted in disbelief. "No way. That mute girl actually saved Grandma?" "Grandma, you threw up the bad blood. Are you feeling any better now?" Edwin asked softly. Ashley was fuming. This psycho. He clearly saw the old lady was purging toxins, and yet he just stood there letting the guards grab her, trying to scare her on purpose. "I feel much better now," Eleanor replied faintly. Pamela practically broke into happy tears. "That's amazing. Mrs. King's okay. Our young madam is incredible. She brought her back with just some needles." Young madam? Eleanor blinked, clearly surprised. She'd shelled out $200 million to the Sullivan family, but had never met her future granddaughter-in-law before. Now, to find out this young girl not only had serious medical knowledge, but had just saved her life. Then Eleanor's gaze dropped to the guard still holding Ashley, and her face turned icy cold. "Who gave you permission to touch my granddaughter-in-law?" Edwin kept his mouth shut. With him silent, all the servants stood there like statues, not daring to breathe too loud. But Ashley wasn't about to let the chance slip away while she had someone powerful on her side. She stared hard at Amelia with big eyes full of fear and helplessness. Eleanor flared up, furious. "You brat, you even laid hands on your sister-in-law? What's next, ignoring me too? That shameless wench, acting all pitiful in front of Grandma?" Amelia shot Ashley a death glare, fighting back. "Grandma, you were coughing up blood. I was just too worried about you." "Worried or not, the Lady of Kingsview Garden isn't someone you're allowed to mess with," Eleanor snapped, then turned to Ashley with a gentle smile and opened her arms. "Poor girl, you must have been scared. Come here." To Ashley, Eleanor was now basically a human shield. She moved toward her without a second thought. But just as she stepped forward, a sharp kick landed on the back of her leg, making her stumble. She nearly face-planted, but someone caught her just in time. She looked up in surprise, only to meet Edwin's deep, unreadable eyes. "Since you're oh so good at acupuncture," his voice was low and smooth, laced with danger as he leaned in closer, "I guess you'd also know which pressure point on the neck makes the limbs go numb in a flash, right?" Ashley's heart skipped a beat. Her mind immediately flashed back to that incident in the cave when she'd hit him with a needle. Crap. Did he figure something out? She quickly put on an innocent, scared look, eyes darting to Eleanor in silent pleading. Without a second thought, Eleanor pulled her to her side protectively and shot Edwin a glare. "That sweet little wife of yours, and you're not even trying to shield her properly?" "Sweet?" Edwin glanced at the sly little fox at his side, lips curling with interest. Sometimes, the more well-behaved a woman looks, the wilder she is underneath, just begging for some proper training. Ashley, what the heck is he saying? Completely ignored now, Amelia was about to explode. She just used her long dress as cover to sneak a kick at that mute loser, hoping she'd fall flat on her face and feel some shame. But instead, Edwin actually caught her. "Grandma, that woman can't hear or speak. How is she even worthy of Edwin?" "Shut it!" Eleanor snapped, her voice cold as ice. "I handpicked her as my granddaughter-in-law. She and Edwin are meant to be. Keep bad-mouthing her, and I'll smack that filthy mouth of yours." Amelia had never been scolded like that before, her face twisted in jealousy and frustration. "Edwin." She ran over to him, looking like she was about to cry, pointing at Ashley. "You hate this mute too, right? Just divorce her. I'll beg Dad tomorrow to bring you back to the company." Ashley's eyes lit up at that moment, full of hope, staring straight at Edwin. "Say yes now. Just dump her already. Then everyone could go their own way and live happier lives." Edwin caught her look, his lips curling up slightly, replying lazily, "Relax. You're so well behaved. Why would I ever want to divorce you?" Ashley almost choked, Amelia's beautiful face contorted in rage. "Edwin, are you out of your mind? You're giving up on the company for a mute. That's enough. Shut your mouth." Eleanor frowned deeply and barked, "I'm tired. Get out and go home." Amelia was fuming, shooting Ashley a death glare as she stomped off. "Just wait and see." Wait and see? Ashley didn't have that phrase in her vocabulary. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes. She quickly followed, grabbing Amelia's arm. "What the hell?" Amelia turned, clearly annoyed. Seeing the timid look on Ashley's face, paired with a fake smile that reeked of flattery, she rolled her eyes in disgust. What a coward. Ashley gave an innocent smile, all soft and sweet, while slipping that powder from her palm onto Amelia's jacket. "You want to kick me and walk away like nothing happened? Yeah, right. Life's not that kind. Get lost. I won't let you off." Amelia jerked away from her and stormed off. Eleanor frowned slightly. This granddaughter-in-law of hers might be too kind and passive. "Edwin, you'd better take good care of Ashley. She's so kind-hearted it's easy for people to take advantage of her." Edwin watched Ashley walk back, lips quirking coolly. That look alone made her scalp tingle. "Don't worry, Grandma," he said casually. "I'll make sure to take real good care of my bride." Edwin really put emphasis on that word, take care. Ashley felt every hair on her body stand on end. "It's getting late, Grandma. You should get some rest. We'll head out now." As he spoke, Edwin had already wrapped an arm snugly around Ashley's shoulders, steering her out. Her body went stiff, and feeling that, he tightened his grip around her thin shoulder, eyes narrowing as he looked down at her. Scared of me? Who wouldn't be scared of a psycho that kills without blinking? Ashley kept up her sweet, harmless act, eyes filled with fear, but too afraid to make him mad, she quickly shook her head. Maybe, just maybe, he'd go soft on her for saving his grandmother. Wishful thinking, but worth a try. But Edwin clearly saw right through her. You're the first to come out alive from Rusty's hands. The cold smile on his lips vanished. He suddenly tightened his grip around her neck and shoved her against the wall. His eyes were icy and sharp as blades. Let me make this clear. Take care of my grandma, and you better kill any idea of running. If I find out you try to escape again, I don't care where you go, I'll drag you back. And trust me, you'll wish you were dead. Got it? Terror flickered in Ashley's eyes. She barely managed a nod. He let go and reached into his pocket to answer his buzzing phone. Clarence, he said. Any leads on the woman who attacked me in the cave? Not yet, came Clarence's voice. There are a dozen villages in that area. It'll take more time to search them all. Edwin glanced at Ashley, then started walking away. Then go find out if this new bride of the King family, did she ever live around there? He didn't so much as pause as he walked off, disappearing from her sight. Ashley frowned slightly. That line, did he say it on purpose so she'd hear it? Or did he really think she was deaf and mute so he didn't bother hiding anything around her? Either way, she wasn't sure. But there was one thing she was dead certain about. If Edwin ever found out she was the woman from that cave, she'd be done for. Suddenly, she remembered something and rushed back to Edwin's bedroom. Her luggage was still by the door. She dug through it thoroughly, but couldn't find that pendant she'd swiped from him. Gone? Ashley frowned, thinking back. She'd still had it on the way to the Sullivan house. That meant someone there probably swiped it from her. Honestly, that kind of worked out. One less thing to give her away. If that pendant had stayed with her, it would have been like carrying a ticking bomb. Ashley let out a quiet breath of relief. She unzipped the bottom compartment of her suitcase and pulled out her phone. A new message had come in, from Freddie Bowman, one of her contacts she'd planted in North City years ago. It was a foreign website. Ashley clicked on it, and right at the top was a bold headline. Genius perfumer, Audrey Sullivan, heiress to the Sullivan Group, wins first place in the international perfume competition. Beatrice had 2 daughters. Aside from the clueless Isabel, there was the older one, Audrey, a product of Beatrice's hefty investments and someone she clearly took pride in. Ashley opened the interview video below the headline. In the video, Audrey stood surrounded by reporters, looking sweet and elegant in a white long dress. Miss Sullivan, this is your very first competition, and you've already come in first. Any secret to your success? Audrey smiled delicately at the camera. My skills improved fast thanks to a formula my mother passed down to me. Miss Sullivan, people have speculated that your biological mother might be the legendary perfumer Grace Mackenzie. Care to clear that up? Audrey hesitated for a second, then said sincerely, I think the love from someone who raised you is the same as someone who gave birth to you. I hope everyone can respect my privacy. Thanks. The comment section exploded with praise like mother, like daughter, and Audrey just smiled shyly, clearly taking it all in. Behind the screen, Ashley's lips curved into a cold, bitter smirk. She wished she could reach through and tear that fake sweet face apart. Seriously? That girl had the nerve to pretend to be her mom's daughter? Ashley shut the video and sent a message to Freddie. Keep tabs on the Sullivan family. Also, get me a sample of the perfume Audrey used in the preliminaries. No way someone like Audrey could have concocted a winning scent. Something was definitely fishy. Freddie replied almost instantly. Got it. Boss, I just found out Audrey booked a flight home for the day after tomorrow. Edward Sullivan already made reservations at the Half Moon Bay Hotel. He's throwing her a birthday party and is supposedly announcing her as the next in line. So Audrey was really planning to dig in and enjoy the life that wasn't hers. Ha! Dream on. Ashley replied, Stick to the copy that. Boss, you still can't talk, huh? Man, kinda miss getting yelled at by you. I'll make up for it soon. Not just yelling. She'd beat him too if she felt like it. She deleted the messages and tucked the phone away. She didn't dare sleep in Edwin's bed, so she curled up on the sofa instead. That night, Ashley barely slept, her mind on alert the whole time. Edwin didn't come back at all. Early the next morning, there was a knock at the door. "Ma'am," Isaiah said, holding two warm breakfast boxes, "Mrs. King asks if you could take these over to the Cedar Hollow Lodge. I'll walk you there, but we servants aren't allowed in, so I'll have to wait outside." Isaiah wasn't someone easy to impress in this house. For him to act that respectful, just who exactly was that man in the room? Ashley walked up to the door with breakfast in her hands. The door was half open, no one inside. She stepped in, placed the tray on the table, and was ready to head out. But, just as she set it down, a wave of tension surged behind her like an icy wind. "Who told you to come in?" That cold voice, it sent shivers down her spine. Turning around, she came face to face with Edwin. Those distant, unreadable eyes made her flinch. Edwin gave the breakfast on the table a quick glance. "Trying to butter me up?" Ashley quickly shook her head. She tilted her face up, those wide, watery eyes staring at him innocently. She looked soft, like she was waiting for mercy. But Edwin's face didn't soften. If anything, a mocking smirk tugged at his lips. "Save your games for my grandmother," he said, gripping her chin with that chilly hand of his. His eyes were sharp, his voice sharper. "Step in here one more time and I'll break your legs. Got it? Now get out." He let go and turned away, cold and dismissive. Ashley didn't even hesitate. She turned on her heel instantly, but paused just as she reached the door. Isaiah was still standing guard outside, clearly waiting. This whole breakfast delivery was Grandma Eleanor's doing. She was playing matchmaker, trying to push her and Edwin together. If Ashley couldn't even get him to eat, Eleanor would think she wasn't worth keeping around. And if Eleanor didn't want her, Edwin definitely wouldn't. Clenching her teeth, Ashley did the opposite of what any sane person would do. She stayed, even shut the door behind her. The sound made Edwin glance up again. That skittish girl who just wanted to run? She'd come back? She grabbed a pen and notepad from the table, scribbled quickly, and handed him the note. "Breakfast is good for you." Edwin's eyes narrowed slightly. Another note was shoved under his nose. "Let's eat together. Food tastes better with company." He shot her a dull look through heavy-lidded eyes. Their eyes locked. Ashley smiled at him, bright, cheerful, like none of his threats had gotten to her. Without a word, Edwin snatched the note, crumpled it, and tossed it in the bin. "Out, Ashley." He didn't spare her another glance, turning back to the documents in his hand. The room went quiet, but after a few moments, the smell of food began to drift through the air. The smell of food mixed faintly with herbal notes. It was fresh, light, and surprisingly appetizing. Ashley sat at the table, pouring her homemade herbal honey into the breakfast. She stirred it slowly with a spoon. Noticing Edwin's stare, she deliberately scooped a big spoonful and slid it into her mouth in front of him, her face full of satisfaction. Edwin's temple twitched, and he accidentally crumpled a corner of the file he held. Ashley didn't push her luck for too long. Sensing she might be overdoing it, she quickly stirred up his portion as well and handed it to him, even feeding him a spoon like a little helper. "Get lost." "I'm not." Edwin started to refuse, but Ashley was faster. She popped the spoon into his mouth before he could stop her. He frowned, ready to spit it back out, but the moment the flavors hit his tongue, he was stunned. The mix of food and herbs was oddly good, with a hint of sweetness that lingered. It was actually delicious. For someone as picky as Edwin, that was saying a lot. Even the best chefs of Kingsview Garden couldn't pull off a medicinal breakfast like this. What on earth had this woman put in it? Before he realized it, he'd swallowed the bite. He glanced down at the rest that had already been mixed, hesitantly picked up a spoonful, and then went all in, finishing the bowl clean. Ashley smiled faintly. Yup, no one could resist her secret recipe. When Edwin put down the empty bowl, he shot a look at the clearly proud Ashley. "What did you put in this?" Ashley held up her prized bottle of herbal honey. Edwin opened the lid and sniffed. A mix of several herbs blended into honey. Then, right in front of her, he casually dropped her precious bottle into his drawer. He glanced at her still standing there. "Want me to walk you out? Seriously? Eat and snatch? What a jerk." Ashley held back her frustration and carried off the empty bowl, cheeks puffed in annoyance. "Edwin," Clarence climbed in through the window. Dude, I swear I just saw a woman leaving your study just now. You imagined it. Edwin shut him down without a blink. Oh. Clarence rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, maybe he was seeing things. His buddy was practically a human statue when it came to women. No way there'd be one in his place. Clarence handed over the craft paper envelope. I dug up everything on your mute little bride. She's clean. No ties to that woman you've been looking for. I even checked those villages near the cave. No family named Sullivan at all. Was he just overthinking it? Edwin flipped through the papers from the folder, skimming quickly with sharp eyes. Clarence, sitting beside him, couldn't help but scoff. Man, that Sullivan family is messed up. That mute girl's life sounds brutal. No, straight up inhumane. The file laid it bare. At just 9, Ashley became mute and partially deaf after a nasty fever. Instead of treating her, her family just tossed her out like trash. Then poof, 11 years gone. No one knew where she ended up. Until now, when the King family brought up the old engagement, and the Sullivans suddenly brought her back, scared of offending them. You dropped $200 million, Clarence said with an incredulous laugh. And what did they give her? A single wedding dress. That's it. I wouldn't even treat an adopted kid like that, let alone my own. Edwin's face stayed calm, cold and unreadable. But in his mind, Ashley's innocent-looking face resurfaced. Is she really just what she seems, or is she hiding something, sharper, more calculating? Oh, right, Clarence suddenly burst into laughter. You'll love this. That drama queen Amelia got herself chased by a whole swarm of bugs last night. No idea what karma smacked her, but she's probably too freaked out to come bug you for a while. Coincidence? Ashley and Amelia had just clashed last night. Then Amelia gets hit with some weirdly timed retribution. Edwin's eyes flickered with a hard-to-read glint. After a beat of silence, he said coolly, Keep digging. I want to know everything that happened during those lost years. Meanwhile, in the garden. So you're telling me that breakfast from Ashley, Edwin actually ate all of it? Eleanor lit up with joy as Isaiah reported in. Every bite, even cleaner than your ladyship's bowl. Amazing. She clapped her hands, eyes twinkling with excitement. Looks like I picked the right granddaughter-in-law. I can already hear little great-grandbabies toddling around. Isaiah, however, had to rain on her parade. But for 2 nights in a row now, Mr. Edwin hasn't gone back to the bedroom. Ugh, that emotionally stunted blockhead, Eleanor grumbled, clearly annoyed. Apparently, she'd have to step in herself now. She leaned over to Isaiah, murmuring a few more instructions with a determined glint in her eye. Isaiah looked a bit hesitant. Won't Mr. King be mad about this? Eleanor shot him a glare, completely unbothered. Mad? He's delaying my great-grandkid and thinks he has the right to be mad? Just get it done. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Got it. Ashley's suitcase barely had a few outfits in it. She still needed a bunch of everyday stuff. So she made a quick trip to a department store. Right as she walked past a high-end boutique, she paused. Not because she was into the clothes, but because someone familiar caught her eye. Loud as ever and dressed like a walking rainbow, Isabel was soaking up attention from a circle of girlfriends, looking proud as a peacock. What really grabbed Ashley's attention, though, was the pendant swinging on Isabel's chest. Her eyes narrowed, a cold flicker flashing beneath the surface. So that's where the pendant went. This idiot actually swiped it. Ashley's lips curled slightly, a spark of cunning lighting her eyes. Inside the store, Isabel, for real? You're treating us today? We can just grab anything? Of course. Go nuts. I'm paying. Isabel held her chin high, practically glowing with pride. She kept fiddling with the pendant like it was her lucky charm. She dug it out of Ashley's suitcase the other night. Looked expensive, so she'd pocketed it. Turns out, that thing was legit. The moment she walked into the mall, the store manager had come rushing out to greet her personally, calling her some VIP guest and saying everything could be on the house. Catch me not showing off, she thought smugly, pulling together her group of fake besties for one big flex. Just as she was basking in her moment of glory, her eyes landed on someone across the way in a jewelry shop. That damn Ashley. Even just wearing a plain shirt and jeans, no makeup at all, she still looked ridiculously good. Damn it, why is she always so pretty? Jealousy burned in Isabel's eyes. She had to do something, anything, to knock Ashley down a peg. Ashley, meanwhile, saw her charging over through the reflection in the glass. She smirked, cold and amused, then calmly pointed to a necklace in the display and signaled the salesgirl to take it out. Before the piece could reach Ashley, Isabel stormed up and snatched it out of thin air. "You think this is something you're worthy of?" Ashley turned her head, casting a fearful glance at Isabel like a scared kitten. Isabel's temper flared up the moment she saw that weak and pitiful look on Ashley's face. "What are you staring at, you mute freak? Think you can afford that?" Isabel's voice dripped with disdain as her eyes swept over Ashley from head to toe. With a smug toss of her hair, she added, "I'll take this necklace. Wrap it up for me." The sales assistant was no newbie. Judging by Ashley's cheap outfit, she figured this girl wasn't likely to buy anything. But Isabel, decked out in designer from head to toe, definitely a rich client. "Of course, miss. I'll get that packaged right away," the assistant said with a near flirtatious grin, eager to please. Ashley's face fell as she reached out, trying to stop her. But it was too late. Her eyes welled up, making her look like she was about to break down. Isabel, on the other hand, felt completely thrilled. She jabbed Ashley's shoulder with her finger, cocky and pleased with herself. "Since when have you ever gotten to keep anything you liked?" "Ha! Everything you touched ended up mine. What makes you think someone like you could ever beat me?" Ashley looked ashamed and furious, tears welling up as she turned and ran out of the jewelry store, hand covering her face like she couldn't bear to be seen. But the moment she found a quiet corner, that hand dropped, and a sly smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Her angelic face now held a trace of triumph. Back inside the store, the sales assistant beamed like she'd just won the lottery. "Miss Sullivan, here's the necklace all boxed up for you. That'll be 10 million. Would you like to pay by card or check?" "What?" Isabel's smile froze. 10 million for this necklace? She'd assumed the piece might be a few $100,000 tops. The assistant's smile faded just a bit as she explained, "This is our signature piece, the heart of crystal. It's one of a kind." A flush of panic danced across Isabel's face. She'd only planned to humiliate Ashley, to snatch away that necklace just to spite her. How could she have known that little snake picked the priciest one in the whole store? Sensing something was off, the saleswoman toned down her enthusiasm and added politely, "Miss Sullivan, all our pieces are custom-made. Once purchased, they're non-refundable." Damn it, what kind of trap boutique is this? Isabel was seething inside, almost ready to snap, but with so many eyes on her, and those fake friends of hers now crowding around, backing out now would be social suicide. Those fake friends exchanged knowing glances, clearly enjoying the show. "Isabel, didn't you just say your family's about to buy up this whole mall? 10 million shouldn't be a big deal for you, right?" "Yeah, what? Were you bluffing back there? You guys are full of crap." Isabel was stuck, no way out but forward. She quickly dialed the mall's general manager, who hurried over soon after. She pulled out the pendant, hoping to talk her way out of the necklace bill. The manager looked troubled. If it were just $100,000 or so, maybe it'd be easier. But 10 million? That's way over his pay grade, and the guy behind that necklace, definitely not someone he could afford to cross. What if this pendant was fake? That'd be a disaster. Better to check first. "One moment, please," he said politely before stepping aside to make a call. "Mr. Reed." Meanwhile, up on the third floor, Ashley had tied her hair back and flipped her coat inside out. She lounged casually by the window of a shop, her cap pulled low to cover most of her face. From this angle, she had a perfect view of the drama unfolding below. Within minutes, a group of men in black stormed into the store, moving with military precision, heading straight for Isabel. She froze, caught completely off guard. "Let me go. What are you doing? Do you even know who I am? Help! Somebody help me!" Isabel screamed, kicking and struggling like crazy, but it was completely useless. She was dragged out of the mall, shoved into a waiting car, and whisked away. Ashley lazily gnawed on her straw, thinking to herself, with Edwin's crazy temper, "Yeah, Isabel might not make it out of this in one piece." Finishing her drink, Ashley strolled calmly out of the mall and hopped into a cab headed straight back to Kingsview Garden. In the basement, Edwin stood silently behind a one-way mirror, his gaze cold and indifferent as he stared at the terrified mess of a girl inside the holding room. "Please, I'm begging you. Please let me go," Isabel sobbed uncontrollably. I'm from the Sullivans. My family has money, tons of it. Whatever you want, my mom will pay. Just don't kill me." In his long, pale fingers, Edwin gently turned a restored pendant, slowly tracing its curves. The pendant was real, but the woman in there? Definitely all bark, no bite. Absolutely not the type who'd dare pull something on him. "Boss, we've pulled the mall footage." Clarence strode in, holding up a tablet for Edwin. His expression was a bit off as he threw a glance at Isabel. "And we figured out who she is. Second daughter of the Sullivan family. Before we even got there, she was giving your mute girl a hard time." Edwin lowered his gaze to the screen. On the video, Ashley was clearly getting harassed by Isabel inside some fancy jewelry store. Ashley didn't fight back, just kept taking it until she ran out covering her face, disappearing off camera. Isabel really takes the cake, dumb and petty. She knew that pendant was stolen and still had the nerve to drop $10 million at that store. Seriously, no brains at all, and she even made that girl cry. Edwin didn't say anything right away. He glanced at the holding cell where Isabel sat, pale and shaken. A flash of something cold passed through his eyes. Idiots are the easiest to use. "Huh? What's that supposed to mean?" Clarence frowned, confused. But Edwin clearly had no intention of explaining. He just turned and walked off. "Boss, what should we do with her?" Edwin replied without turning around, his voice calm and flat. "Rough her up. Wherever you grabbed her from, dump her back there." "Wait, rough her up?" Clarence's brows jumped. His boss was cold-blooded, sure, but he'd never raised a hand to a woman before. Could this be him standing up for that mute wife of his? Clarence rubbed his chin and let out a low whistle. "Well, well, looks like our ice-cold Mr. King's finally melting." Ashley felt a weight lift off her chest as she stepped back into the estate. She had dinner with Eleanor, took a relaxing walk, then headed to her room. She pulled out a new pair of pajamas and slipped into the bathroom. She had to admit, even if Edwin could be terrifying, his taste was pretty spot on. The decor suited her, and the bathroom even had this insane curved bathtub. Edwin probably wasn't coming back tonight. He was probably too busy venting on Isabel anyway. Ashley soaked lazily in the warm water, then slid on her sleepwear and got ready to crash for the night. But as soon as she stepped out of the bathroom, her heart skipped a beat. Edwin sat casually on the dark-colored couch, his tall figure looking like a looming shadow in the low light. His cold, sharp gaze locked on Ashley, who had just stepped out from the bathroom and froze in place. She was wearing a light blue spaghetti-strap nightdress, her long wavy hair dripping wet down her back. Her delicate features seemed even more striking in the dim room, and the short dress barely covered mid-thigh, leaving her fair legs fully exposed, like some dangerously alluring temptation. "You really think you're Mrs. King now?" His voice had an icy edge that made Ashley's scalp tingle. She unconsciously clenched the hem of her dress. Edwin tilted his finger, beckoning. "Come here." Ashley swallowed, suppressing the panic rising inside, and took slow steps toward him. Before she even reached him, Edwin suddenly yanked her into his arms. She barely had time to react before he sank his teeth into her shoulder, hard. Caught off guard, Ashley let out a muffled gasp, her brows knitting in pain. The taste of blood filled Edwin's mouth. He licked away the tiny bead on his tongue, then gripped her jaw tightly, feeling her tremble in silence. "Hurt?" He turned her face forcefully to him, his eyes dark and unreadable. "Good. Remember this feeling. Don't play games with me." His voice was low and deliberate, each word icy clear. "Or next time, I don't need Rusty, I'll rip you apart myself." There was still a smear of her blood on his lips. It made him look like a devil straight out of a nightmare. Beautiful and terrifying. Total psycho. Ashley felt a chill run down her spine. "Did you get that?" Edwin's patience was clearly worn thin. She nodded quickly, and yet the look on her face seemed to amuse him. His perfect features curled into a smile, one that held no warmth at all. "You went to the mall today. What for?" Ashley grabbed the nearby notepad and scribbled quickly. "Bought some daily stuff and clothes, your grandma knows." Edwin neither confirmed nor denied her words. Instead, his cool fingers slid up her shoulder and hooked her thin strap flirtatiously. This the clothes you got? Ashley's cheeks flushed red in an instant. She clutched her chest and shot Edwin a glare, though with those wide eyes and pouty lips, it looked more like a flirtatious tease than any real threat. Edwin chuckled lowly, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. You're in my room, using my tub, dressed like that, and sitting on my lap. And now you're shy? Don't you think it's a bit too late for that? Or... His eyes drifted to her nudely pale, creamy white thigh. Are you playing hard to get? Hard to get? Your face. Ashley practically leapt to her feet, fuming. If looks could kill, Edwin would be 6 feet under by now. He just laughed harder, completely enjoying himself. Watching her drop the polite act and show her real self, it was oddly satisfying. Just then, a panicked voice came from outside. Mr. Edwin, Mrs. Ashley, Mrs. Eleanor's not feeling well. You should hurry and check on her. What, again? Ashley frowned slightly. That didn't add up. She had just checked Eleanor's pulse earlier tonight. Everything had seemed fine. Edwin's expression turned cold as he narrowed his eyes at her. This is how you take care of my grandmother? Ashley didn't have time to argue. She quickly followed him to Eleanor's room. But once they opened the door to the bedroom, Eleanor was nowhere in sight. Instead, the room was filled with a strange fragrance. Familiar somehow, but Ashley couldn't quite place it. Little Edwin, you and Ashley can just spend the night here. Eleanor's voice came from outside the room. Edwin's face darkened in an instant. He walked up to the door, but it had already been locked tight from the outside. Drawing a sharp breath, he tried to stay calm. Grandma, seriously? Quit messing around. Open the door. But she just yawned dramatically from the other side. Oh dear, I'm so sleepy. I'm heading to bed now. You two should get some rest too. And Edwin, take real good care of my darling granddaughter-in-law tonight. She really emphasized the words, take care. Her grandson was seriously dense, like solid wood level dense. If she didn't push things along a bit, who knew how many years it would take to finally get a great-grandchild? Ashley finally figured out what that strange scent was. It was from a herb called lovevine. It's used in incense and acts as an aphrodisiac. The burner was sitting right there on the coffee table. She rushed over to put it out. But before she could, the giant TV across the room suddenly flicked on by itself. Just as she instinctively looked up, Edwin's large hand quickly covered her eyes. Don't look. She couldn't see, but she could definitely hear. The heavy breathing and moaning coming from the TV were way too explicit, loud, shameless, and right in her ears. Ashley froze on the spot, stiff as a board. She'd never listened to this kind of thing before. Even Edwin was caught off guard. He never expected his grandma to go this far. He normally had zero interest in this stuff, but between the incense and the audiovisual ambush, his body was having a reaction whether he liked it or not. Trying to stay composed, Edwin breathed in slowly, still keeping Ashley's eyes covered as he turned her to face him. Her wide, clear eyes stared up at him, nervous, confused, and totally innocent. His Adam's apple bobbed. She didn't have to do anything. Just looking at him like that was almost too much for him to handle. Don't turn around, he said hoarsely. Then he walked straight to the TV and yanked out the plug. Thank God, the sounds finally stopped. Ashley let out a silent sigh of relief. She'd brought her acupuncture kit with her. Thank goodness for that. Pulling out the longest, thickest needle, she walked quickly to the door, intending to pick the lock. But just as she poked the needle into the keyhole, she was suddenly lifted off the ground. Before she could even react, Edwin had thrown her straight onto the bed. Make some noise. His tall, lean figure loomed over her like a mountain, and those usually cool, deep eyes were now dark and intense. From his angle, Edwin could make out Grandma Eleanor's silhouette behind the curtains, clearly eavesdropping. She wouldn't leave until she heard what she wanted to hear. Ashley bit her lip in embarrassment, refusing to say anything. But then a startled yelp escaped her mouth. Her eyes flew wide open as she quickly grabbed Edwin's hand. He'd slipped it under her skirt out of nowhere. Edwin wasn't exactly having a good time either. Sure, this stunt was just to make her obey, but the soft warmth under his palm, it was low-key torturing him. How could such a petite woman have this much effect on him? He sucked in a breath, voice hoarse as he warned. My grandma's right outside. Don't make me say it again, or I swear I won't hold back. Ashley, both furious and mortified, had no choice but to open her mouth and cry out. Outside, Eleanor heard what she came to hear and walked away, satisfied. Edwin should have stopped there. But Ashley, lying beneath him, was so flustered she didn't even dare look him in the eye. Still thinking Eleanor was nearby, she kept crying out, her voice laced with panic and embarrassment. And damn, each sound felt like it was chipping away at his already thin self-control. His gaze darkened. Suddenly, he dropped his head and crushed her soft lips with his. The unfamiliar heat of the kiss made Ashley's eyes go wide. Her already nervous brain totally blanked out. She squirmed, wanting to fight back, but up against Edwin's strength, it was useless. He pinned her slim wrists with one hand over her head, not giving her any room to move. Still kissing her, Edwin didn't even close his eyes. He just stared right at her panicked eyes, watching them shift from angry and shy to vulnerable and helpless. And it was that look that made him want to push even further. Damn it, was this jerk seriously planning to take things all the way? Ashley, fuming and desperate, tried to reach for her acupuncture kit, but her hands were pinned tight. With no options left, she bit down hard on Edwin's lip. The iron taste of blood seeped into both their mouths. With a grunt, he let her go and wiped the blood off with his thumb, frowning. "Do you bite everyone like that?" Ashley had already scrambled away, curling up at the far end of the bed. Her wide eyes glared at him, full of embarrassed rage. Her hair was a mess, clothes disheveled, pretty much screamed she'd just been manhandled. Edwin hadn't expected to lose control like this, especially in front of this mute little girl. But this time was completely different. Running a hand over his brow, he muttered a rough, "Sorry," got off the bed, and headed straight for the bathroom. He cranked the cold water on full blast, letting it crash down over him. Meanwhile, Ashley dug out her acupuncture kit and started pricking herself to counter the effects of the love vine. Edwin's earlier loss of control must have been the effect of the passion herb. Knowing that, Ashley didn't feel quite as angry anymore. But seriously, that old lady, both infuriating and ridiculous. Ashley slipped down from the bed, ready to pick the lock with a needle and get out of the room. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from the bathroom. It sounded like someone had collapsed. Startled, Ashley ran over and knocked on the bathroom door. No response. She pushed it open and froze on the spot. Edwin had fallen just inside the doorway, his bathrobe loosely draped over him. His face was so pale it looked like all the blood had been drained out, like he was already dead. Ashley's face darkened as she rushed to his side to check his pulse. Her usually calm eyes suddenly flickered with something unreadable. She'd thought Edwin was faking his illness. After all, he didn't come across as someone on death's door. But now, it seemed the rumors were true. His pulse was erratic and weak, his energy all over the place. It wasn't just chronic sickness. It was more like long-term poisoning, the type that eats into your very bones. Just based on this alone, saying he wouldn't last 2 more years didn't seem like an exaggeration. A chill ran down Ashley's spine. Suddenly, something clicked in her head. Eleanor did have an old condition, random bouts of migraines, but those could be managed with medicine. It wasn't life-threatening. So maybe Dr. Woods had been living at Kingsview Garden not just for the old lady, but mostly for Edwin. "What are you doing?" A hoarse voice rang out. Edwin had come to, and the second he saw her, rage exploded around him like a storm. "Who told you to touch me? Get out!" He shoved her away violently. Ashley slammed into a cabinet behind her, pain shooting up her spine, tears stinging her eyes. "Get out, or I'll kill you!" His temple pulsed with fury, eyes red like a wild animal unhinged. In that moment, he didn't look human at all, more beast than man. He didn't want anyone, especially someone like her, seeing him like this. The searing pain in his body didn't let up, like being sliced open over and over, every nerve on fire. Edwin dropped to one knee and coughed up blood. Ashley, though hurting, got up off the floor and walked to him again. This time, she didn't hesitate. She knelt down in front of him and quietly, firmly took his ice-cold hand in hers. That unexpected warmth made Edwin's whole body tense, but just for a second. His eyes turned darker, more feral, and without thinking, he grabbed her shoulder with brutal strength, like he could snap her bones then and there. "You think I need your pity? You trying to die?" Before he could finish, Ashley, shaking but determined, threw her arms around him. Edwin suddenly froze. Ashley's slender, soft hand lightly patted his back, like she was silently comforting him. So tiny, she fit perfectly in his arms, snuggled close like a gentle cat. He even caught a whiff of the faint herbal scent on her. It slipped in like a cool breeze, quieting the raging storm inside him. Ashley noticed his body start to relax, like he wasn't resisting her anymore. She quietly pulled a silver needle from her cuff and swiftly jabbed it into one of his pressure points. Edwin didn't even flinch before dropping forward, landing right on her shoulder. It took everything Ashley had to get this man onto the bed. The guy who usually carried this terrifying, untouchable vibe now lay perfectly still, pale as paper, eyes closed, his sharp features softened to something almost fragile, like glass on the verge of cracking. Ashley gently pulled a blanket over him and was about to leave when, out of nowhere, he grabbed her hand. She wasn't ready for it, and next thing she knew, he yanked her off balance. She lost her footing and fell forward, lips almost brushing across his cheek. Her ears turned bright red. Thankfully, he was still out cold. But even knocked out, his grip tightened around her like instinct. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake him off. After a few failed attempts, she just gave up. With a sigh, she laid down beside him. After the long day, sleepiness crept in and her eyelids grew heavy. Soon, her eyes closed. Late into the night, the man on the bed stirred, eyes snapping open, dark, sharp, full of unrest like a predator just waking up. Something soft brushed against him. Edwin looked down and saw her sleeping face, peaceful, curled up in his arms like a kitten, totally at ease. He blinked, a bit caught off guard. The tension in him slowly ebbed away. His eyes stayed fixed on the girl in his arms, and something complicated flickered behind them, uncertain and unreadable. When Ashley finally woke up the next morning, sunlight was already pouring in. There was no sign of Edwin, but on the pillow beside her lay a black card. She stared at it for a few seconds, then picked it up. Her feelings, honestly, kind of a mess. She wasn't clueless. It was an unlimited black card, basically buy whatever, as much as she wanted. She could probably clean out an entire mall with it. But what was this supposed to mean? After a night sleeping next to her, the guy left without a word and tossed her a card. It almost felt like she'd just been ghosted. Shaking her head, she brushed away the messy thoughts. Whatever. She did save his life last night. A black card? She definitely earned it. Thinking that, Ashley casually slipped the card into her pocket. Perfect timing. She happened to be planning a little shopping spree. At the crimson-lit members' lounge, in an insanely decked-out private room, a few insanely rich heirs were casually playing poker. They called it fun, but each round cost more cash than most could imagine, hundreds of thousands flying in and out. Surrounding them were gorgeous women with flawless skin and barely their outfits, lounging close. The whole place reeked of indulgence and extravagance. Edwin couldn't care less. He sat by a pond, tossing raw meat into the water, watching with mild curiosity as the ugly razor-toothed piranhas leapt out, tearing into the bloody meat chunks. "Yo, Edwin, you look sharp today," Clarence called out as he plopped down beside him. "Finally got a decent night's sleep or what?" Edwin, having slept well, looked so handsome it was borderline criminal. Even after all these years as friends, Clarence still had to swallow a little when faced with that absurdly perfect face. Edwin paused for a second, eyes distant, then replied flatly, "Yeah, not bad." Drake came back? Drake had been treating Edwin's insomnia for years, though never with much success. Maybe he brought back a new remedy this time? It wasn't him. Edwin tossed another chunk into the pond, staring into the dark water. His voice was low and calm. "It was that mute girl. Something about her scent. Helps me fall asleep." "Huh? You serious? That girl actually works like a natural sedative?" Clarence looked stunned, then gave a mischievous smirk while rubbing his chin. "Hey, Edwin, maybe you should just go all in. Keep her for good. Sleeping with a pretty girl's not exactly the worst thing." Edwin shot him a cold look. Clarence instantly shut up. Edwin picked up a towel to wipe the blood off his hands, his face like stone. "Once she's no longer useful, I'll just extract whatever makes her smell like that." Then his phone buzzed again, non-stop notifications popping up. Clarence leaned over and felt personally attacked. "Wait, Who'd you give your secondary card to? I begged you for it forever and you never let me use it. So that's it, huh? You found someone new? Edwin shoved his head away. Get any closer and I'll feed you to the fish. Just then, a new notification popped up. Ashley had just made a purchase at Lowe, a high-end boutique, specifically bought a full men's outfit. Edwin raised an eyebrow. Lowe was his go-to place for custom suits. At least the girl had some taste. Oh, right, Clarence suddenly remembered. Did that mute girl of yours get the invitation yet? Edwin turned his head slightly, looking suspicious. What invitation? Today, the Sullivans are throwing this massive birthday bash for their eldest daughter, Audrey, and they even had someone personally drop off an invite at my place. Where do they even get the nerve? Sure, the Sullivans had some clout in North City, but compared to the Reeds, not even in the same orbit. Plus, their families had zero overlap. Edwin didn't respond. He quietly emptied the last 2 chunks of raw meat into the pond, crimson threads mixing into the water like ink. If the Sullivans had actually sent over an invitation, there's no way he'd be out of the loop. He grabbed his coat, giving a glance at the group of spoiled rich kids still playing cards. You guys keep it going. I'm heading out. This bunch had no real talent other than burning through cash. A bunch of legendary playboys, really. But hanging with them? It served 2 purposes. 1, it threw off the sly old foxes in the Kings. 2, once these guys got rolling, they spilled all kinds of gossip. That day, the Half Moon Bay Hotel was fully booked by the Sullivans for Audrey's party. Sleek luxury cars were lined up outside. The guests? Basically all the A-listers of North City. A swarm of media showed up too. The whole scene screamed glam, on par with any socialite event in the city. Across the street, a low-profile black sedan was parked in the shadows. Freddie had a clear view of the Sullivan family, Edward, Beatrice, Audrey, and Isabel, greeting guests with full-face smiles. So, boss, when are you jumping in? He asked. Obviously, when it hits peak chaos, Ashley replied, touching up her makeup in the mirror. Her once fair, soft skin was now toned down with earthy pigment. Sharpened shadows hollowed her cheeks, giving her a malnourished look. Even the bright lips were dulled with powder. She glanced at Freddie and threw him a playful wink. How do I look? Freddie raised an eyebrow. Like a refugee. Ashley smirked. Exactly what she was going for. Who cared about looking perfect? Playing the pitiful card got more sympathy. Inside the opulent ballroom, all the guests had arrived. The place glittered with designer gowns and polished smiles, laughter ringing under crystal chandeliers. It was buzzing. While the ultra-elite hadn't shown, most of North City's high society had shown up to give face. From the second floor, Edward stood with arms crossed, surveying the crowd below. What caught his eye was the sheer number of reporters. He didn't remember inviting that many press outlets. Did you bring in all these journalists? He asked Beatrice, frowning slightly. Beatrice looked just as puzzled. She had only invited 3 media houses, yet over 20 had shown up, and not just any, but the big-name ones. Guess it's because Sullivan Group's stock has been doing really well these days. All those media folks are probably here for your sake, honey. Beatrice smiled sweetly as she gently fixed Edward's collar, putting on the perfect picture of a loving wife. Edward clearly enjoyed hearing that. It lifted his mood instantly. Dad. Right then, Audrey and Isabel stepped out of the lounge together. Isabel still had bruises all over her face from yesterday's inexplicable beating. The makeup layered on couldn't hide it, making her look even more out of place next to the radiant Audrey. Edward's expression soured, eyes filled with displeasure. What a disgrace. Today's your sister's big day. If you pull any crap again, I swear you won't know what hit you. Isabel stomped her foot, biting back her words despite the grievance in her eyes. It was like being cursed. The people who tied her up yesterday simply vanished without a trace. She had no choice but to swallow it in silence. Edward turned and headed downstairs to greet the VIPs. Audrey was about to follow, but Beatrice grabbed her and pulled her to a quiet corner. What's this video and news about, huh? You went on record calling that wench Grace your mother? Beatrice's anger barely stayed under control as she pulled out a video from a few days ago that showed Audrey being interviewed. Audrey gently ran her fingers through her perfectly styled hair, clearly unbothered. It was just for show, Mom. I know exactly who my real mother is. But now everyone out there thinks you're Grace's daughter." Beatrice's voice rose uncontrollably. She had spent 20 years raising Audrey with everything she had, and now her daughter turned around and acknowledged her most hated enemy as her mom? Beatrice couldn't take that. Seeing her mom seriously pissed off, Audrey quickly put on a sweet and innocent smile, taking her hand. "Don't be mad, Mom. You know how big Grace's name is in the fragrance world. Honestly, winning first place in the prelims of the perfumer competition, it was all thanks to her help." She noticed Beatrice's face softening and went on, gently coaxing her. "Just hang in there for a bit. It's all temporary. Once Dad accepts me as his successor and I'm officially in charge, we won't have to cater to anyone ever again." Beatrice was won over almost instantly by her few smooth words. "When that day comes, I want you shouting from the rooftops that I'm your real mother." Audrey hugged her, acting all sweet. "Of course. You've done so much for me, Mom. I'll treat you like royalty in the future." But the second Beatrice turned her back, Audrey rolled her eyes in pure disdain. A third-rate actress turned model, her birth mother was the kind of embarrassment Audrey wouldn't even bring up. What could someone like that offer her anyway? "Audrey, remember to look out for your sister too. If you come across someone decent and suitable, keep her in mind," Beatrice reminded her. Yeah, got it. Two burdens, seriously." Audrey replied with clear impatience, then turned and walked downstairs. Audrey's just getting more and more stunning. She recently competed in the International Perfumer Competition in Marbella and actually placed first in her group. It even made the news. So impressive. That contest only happens once a year, and the judges are all top experts. For someone so young to even make it to the finals, she might just win it all. Tsk, just like mother, just like daughter. I'm telling you, Audrey's going to be the next big name in perfumery. Audrey just smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying, her tone calm. "You're too kind, ma'am." Edward looked quite proud, too. Putting on the calm and authoritative air of a family patriarch, he addressed the crowd with a measured smile. "Audrey did all right in the perfumer contest this time, but she's still young and's got a long road ahead. Now that she's 20, I've decided to hand her 15% of the group's shares along with the Sullivan perfumery branch. I hope she'll have your support going forward." That was basically making it official. Audrey was the chosen heir. "Edward, no need to downplay it. It's us who'll be leaning on Audrey in the future, not the other way around." Audrey lifted her chin slightly, graceful as ever. Her modest expression couldn't quite hide the confidence behind her eyes. Just then, a reporter's sharp voice cut through the crowd. "Mr. Sullivan, rumor has it that there's another daughter in the Sullivan family, Ashley, Grace's biological child. Is that true?" The moment that question dropped, murmurs rippled through the room. The family had always been vague about Audrey's background. Was it possible she wasn't even Grace's daughter? Edward's face instantly darkened. Damn it, where did this nosy reporter even come from? How the hell did they find out about that wretched Ashley? Of course not. Beatrice rushed forward, her voice firm and loud as she shook her head. She tried to look heartbroken, even dabbed the corner of her dry eyes like she'd been crying. "Today's Audrey's 20th birthday. It should be a joyful celebration. I hope you won't bring up something so painful for a mother. Ashley. She passed away long ago. To protect Audrey's future, she had no choice but to swallow her pride and go along with calling that deaf and mute cripple her daughter. Even if only temporarily." The reporter frowned. "So you're saying Ashley was your daughter and she's dead?" "Yes." Beatrice didn't even bother pretending anymore. As far as she saw it, that pathetic girl had already married off to some sickly man in Kingsview Garden. Even if she wasn't dead yet, she'd definitely get tortured to death soon enough. Suddenly, the banquet hall lights flickered and went pitch black without warning. Before anyone could react properly, the main doors burst open. Then a loud voice boomed from the speakers around the room, solemn and dramatic. "Presenting Miss Ashley of the Sullivan family." "What the?" Beatrice snapped her head toward the entrance, disbelief written all over her face. Everyone else turned to look the same way, expressions frozen in shock. From the shadows walked in a frail, slender figure moving slowly but surely. When her face came into focus, Beatrice's eyes nearly popped out of her head. It was that goddamn Ashley! She was wearing a outdated dress, her face pale and dull, hair dry and lifeless. Not a trace of the well-dressed debutante she used to be. She looked downright pitiful. But just 2 days ago, at her wedding, she hadn't looked anything like this. Then Bruce Cameron, the hotel manager, hurried over with a grin plastered on his face as he looked at Beatrice. "Mrs. Sullivan, just like you asked, I've brought the young lady here." Wait, what the heck was he talking about? Beatrice's expression turned instantly ugly, as if everyone in the room was now staring at her. And of course, the reporters weren't going to miss an opportunity like this. They swarmed forward, shouting questions over each other. "Mrs. Sullivan, didn't you just say your daughter Ashley was dead?" "Mr. Sullivan, there are rumors that you abandoned your daughter on purpose. Is that true?" "Mr. Sullivan, please respond to these allegations directly." Just moments ago, Edward had been quietly smug about the crowd of uninvited reporters. Now they felt more like surveillance cameras aimed right at him, watching his every move. No matter how much he disliked Ashley, keeping up appearances mattered more, so he forced a smile that barely stretched his lips. Ashley was born deaf and mute. Her health hasn't been great either, so she stayed back home to recuperate. His tone was stiff, and the moment he glanced over at Beatrice, still wearing that fake smile, the fury in his eyes all but screamed. "Way to go, honey. What a freaking surprise you've cooked up for me." The gritted teeth vibes in his voice were hard to miss. Beatrice certainly caught it, but what could she say with all these eyes on her? She felt like she was being falsely accused and could hardly even explain herself. Ashley had been standing outside the door long enough to hear all the nasty garbage this so-called family had been spitting about her. Not only had they taken what belonged to the Mackenzie family, now they even wanted to snatch her identity. Not on her watch. Everyone's attention was glued to Ashley now, so it went unnoticed when a man in black stepped quietly through a side door. Edwin stood at a corner, not the most obvious spot, but perfect for taking in the whole room. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze locking onto that pale, run-down-looking girl. The corners of his mouth tilted ever so faintly, a mix of amusement and curiosity. "Ashley, are you okay? Oh my gosh, thank goodness you're all right," cried Audrey, covering her mouth in faux shock before rushing forward and throwing her arms around Ashley like they were the best of friends. Like this mute could stir up trouble anyway. As long as the reporters bought into this loving siblings act, she'd find a way to deal with the girl later. Ashley gladly played along. That's exactly the image she wanted. After all, she didn't spend hours on her makeup today for nothing. And sure enough, the guests' expressions started to shift. Both daughters of the Sullivan family, huh? Audrey's pampered and polished, and Ashley, well, she looks like she's been through hell. All this extravagance just for Audrey's birthday. Look at her custom designer stuff. Then look at Ashley. Her outfit's one step up from a rag. Honestly, if you ask me, Ashley must be Grace's real daughter. No way Beatrice would let her own kid live like that. Deaf, mute, ignored by the parents. This poor girl's had it rough. The Sullivan family really shows their bias. Audrey clenched her fist tightly, nails digging into her palm. She thought this was her chance to come off as the sweet and caring sister on camera, but clearly, it backfired. Noticing Edward's stormy face as he glared at Beatrice like he was ready to throttle her, Audrey's heart sank. If they didn't fix this fast, it wasn't just Beatrice who'd get the blame. She might lose all the effort she'd put in to win Edward's affection, too. An idea sparked in her head. She leaned in close and whispered something low to Edward. His scowl slowly faded, and he nodded. "Fine. We'll do it your way." Audrey immediately beamed and took Ashley's hand, guiding her onto the stage. "Everyone," she said softly, sweeping her eyes over the journalists and guests. "Dad really dotes on us 3 sisters. He even prepared 3 gifts for us. Company shares, a perfume brand, and 3 gold shops. To be fair, we'll draw lots. The hotel will handle it, so everything's above board." People in the crowd began to warm up to her. Looks like Mr. Sullivan actually treats that Ashley girl pretty well. Probably kept her away all these years just to recover. What parent doesn't love their own kid? Even the cheapest gift, The gold shops were a big deal. Beatrice's heart ached just thinking about it. As the hotel staff prepared the draw, she dragged Audrey aside. "Why let that little tramp walk away with anything decent?" Beatrice snapped under her breath. Audrey's lips curled into a smug smile, eyes gleaming with mockery. "Chill, Mom. It's all for show. I'll make sure she gets stuck with those useless gold shops. We'll flip them right after. She won't see a dime of it." Beatrice's mood lifted instantly, though she still eyed her daughter with a hint of skepticism. "But how are you sure she'll pick the gold shops?" Audrey waved a hand lazily, brushing a lock of hair behind her ear. "She's deaf and mute. What's she gonna do? I tell her to pick something, she'll pick it. That idiot doesn't know any better." Her tone dripped with contempt as she glanced at Ashley slumped blankly in the corner. "Once we get the press out of here, we can deal with her however we want." Then, with an angelic smile on her flawless face, Audrey sauntered over to Ashley. "Sis," she said sweetly, holding out a small notebook. There was a single sentence inside, asking what gift Ashley wanted to pick. Ashley didn't even hesitate. She scribbled 4 words. "The most expensive one." Audrey's mouth twitched. Seriously, this country bumpkin really bought it, straight dumb to the core. She scribbled another sentence in her notebook. "Sis, if you trust me, pick box number 1. That one's got the real treasure." Ashley looked up at her, eyes lit with gratitude. So easy to fool. Audrey sneered inwardly, then wrote again. "After all these years, the Sullivan family owes you. You deserve the best." With that, she clasped Ashley's hand, her face full of fake tenderness, looking about ready to tear up out of guilt. Unexpectedly, Ashley's eyes welled up in just 3 seconds, tears gushing out like turning on a tap. Audrey froze for a second. When she caught the paparazzi scrambling for pics, she quickly pinched her own leg and forced out a couple of tears too. After the frenzy of camera flashes died down, Audrey personally pulled Ashley up onto the stage, with Isabel trailing behind reluctantly, face full of disdain. Soon, 3 sealed boxes were carried on stage, each marked 1 through 3, containing different mystery prizes. Audrey shot manager Cameron a look from the corner. He nodded back slightly. Everything was under control. "Let's have Ashley pick first," Audrey said generously, flashing a smile as she gestured toward the boxes. Ashley smiled back, grateful, and walked straight toward box number 1, lifting her dress to move gracefully. Watching her, Audrey felt smug as hell, raising her chin like a peacock in full strut. She was sure of it. People like Ashley, the kind no one ever really cared about, were way too easy to manipulate if you just tossed them a little kindness. Off stage, Edwin narrowed his eyes, catching every bit of Audrey's cocky demeanor. For some reason, a gut feeling told him Ashley wasn't the type to be pushed around so easily. "What's her game?" He leaned in, intrigued. And then, right in front of everyone, just as Ashley reached box 1, she suddenly turned and reached for box 3 instead. Audrey's face went pale instantly. Inside that box was 15% of the company's shares, and Edward had already signed it off. No way. The scream was right on the tip of her tongue, but Audrey dug her nails into her palm and swallowed it back down. Ashley had already pulled the contract out of the box and held it up for everyone to see. "It's 15% of Sullivan Group's shares," cried someone from the front row of guests, their voice loud and clear. No doubt, this was the most valuable gift of the 3 and exactly what Audrey had her eyes on. Watching Ashley take out the pen hidden up her sleeve and about to sign right there in front of everyone, Audrey's eyes widened in disbelief. Rage surged up like fire and she lost it, charging forward and grabbing Ashley's hand, stopping her from signing. The room froze. All eyes, along with countless cameras, zeroed in on them. Ashley looked up, eyes wide in mock confusion, like a poor little rabbit caught off guard. Such innocent act fooled most people. But Audrey? She saw right through it, the flicker of sarcasm hiding behind Ashley's eyes. She'd never been played like this in her life. That fake sweetness, that smug face. Audrey was so furious she could have ripped it apart right there. "Congrats," she hissed through clenched teeth, forcing out a twisted smile that looked more like she'd bitten down on a chili pepper. "Ashley." Ashley smiled faintly, calm as ever, and signed her name with a quick, clean stroke. The moment her pen hit the paper, she felt it, someone watching her. A sharp, piercing gaze cutting through the crowd. It made her scalp tingle, cold crawling up her spine. But when she looked up, there was no one. That dinner? Totally ruined for the Sullivan family. Edward threw down his fork midway, muttering something about work, and stormed off. Ashley? Unbothered. The more miserable they looked, the better she felt. With the table full of gourmet dishes, she took her time, tasting everything like it was the best meal of her life. Across from her, Beatrice and Audrey looked like they wanted to chew her alive. Ashley had planned to leave when there were still people around, but Audrey pulled her aside and wouldn't let her go. Not until the last guests had finally cleared out did Audrey let her leave. Staring at Ashley's back as she walked away, Audrey's voice went cold. Don't let her leave the hotel. Get that contract back. Beatrice stood next to her, eyes narrowed, voice full of venom. Do whatever it takes. I don't care if you have to beat her down. When Ashley reached the elevator, she saw a sign that read, "Out of order." She pressed the button just in case. No response. What were the odds? The elevator just so happened to stop working right after she'd used it? Ashley arched an eyebrow, turned, and headed toward the stairwell. In her palm, a few silver needles had already silently appeared. As expected, she'd only gone down 2 flights when she got blocked in by a group of Sullivan family bodyguards at the landing. "Hand over the contract," barked the guy in front. Ashley held the folder close to her chest, backing up slightly like she was scared. "Mrs. Sullivan said it doesn't matter if she gets beaten to death. Do it." The lead guard rushed forward. She tightened her grip on the needles, ready to fight back. Suddenly, a freezing wave of pressure swept in from behind. Before Ashley could react, a strong arm wrapped tightly around her slim waist, and she tumbled back into someone's chest. Startled, she looked up and saw Edwin's sharp, cold profile. He didn't even glance her way before kicking the charging guard straight into the wall. The guy passed out on impact. It hit her, those 2 guards she'd found unconscious outside her door earlier. Was that Edwin's doing? Who the hell is this pretty boy? Tired of living? The rest of them snapped and charged again. Edwin didn't even bother lifting a finger. With a flick of his jacket, he pulled a gun from his waistband. The cold, black muzzle pressed right up to the forehead of the guy in front. "Please, don't." The man trembled, basically wetting himself in fear. Edwin's lips barely moved as he said one word, "Leave." He radiated danger. His presence alone was chilling enough, and now with a gun in hand, might as well be death himself. No one wanted to die for a paycheck. The guards bolted, stumbling over each other in their hurry. Edwin casually looked down at the woman in his arms. Still enjoying the hug? Ashley let go instantly, then realized something was off. She looked up sharply. Edwin was now flipping through her contract. All that effort just for 15% of Sullivan shares? Edwin scoffed, not even hiding his disdain. To him, 15%, or even the whole Sullivan family, wasn't worth jack. But that contract meant everything to her. Ashley quietly reached out her hand, her clear eyes fixed on Edwin, somehow sharp and unwavering. Edwin found it amusing. "Little mute," he leaned in, his obsidian eyes glinting coldly. "Beg nicely. Maybe I'll hand the whole Sullivan family over to you." God, why was this guy so damn punchable? Ashley ignored him and moved to snatch the contract back, but Edwin casually rolled it up and turned around with long strides. She was fuming and hurried to catch up. Too bad his legs were basically stilts. He clearly had no intention of waiting. In her rush, Ashley twisted her ankle. Biting her lip through the pain, she lunged forward and wrapped her arms tightly around Edwin's waist. Caught off guard, Edwin stumbled slightly. He steadied himself, looked down at her hands clinging onto him, and tried to peel them off, only to realize she had the grip of a gorilla. Edwin's jaw tightened as he clicked his tongue, then grabbed her by the back of her shirt and yanked her up to eye level. "Little mute, you got a death wish or what?" Ashley shrank her neck back, suddenly losing steam. Head on doesn't work. Note to self, don't wrestle with a lunatic. Switching gears, she worked up some tears, gave a pitiful pout, and let her eyes well up on cue. Dare cry and see what happens. Edwin wasn't buying it, eyes cold, voice icy. The last woman who cried in front of me? Let's just say her gravestone's probably got vines on it by now. You've got to be kidding me. Ashley sucked those tears right back in. Instead, she pulled up the hem of her dress, showing her swollen ankle and a flash of pale calf right there for everyone to see. With one hand clutching Edwin's sleeve, she tilted her chin, looking up at him, all soft and teary-eyed. A few passing men sneaked glances, clearly not looking at her ankle. Edwin's face darkened. He yanked her skirt back down. "You really are asking for it." Before Ashley could figure out what that meant, her world flipped, literally. He'd unceremoniously scooped her up, bridal style, and started heading straight toward the black Maybach parked not far away. Just then, Isabel walked out the front entrance of the hotel and saw everything. "Well, well, Ashley, cheating on the King family with some pretty boy, huh? Bold." Isabel stormed forward, her voice shrill and confrontational, fully fired up for a showdown. But the moment she actually saw Edwin's face, she froze on the spot, heart pounding out of control. Damn, was it even legal for someone to be that good-looking? She was already thinking she had to make him hers. A pretty boy? Was she seriously calling Edwin that? Ashley glanced at Edwin, gauging his reaction. His flawless face remained unreadable, but the air around them definitely grew heavier. Isabel was still completely oblivious to any danger, arms akimbo, tossing out insults like candy. "Hey, handsome, you're this hot and still settling for a sugar mama? At least find a better one. That woman you're holding? Deaf, mute, and someone else's leftovers." Edwin's gaze turned steely as it landed on her. "Really? And what kind of trash would that make you?" Rude, but his voice was annoyingly pleasant, and the fact that he even responded made Isabel's heart skip. Chin lifted, she gave a smug little smile. "You've heard of Sullivan Corp, right? I'm the youngest daughter." "Sullivan Corp." Edwin's lips curled into a cold smile. "Got it." With that, he strode right past her without a second glance, carrying Ashley into the car and driving off without hesitation. Isabel stood there, blanking out. Wait, what did that mean? He remembered her? Was he dropping Ashley for her? Her eyes lit up. Jackpot! Then another thought hit her. If she could dig up proof that Ashley was cheating, hand it to the King family, that would ruin her completely. And then that gorgeous guy would be all hers. Perfect plan. As Edwin's car disappeared down the road, she jumped in her own and hit the gas, determined to follow. But before she could take off, a black car suddenly swerved out and slammed head-on into her. "Ah!" Isabel screamed, ducking too late. With a deafening crash, the front of her car got wrecked, smoke pouring out from under the hood. Meanwhile, Edwin watched it all from his rearview mirror. From the Bluetooth in his ear came a respectful voice. "Mr. King, proceed further?" "No need. She's not worth the effort." Ashley gave him a long, unreadable look from the passenger seat. Isabel had this coming, but this man, absolutely terrifying. At the same time, back in the ballroom upstairs. "She got away?" Beatrice glared at the group of bodyguards standing sheepishly in front of her. She practically had a stroke right then and there. Useless idiots. I paid you all that much, and 7 grown men can't deal with one mute woman? "Ma'am," someone with a gun suddenly showed up and saved her. The bodyguard looked like he'd eaten a pile of grievances. Beatrice, of course, wasn't buying it. "Nonsense. That little mute? No way she's got some man by her side." "It's true, Mom." Isabel stormed in, holding her bruised forehead, teeth clenched. "That little tramp's keeping a guy outside. I saw it with my own eyes. She was carried into a car by this seriously hot guy, obviously her boy toy. I tried to go after them, but then out of nowhere a car hit me." Worst day ever. It's all that Jinx Ashley's fault. Every time she shows up, something goes wrong. Fuming, Isabel pulled out her phone and shoved the photos she took in front of Beatrice and Audrey. The pictures didn't catch the guy's face, just his tall, lean back, but they did catch Ashley's side profile as she leaned into him. Even better, there was a clear shot of the car's license plate. Audrey took one look and gasped, "That's a King family car." She'd done her homework on the powerful families in North City, and that plate she knew for sure. Beatrice's mood instantly did a 180. Her lips curled into a smug smirk. So she's bold enough to use the King family's money to keep a boy toy? When Edwin finds out, he won't let her off easy. "Ma'am!" Bruce rushed in holding a gift box, only to get smacked across the face before he could speak. He looked completely stunned. "Ma'am? You traitor! Perfect timing, huh? How dare you conspire with that little mute to frame me?" Beatrice's eyes were spitting fire. She looked ready to tear him apart. "When did I ever tell you to invite that wretch here?" Bruce couldn't believe what he was hearing. "You sent me the email yourself," he said quickly, pulling out his phone and opening the message to prove it. Beatrice snatched the phone, not buying it for a second, but froze the moment she saw the sender address. Her jaw dropped. It really was from her account, and it was worded like a personal instruction. She had specifically requested Bruce to give Ashley a grand entrance today. No, no way. Why would I send something like that? Beatrice's face went paper white, disbelief written all over it. This has got to be some kind of curse. Audrey frowned, quiet but clearly irritated. No curse. They'd just completely underestimated that little snake, Ashley. Maybe this whole party stunt had been her plan from the start. The more she thought about it, the clearer it became. Ever since Ashley showed up, they'd been dancing to her tune. And the craziest part, she hadn't even done anything, just stood there and watched it all play out. Audrey's eyes darkened slightly, a flicker of doubt flashing through them. Was that mute act just a front? Could she have been faking the whole time? "Mrs. Sullivan and Miss Sullivan, this is a birthday gift from Ashley," Manager Cameron said, handing over the gift box. Beatrice didn't even look at it. "Trash it. Whatever nonsense she sent can't be anything good." "Wait a sec." Audrey reached out to stop him, eyes glinting with mischief. "I want to see what that woman thinks is worth showing off." She popped the lid open and froze. Beatrice leaned in for a look. Her eyes went wide in disbelief. "Is that emerald?" She might have been clueless in many things, but when it came to jewelry, Beatrice knew her stuff. This emerald bracelet? Top tier. The clarity and shine alone screamed high-end. Easily worth a few million, if you could even find one for sale. No way she could afford something like this, Beatrice exclaimed, then quickly drew her own conclusion with deadly certainty. "She must have stolen it from the Kings, trying to act rich in front of us." Classic bumpkin move. Stealing just to play pretend. Beatrice sneered viciously. "Took something from the Kings and still has the nerve to keep a boy toy? I swear this time that girl's done for." Meanwhile, a sleek black Maybach sped down the street. Ashley sat in the passenger seat, eyes locked on a document tossed carelessly in the back seat, her contract. For Edwin, that little piece of paper probably meant nothing. The whole Sullivan group might as well be pocket change to him. But for Ashley, that contract was everything. Her one shot at regaining control of the Sullivan family's legacy, her one chance at finding her mother. She glanced sideways at Edwin. It looked like he was focused on driving. Steeling herself, she quietly stretched her arm toward the back seat, fingers just inches from the document when Edwin suddenly curved his lips into a smirk and slammed on the brakes. The seatbelt yanked Ashley back hard, and the paper flew out of reach again. She turned to him, eyes blazing. That had to be on purpose. "Cursing me in your head?" Edwin asked lazily, resting one hand on the steering wheel. His eyes, casual yet piercing, locked onto hers like he could see straight through her faked calm. Ashley bit her tongue and forced a smile. Of course not. The edges of that smile were practically trembling, but she still kept up the act. Edwin didn't call her out. Instead, he casually reached into the back seat and grabbed the contract, holding it just out of her reach. "Did I ever say you could have this?" he asked coolly, then nodded toward the side of the road, where a fancy pastry shop came into view. "Grandma loves their cakes. Get out and grab some." The contract was in his hands, so Ashley had no choice but to obediently push the door open and get out to buy the pastries. Her twisted ankle wasn't that bad, but it still hurt with every step. Standing under the scorching sun, Ashley wiped the sweat off her face. Luckily, the line wasn't long, and it was soon her turn. Inside the car, Edwin narrowed his eyes, staring closely at the woman's slender back. He held the Bluetooth earpiece with one hand and gave a quiet but chilling order. "Nathan Ford, drive into her." "Yes." There was no hesitation in his tone. He simply followed orders. Ashley had just turned around with the pastry box in her hands. Her leg was injured, so her pace was slow. She hadn't gone far when her back tensed. She caught the roar of an engine aggressively racing toward her from the right sidewalk. And just a few meters ahead, Edwin had rolled down the window. That cold, devil-may-care face of his held a faint smirk. watching her like he was anticipating some twisted drama. She was supposed to be deaf. That meant she wouldn't hear the car barreling toward her and naturally wouldn't dodge it. But if she didn't, and the car didn't stop in time, she'd be just another tragic accident. Should she move or stay? People nearby had already started screaming. Cold sweat soaked Ashley's back. She tightened her grip on the pastry box and just kept walking toward Edwin like nothing was happening. She even tilted her head and gave him a sweet, almost eager smile. Was she really unable to hear? Edwin's gaze darkened. He tapped the earpiece and gave an abrupt command. That's enough. Stop the car. Screech! With a jarring brake, the black car screeched to a halt barely inches from Ashley's feet. Life or death, just a few centimeters apart. Ashley's body jerked as she turned sharply, her face etched with just the right amount of shock and fear. The black car peeled away with a sharp turn, speeding off in the opposite lane in a flash. Her heart, which had been lodged in her throat, slowly began to settle. She clamped her lips together, opened the car door, and climbed in. She really wanted to chuck the box of pastries in her hands right at Edwin's smug face, but she held back. For the rest of the ride, Ashley just sat there holding the box and staring out the window. Every once in a while, Edwin glanced sideways at her. That little thing was radiating anger. Even the back of her head was throwing shade. She could read lips. With him wearing the headset earlier, she must have caught what he said to Nathan Ford. Still, she kept her cool. The car finally pulled into Kingsview Garden. Ashley reached for the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. It was locked. She looked back, only to find Edwin lazily watching her. 9 million swiped away in a morning. He propped his head up with one hand and asked casually, "So, where's all that stuff you bought?" Just as the words left his mouth, a few large trucks rolled into the yard. Edwin frowned. What were the bodyguards at the gate even doing? They were just letting anyone in now? He pulled the door open and stepped out of the car. But the moment his eyes landed on a familiar figure, his expression shifted. His grandmother Eleanor was slowly approaching with Pamela supporting her gently. He was about to walk over to her. "Ashley, my sweet girl." But to his surprise, the grandma, who usually only ever had eyes for him, walked right past like he was air, beaming as she reached for Ashley's hand. "All of this is from you, isn't it?" Eleanor's face lit up with joy as she glanced at the trucks full of furniture. "Oh, what a thoughtful granddaughter-in-law I have." She thought the dark wood felt too cold and unwelcoming, so she replaced everything with rosewood and ebony to make the place feel warmer. Edwin froze in place, looking at Ashley with mild surprise. He hadn't bothered snooping into her spending lately. He'd just assumed, after being broke for so long, she'd blow up the second she got her hands on money, buying luxury goods like some tasteless nouveau riche. He didn't expect her to splurge on his grandmother instead. Miss Sullivan, a representative from LOEW, the high-end designer clothing brand, walked over. "Here's the custom piece you ordered this morning, all tailored and delivered." Edwin's expression didn't change, but his gaze flicked over. Seeing Ashley holding the outfits and walking in his direction, he casually adjusted his sleeve and lifted a hand, clearly expecting her to hand it over. After all, she'd used his card. She could at least get him something decent in return. But Ashley clutched the clothes tighter and gave him a weird look like he was imagining things, then made a beeline for Isaiah, the butler. "Edwin, wait, ma'am, this is for me?" Isaiah asked awkwardly, completely caught off guard. "This looks pricey." Ashley shrugged and pushed the clothes into his arms without room for refusal. And it wasn't just Isaiah. Pamela and nearly every household employee nearby had a gift in hand. Eleanor stood off to the side, pleased as punch. Such a good girl. She remembers kindness. Look at that, gifts for everyone. Everyone, except Edwin. Eleanor let out a dramatic sigh and glanced at her grandson, who was practically an iceberg. Shaking her head with a tsk, she muttered loud enough for everyone to hear. "Some people just don't know how to care for their wives. No wonder they don't get anything." Childish. Edwin's face darkened as the words slipped out coldly. Without another glance, he turned and walked off. Eleanor chuckled, clearly pleased, squeezing Ashley's hand with a knowing smile. She playfully raised her brows. "That was brilliant. Playing hot and cold like that really works. Men need a little push and pull to stay hooked. Ashley blinked. Was she seriously this dramatic? Meanwhile, Isaiah was carrying the clothes when a shadow suddenly loomed in front of him. He looked up, only to meet Edwin's sharp, icy gaze. Isaiah's knees nearly gave way. Edwin stared him down, his eyes completely devoid of warmth. The incense and DVD from last night? That was your idea? Isaiah nearly dropped the clothes then and there. With both parties being his bosses, there was no way to shift the blame. He swallowed hard. I was wrong, sir. Edwin eyed the outfit in Isaiah's hands and asked coolly, Does Ashley know you gave your full support to that little scheme? Isaiah broke into a cold sweat. Even holding this gift made him feel guilty now. I'll just return the clothes to her, sir, right now. No need, Edwin said dryly. Drop it. Confused but obedient, Isaiah placed the clothes down. Then, Edwin casually pulled a matchstick from his pocket, struck it, and tossed the flames straight onto the pile. Isaiah gaped. Wait, wasn't this behavior just a bit too childish? A few trucks had delivered brand new furniture for Eleanor's place, replacing decades-old pieces. Ashley took it upon herself to rearrange everything. Back and forth she went, sweating from all the running around. Her foot still ached, but she didn't want Eleanor to worry, so she kept pushing through. After dinner at Eleanor's, she finally returned to her room, massaging her sore hands. She planned to soak in the tub before checking on her bruised foot. Even though Edwin wasn't around, she made sure to lock the door just in case. She sank into the warm water, letting the tension melt away. Still, a slight furrow lingered on her brow. That contract, still in Edwin's hands, she needed to come up with a way to get it back. Right as she was lost in thought, the lock on the bathroom door made a faint click. Ashley's body tensed. She reached for a towel in a panic, barely moving when, bang! The locked door flew open with a thunderous crash, making the whole bathroom tremble. And there stood Edwin, dressed in black with inky hair. The man's pale skin looked almost ghostly under the light. He stepped in, slow and composed, but every inch of him screamed danger. There was this dark, creepy vibe around him, and he reeked of blood, strong enough to make anyone's stomach turn. As Edwin moved closer, Ashley caught a whiff of that thick, metallic scent. She tightened her grip on the edge of the tub, her eyes catching his long, elegant fingers. Once beautiful, now streaked with dried blood. Even his black shirt was soaked at the edges, blood dripping steadily to the floor. In an instant, she was pulled back to the memory of meeting him for the first time. That wretched hidden room, that was no place for the living. He was the devil in human skin. Ashley trembled. Silent dread clung to her like a shadow. Heh! Edwin let out a low, chilling chuckle. The dark gleam in his eyes locked onto her paling face. Scared? His large hand clamped around her chin, cold and firm, his gaze sharp and unblinking, like a hunter toying with cornered prey. People who can't hear or speak usually have a sharper nose. So tell me, how many people's blood can you smell on me? Ashley flinched in his grip. None of that blood was his. Little mute, remember how I smell. His fingers dug harder into her jaw, and a flicker of ruthless menace lit up in his eyes. If you ever lie to me or betray me, I'll drain you dry myself. Freaking psycho. Ashley bit back her fear and gave a small nod, barely moving. He looked oddly satisfied with her frightened reaction, even let a small grin slip. Good girl. Right then, chaos erupted outside. Where is that bitch, Ashley? Tell her to get out here. Amelia's shrill voice pierced the air, slicing through the bathroom door like nails on glass. Edwin's expression shifted, the killing intent that had softened instantly ignited again. But then, just as fast, it disappeared beneath his calm mask. Miss King, move. Anyone dares block me, I'll have my dad take them out. Amelia had already barged into the bedroom, her heels clacking sharply until they stopped abruptly. She stormed straight toward the open bathroom door. Edwin's eyes turned chilly in a flash. Without a word, he yanked off his black shirt and stepped right into the tub. Ashley's eyes shot wide open in panic. The bathtub was full of bubbles, sure. What the hell are you two doing? Amelia froze at the door, stunned by the scene. Her already dark expression sank into something almost black. Edwin, how could you mess around with this kind of trash? She'd been chasing after him forever and hadn't even managed to hold his hand. Edwin lazily rested his toned arms over the edge of the tub. Looking over at her, he said coldly, "Watch your mouth." His gaze was calm, but carried a force that made Amelia flinch involuntarily. What was that look? It had to be her. That damn woman must have bewitched Edwin. Amelia glared at Ashley, eyes burning with jealousy, like she wanted to tear her apart. "Edwin, don't fall for that mute act. She's not as innocent as she looks. She's a backstabbing little witch. That's what she is. Look at what she did to me." She hiked up her sleeves angrily. Her once pale arms were now covered in red welts and healing bite marks from some kind of venomous bugs. Edwin narrowed his eyes slightly, a breathless chuckle escaping his lips. He leaned in toward the woman beside him. "So you've got hidden talents too, huh?" His warm breath brushed lightly against Ashley's neck. Ashley was frozen stiff, not daring to so much as twitch. That woman showing up in Kingsview Garden must have had something up her sleeve. Honestly, I say we just get rid of her. Amelia's voice turned cold and venomous. "Edwin, you hate blood, so just hand her over to me." Afraid of blood? Ashley's mouth twitched. Clearly, Amelia had no clue what kind of man Edwin really was. "You planning to just stand there and watch me get dressed?" Edwin shot a look at Amelia. Amelia, who'd been all fired up a second ago, suddenly turned all bashful. "Edwin?" Truth was, she wouldn't mind catching a glimpse of him naked, but Edwin wasn't about to give her the chance. "Out." Despite her reluctance, Amelia backed off. She was still kind of scared of Edwin. Before leaving, though, she threw a vicious glare at Ashley. Ashley wasn't thinking about Amelia at all right now. She was huddled naked in the water, just wanting the man behind her to hurry up and leave the tub. Too bad Edwin had no plans of leaving. Ashley lost her patience and turned around, only to lock eyes with his teasing, dark gaze. "What, don't want to part ways? You really that into this romantic bath with me?" Could this guy be any more shameless? The next second, the water stirred and Edwin, bare-chested, suddenly leaned closer, proving, very literally, that he wasn't kidding around. "Didn't catch that? Or maybe, I should just carry you out myself?" As he spoke, his hand slid to her waist, clearly about to pick her up. Ashley flinched like she'd been electrocuted, face burning red. Total perv. Seething, she reached out and clamped a hand over Edwin's eyes. Edwin, surprisingly cooperative, let her do it. His ridiculously long lashes brushed her palm, sending a weird tickle straight into her chest. Flushed to her ears, Ashley kept his eyes covered while scrambling out of the tub. The moment she let go, she snatched up her robe in lightning speed to shield the important parts. Honestly, it all happened in 2 seconds. But in that flash, Edwin caught sight of her slim, fair waist. His eyes narrowed slightly. So soft. Resting his long fingers on the tub's edge, he rubbed his fingertips like he was savoring the touch. It really did feel that soft. Ashley had just thrown on her robe and stepped out of the bathroom when 2 men in black suddenly grabbed her, one on each side like a couple of goons. "You filthy bitch, how dare you play tricks on me?" Amelia couldn't hold it in any longer. Seeing Ashley's elegant and delicate face only made her jealousy boil over. "I'm gonna ruin that pretty face of yours. Let's see how you seduce guys after that." At some point, she'd pulled out a sharp dagger and slashed it toward Ashley's face with pure malice. Ashley's gaze turned cold. She had still gone too easy on Amelia. Using a quick twist, she broke free from the grip of the 2 bodyguards and ducked back, skillfully dodging the blade. But she ended up slamming into a broad, warm chest that was still carrying the faint heat of a recent shower. She didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Her whole back stiffened, and just as she tried to move away, Edwin's strong arm firmly wrapped around her waist. "Edwin, grab that slut for me!" Amelia yelled in glee the moment she saw Ashley held in place. Without hesitation, she stabbed toward Ashley's face. With the blade closing in, there was no way Ashley could fight back. Edwin was holding her tight, and those bodyguards were useless earlier. Resigned, she shut her eyes. But the pain never came. Instead, Edwin caught Amelia's wrist in one swift move. "Edwin?" Amelia's eyes went wide in disbelief, then twisted with rage as she glared at him. "You're actually siding with that cheap woman over me?" Did he forget she was backed by the whole King family? And him? Just a sickly man. Where did he get the nerve? Ashley was surprised too as she looked up, just in time to see Edwin glance down. Their eyes met, and she clearly caught the trace of playfulness in his gaze. Relax, Edwin said lazily, corners of his lips lifting slightly. Grams arranged our marriage. If you want to mess with her, better get Granny's okay first. Ashley felt the little spark of warmth in her heart instantly go cold. So he wasn't protecting her, just afraid of getting scolded. She must have lost her mind thinking he was actually standing up for her. Amelia frowned, fed up. It's late. I won't bug Grams now. I'll just take her with me tonight and explain tomorrow. She threw a look to the bodyguards, signaling them. Take her now, teach her a lesson later. Once it's done, even that old lady wouldn't be able to say anything. Ashley didn't panic in the slightest. Who was about to take who down was still up in the air. If that contract wasn't still with Edwin, tonight would have been perfect for her to leave Kingsview Garden and cut ties with that psycho. What are you doing? A sharp, aged shout burst in from outside. Eleanor came storming in, leaning on her cane, clearly furious. She scanned the room, her eyes landing on Amelia. Her cane slammed to the ground. I'd like to see who dares take my granddaughter-in-law away today. Ugh, this meddling old hag. Amelia bit back her anger and tried to explain. Grandma, it was this little mute who came at me first with poison. Look, I nearly got killed by those damn bugs. She held out her hands and neck, showing the nasty welts and boils from the bite marks. Ashley, was it really you? Eleanor asked quietly, frowning. Ashley shook her head, looking completely innocent. Eleanor's eyes sharpened as she turned to Amelia. Ashley said she didn't do it. No proof? Then get out of my sight. You're just protecting her on purpose. Amelia gritted her teeth. I'm not letting this go. If you don't back me up, I'll go tell Dad. He'll fight for me. You insolent child, Eleanor shook with rage. Amelia had always been out of control. She didn't even care about Grandma now, just raised the knife and lunged at Ashley. I'm going to end you, you bitch. Eleanor panicked. Stop it right now. Edwin, separate them. Don't let anything happen to Ashley. Edwin didn't move. He stood there, eyes narrowing, calmly watching the two women struggle. On the surface, it looked like Amelia had the upper hand. After all, she'd trained in self-defense since she was a kid, but even after wildly slashing more than 10 times, she hadn't even brushed Ashley's clothes. That wasn't just dumb luck. Edwin. Eleanor's tone turned urgent, finally pushing him to step forward with long strides. But then something made Edwin pause, his sharp gaze chilling slightly. Ashley, who had kept her guard up the whole time, suddenly made a dumb move. Amelia seized the chance and slashed toward her face. Ashley's eyes widened like she was scared, lifting her right hand to block. But her other hand? It snapped up like lightning, gripping Amelia's wrist. Just as the blade tore her shirt, she twisted with brutal precision. Ah! Amelia let out a sharp scream. The knife in her hand clattered to the floor as she clutched her arm, her face pale, eyes burning with fury. You bitch, you really broke my hand. Ashley held her bleeding arm, face all innocent, gently shaking her head. She really did look pitiful. Amelia was in such pain she could barely breathe, screaming like a mad woman. I'm calling my dad to kill you. What are you all waiting for? Call him now. Ashley shrank closer to Eleanor, like she was scared out of her wits, but there was a brief flicker of cold sharpness in her eyes. Perfect. She had been wanting to see the legendary head of the King family anyway. Christopher King had been nearby for a business deal. Less than 20 minutes later, he stormed in with bodyguards and a private doctor in tow. Dad, Amelia rushed to him, sobbing. That bitch did it. First she got bugs to bite me, now she broke my hand. You gotta make her pay. I want her dead. Christopher, who looked much younger than his age, with his sharp features and imposing air, instantly snapped. What are you all standing around for? Treat Amelia's injury. The doctor rushed forward, trembling as he checked Amelia's arm. Then Christopher's gaze locked on Ashley. Just one look, and she knew he wasn't someone to mess with. His voice was bone-chilling. Take that woman with us. Christopher! Eleanor tried to block. It's not what you think. Mom, you're getting old. Maybe you should rest instead of getting involved. He cut her off without even looking her way. You! Eleanor's face turned white with anger, and she nearly lost her balance. Several guards closed in on Ashley. At that moment, a calm, low voice rang out through the room. Uncle Christopher, it's pretty late. Don't you think you owe me a reason for trying to take my wife? Edwin strode in, no longer in his sleepwear. Jet black shirt and pants, he looked effortlessly sharp, with a hint of danger about him that felt more devilish than divine. Christopher's face twisted the moment he saw him. She hurt Amelia. She should pay. His voice was icy. You only married her to balance luck or whatever. You want a stand-in? I'll send 10 girls over tomorrow. Take your pick. There are plenty of mute, deaf rejects to go around. Edwin let out a low chuckle. Well, aren't you generous? He walked over to Ashley and casually threw an arm around her shoulders, letting out a barely there sigh. But I happen to be crazy about this little mute. Sorry, I'm not sharing. The smile that had been playing at Christopher King's lips disappeared in an instant, his brows drawing together. So you're picking a fight with me now? Eleanor's heart skipped a beat. Chris, Edwin didn't mean it like that. Don't get me wrong, Edwin said calmly, his tone laid back. It's just that you've always been known for fair play and leading by virtue. Now here you are, barging into Kingsview Garden in the middle of the night, causing a scene with the sick and the elderly. If word gets out, might not look too good for your re-election as chairman next month, huh? Christopher's eyes narrowed slightly, hawk-like sharpness flashing coldly in them. Are you threatening me? How could a cripple like me dare? Edwin's smile was faint, but Ashley, standing close beside him, could feel his vibe turning colder and heavier by the second. But if you want to take my wife, I'll need an explanation. My hand's not enough? Amelia shrieked. This is my piano hand. I've won countless awards. The next Venus Gold Prize is practically mine. And that bitch broke my hand? She has to pay. Oh? Edwin looked down at the woman beside him. Did you break her hand? Ashley's eyes were watery as she shook her head desperately, looking utterly wronged. She wasn't stupid enough to actually break Amelia's hand. She knew the human body like the back of her hand. 206 bones, 720 pressure points. If she wanted to teach Amelia a lesson, it wouldn't take much. You saw that. My wife said she didn't do it. Edwin gently reached out, tucked a loose strand of Ashley's hair behind her ear with so much tenderness it looked almost staged. Only Ashley caught the fleeting glint of mockery in his eyes. Besides, my wife's like a delicate breeze. How could she possibly snap someone's hand? Ashley. She had a feeling this damn man was throwing shade at her, but had no proof. Amelia's shrill screech snapped back. So just because she said no, we're supposed to believe it? This little betch is the queen of drama. Dad, my hand is ruined. I might never play piano again. She ruined my entire life. I want her dead. Getting more and more worked up as she went on, Amelia suddenly kicked the doctor nearby, knocking him over. You mute or what? Hurry up and tell them how bad my hand is. If her hand was done for, her whole life was over. Christopher's frown deepened, his stare burning into the doctor. Tell me straight, how bad is her injury? The doctor, clearly thrown off and looking uncomfortable, got up slowly, adjusting his glasses. He was ticked off but dared not show it. Quietly he murmured, Mr. King, Miss King's hand isn't broken. What did you say? Christopher's face shifted subtly. No way. Amelia's eyes widened in disbelief, voice cracking as she yelled, It hurt like hell just now. The bone's cracked. No way it's not broken. The doctor shot Amelia a meaningful glance. Well, maybe Miss King knows the truth better than anyone. But medically, there's nothing wrong with her hand. That was his not-so-subtle way of saying, Amelia was faking it. Amelia completely lost it. She grabbed the nearest stool and chucked it at the doctor. You quack! What nonsense are you talking? For a second, everyone just froze, eyes locked on her. That was the same right hand she'd been crying over, claiming it hurt like hell. Now it was suddenly strong enough to hurl a stool. Even Amelia realized something was off. She stared at her hand, shocked. No way. It couldn't have just healed on its own? Ashley pressed her lips together, holding back a smirk. She had timed it perfectly. Half an hour was just enough for a fake dislocation to fix itself. This can't be. It has to be you. Amelia's face flushed with fury as she lunged at Ashley. You witch! What did you do to me? Enough! Eleanor snapped, smashing her teacup against the table with a nasty crack. She shot Christopher a sharp glare. Great parenting there, Mr. King. I'll be sure to bring this up at next month's board vote. Christopher hadn't expected his daughter to screw things up this badly. His face darkened. Dad? Amelia tried to plead. Shut it, we're leaving. He barked the words, barely keeping it together, and turned to leave. Uncle Christopher, Edwin cut in coolly. He was still holding Ashley's injured hand in his tone lazy but his eyes stone cold. Just now, you were ready to have my wife pay with her life over what you thought she did to your daughter. Now that we know the truth, what about the blow Amelia gave my wife? You really think no one gives a damn about her just because she doesn't talk much? His voice turned razor sharp toward the end, full of chilled fury. Ashley blinked, staring at Edwin's side profile. Her heart hiccuped. Damn it, not now. Christopher turned back, his tone bristling. What are you getting at? Edwin faked a thoughtful pose for a beat, then gave a casual shrug. Since you're all about fairness, why don't we go with tit for tat? Dad, I'm not getting stabbed. Amelia panicked, clinging to his arm. Christopher looked like he was about to explode. Of course he wouldn't let anyone touch his precious daughter. But Edwin's gaze didn't budge, calm but unrelenting. Finally, Christopher ground out his words through clenched teeth. Amelia, apologize to Ashley. If it weren't for the damn board election next month, he'd never let these brats humiliate him like this. Amelia saw the rage simmering beneath her father's face and didn't dare push it further. She miserably shuffled over to Ashley, forced out the words through gritted teeth. Sorry, Ashley. Before leaving, Christopher shot Ashley a glare, his smile stiff and cold. Looks like our dear Edwin married quite the lady. Learned a lot tonight. Ashley, was it? Got it. Well, great. Edwin's little performance just made her public enemy number one. And she was actually touched by this psycho a second ago? What the hell was wrong with her? Finally, the drama was over. Once Mrs. King left, the spacious room fell into silence. Just Edwin and Ashley were left. Edwin casually undid a few buttons at his collar, exposing his sharp collarbones. Under the warm, dim lights, he looked almost too perfect, dangerously attractive, like trouble served in a glass. Well, now Christopher King's got you on his radar, he said, raising a glass of strong liquor toward Ashley with a sly grin. If one day you try to ditch me or pull some stunt behind my back, I won't have to lift a finger. The others in the King family will tear you apart first. Ashley took a deep breath, barely resisting the urge to smack him square in the head. She also mentally slapped her foolish heart for skipping a beat earlier. Feeling anything for this lunatic even for 1 second, she seriously needed therapy. Come here. Edwin motioned her over from the couch like he was calling a puppy. Ashley really didn't want to deal with him, but then she caught sight of the Sullivan Group equity contract sticking out from under the coffee table. For that, she could swallow her pride, at least for now. He glanced at her. Take your jacket off. Instantly, she pulled it tighter around her, eyeing him like he was a predator. You think I'm into your stick figure body? Edwin actually laughed, a touch annoyed, before yanking her into his arms and tugging off her thin jacket in one swift move. Then he reached under the table and pulled out a first aid kit. Ashley froze mid-resistance. Edwin was already dabbing antiseptic on the gash Amelia had made on her arm. The blood had dried, leaving an ugly, sharp red mark on her fair skin. He frowned a little, barely noticeable, but it was there. Does it hurt? Ashley shook her head. Surface wounds like this didn't bother her. Edwin's eyes dropped, and for a second there was a surprising gentleness in him as he carefully treated her wound. With the way his long lashes covered those typically cold eyes, he almost looked soft. Don't do something that stupid again, he muttered. Scars on girls aren't a good look. Ashley pressed her palm over her chest, trying to silence the thump of her racing heart. Once he was done with the bandaging, Edwin stood up and headed to the bathroom to wash his hands. Seizing the moment, Ashley quickly grabbed the contract from under the coffee table. She gave it a once-over to make sure everything checked out, then stuffed it into her suitcase without hesitation. But as she looked up, she was startled to see Edwin's tall figure reflected in the dressing mirror, casually leaning against the doorframe, watching her with a half smile. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Ashley's back. Edwin took a few unhurried steps toward her. It's just a copy. No need to be that protective, he said, crouching down and bracing a hand on the headboard behind her head. His tone was low and lazy as he leaned in. Sweetheart, I can let you have the contract, but there's a catch. Judging by that face, you're not on board? Edwin made a show of withdrawing his hand and turning to leave, as if not wanting to force her. Ashley immediately grabbed his arm and gave him a bright, flattering smile. She was swallowing her pride again. Edwin dropped his eyes to hers. "So, do we have a deal?" Ashley nodded reluctantly. "Good girl," he said with a satisfied grin, ruffling her hair like she was a pet. "Since you agreed, no backing out. From now on, whenever I need you, you show up. Also, bed companion privileges." Wait, what? Before Ashley could even process that last part, her feet left the ground. Edwin had scooped her up and tossed her straight onto the bed. "He's seriously doing this?" Ashley started kicking and flailing in protest. Edwin might have looked lean, but deceptively so. His muscles were compact and firm under that shirt. Add his tall frame and strong presence, and he might as well have been a whole wall. Ashley's slim arms and legs were basically useless. He pinned both of her wrists with one hand and wrapped his other arm tightly around her waist. He shot a warning glance at the squirming woman beneath him. "Move again, and I'll take you right here." Ashley went still, but her hand slowly crept toward the hidden needle tucked in her sleeve. Edwin shut his eyes calmly. "Try stabbing me again, and next time sleepwear won't be optional." "Sick freak." Ashley took a deep breath and held it. Her nerves were on edge. The moment Edwin tried something, she'd go straight for the weak spot with the needle. But after a few tense minutes, she heard something unexpected. His breathing, slow and steady, right above her. Carefully, Ashley tilted her head up. There it was, his throat, with that annoyingly attractive curve. And above it, Edwin's eyes were closed, his breathing calm and deep. He'd fallen asleep, so when he said sleep, he really just meant sleep. Ashley didn't dare move a muscle, worried she'd wake him up. She stayed stiff in his arms, their posture awkward and unfamiliar. At first it felt weird, but as her eyelids grew heavier, she eventually drifted off too. When she opened her eyes again, it was already morning. Edwin was long gone from her side. But the original contract for the Sullivan Group shares sat right on the nightstand. Honestly, that twisted man kept his word. After freshening up, a servant brought breakfast, and just as she was halfway through, Isaiah came in looking anxious. "Ma'am, the Sullivan family is here." He'd heard all about Ashley's background. Maybe that's why he saw right through the Sullivans, never acknowledging them as her real family. Ashley used sign language to ask how many people came. 4. Well, wasn't that cute? All 4 showed up in sync. That 15% stake must have gotten them really worked up. Ashley smiled faintly, clearly in no rush. She told Isaiah to lead them to the front parlor to wait. He hesitated. "Ma'am, should we inform Mrs. King about the Sullivans' visit?" "Eventually, sure, but not yet." Ashley wrote a quick note and handed it over, then continued eating breakfast at her own pace. Meanwhile, in the front parlor, Edward Sullivan had been sitting there for over 30 minutes, slowly losing his patience. He was gripping the teacup so tightly it looked ready to crack. Beatrice glanced at him, catching the shift in his expression. She seized the moment and whined. "Seriously, Ashley's going too far. Ignoring me is one thing, but keeping her own father waiting like this? Has she no respect at all?" "Exactly," Isabel chimed in, pouting. "She got 15% of the company from us. It was a gift from Dad. And now she's acting like she doesn't know us? What a joke." Audrey, by contrast, sipped her tea quietly without saying a word. The mother and daughter were clearly working in tandem to stir the pot, and Edward's resentment toward Ashley only deepened. If she wasn't already married off, he'd drag her back home and break her legs himself. He turned to Beatrice warily. "You said you had a way to get that contract back from Ashley. That for real?" The whole birthday party fiasco had already put Beatrice in hot water with him. This felt like her last chance to fix things. "Of course, honey, don't worry. That mute brat will hand over the contract, no doubt about it. After today, if I tell her to go east, she won't dare step west," Beatrice said confidently, a smug air about her. She held something on Ashley that gave her the upper hand, or so she thought. "It better go as planned," Edward Sullivan warned with a frown, his tone low and sharp. "Don't mess this up like last time." Isabel was already squirming after gulping down 2 cups of tea. "Mom, I need to use the bathroom." "Go find a maid and ask yourself," Beatrice replied. annoyed and clearly done with her daughter's constant whining. Not long after Isabel left, Ashley walked in at her own slow pace. She wasn't hiding behind unattractive makeup today. With just a touch of light blush, her beauty stood out effortlessly, too eye-catching to ignore. Audrey caught herself staring, envy fleeting across her face. They all underestimated this silent girl. "So you dress like a pitiful mess on purpose at the party, huh? Trying to get sympathy or what?" Beatrice snapped, pointing at Ashley, fury written all over her flushed, blotchy face. "Just like your mother, both of you are scheming witches." Ashley's expression stayed calm, but when her mother was mentioned, a nearly invisible chill flickered in her eyes. "She's deaf and mute. Why are you wasting breath?" Edward cut in impatiently. All he cared about was the contract. "Just grab the papers and let's go. I can't stand the sight of this cripple." Beatrice pulled out a note filled with their conditions, getting ready to show it to Ashley. Before she could, Audrey finally spoke up. "Mom, no need for charades," she said with a stiff smile, eyes locked on Ashley. "This beloved sister of mine can read lips just fine." Well, someone had a few more brain cells at least. Ashley met Audrey's stare head on, her gaze cool and detached, but sharp as ice. Audrey's hand suddenly trembled around her teacup. That chill. She'd completely let her guard down and gotten intimidated by a mute girl. Seriously. "Since she gets it, saves me the speech," Beatrice said smugly, pulling out the emerald bracelet. Her eyes narrowed at Ashley. "Recognize this? You stole this from the king's place, didn't you? And don't think your dirty little secret's hidden. We know about your affair too. Caught red-handed. Isabel even snapped photos." Ashley covered her mouth like she was shocked and scared, but her eyes narrowed suspiciously at Beatrice. Honestly, she was kind of curious. Beatrice coming here all cocky must have thought she had something juicy. "You really won't open your eyes until it's too late, huh?" Beatrice raised an eyebrow, clearly feeling superior. She whipped out her phone and shoved the screen in Ashley's face. "Look, you got guts, huh? Hugging some pretty boy in broad daylight. Do you even care about your reputation anymore?" Her voice was sharp and shrill, dripping with disdain. Ashley took a good look and nearly laughed out loud. The photo only showed the guy's back, but that all-black outfit and icy aura screamed danger. If that wasn't Edwin, who else could it be? And these idiots actually thought he was some gigolo she was keeping? Wow, brilliant. Ashley bit her lip to keep from laughing, but in Beatrice's eyes, that just made her look guilty. "Getting scared now, aren't you?" Beatrice got even more arrogant, talking like she owned the place. "If the kings find out you're not just a thief, but also sneaking around with men, you're dead. Want to keep it quiet? Then sign the damn contract." Ashley picked up the papers Beatrice tossed over. She flipped through. It basically said she'd hand back 15% of Sullivan Group's shares, walk away from all family inheritance, and if she ever got anything from the Kings in the future, it'd all go to the Sullivans. Ashley couldn't help laughing inside. Vultures, every one of them. Beatrice even had the pen ready. "What are you waiting for? Sign it already." "Mom, just getting her to sign? That's too easy." Audrey wasn't about to let Ashley off that fast. After what happened at the birthday party, she was itching to settle the score. "Honestly, I don't care that much," she said sweetly, eyes cold as she glanced at Ashley. Then she turned to Edward, all gentle. "But Ashley really kept Dad waiting for ages. Don't you think she should kneel and apologize to him?" Edward's face lit up with approval. "Now that's a good daughter, knows what respect means." So they were seriously expecting her to kneel now? Unreal. Ashley's eyes glinted with mockery. She stood her ground, thin frame upright, her quiet defiance screaming through every inch. That fierce pride ran straight in her blood, from Grace herself. Edward Sullivan's face darkened instantly. The thing he despised most was how Grace always held that air of icy arrogance, like no matter how low she sank, the pride in her blood never faded. "You ungrateful brat, what kind of look is that on your face?" he snapped, voice rising as fury twisted his features. "I raised you, fed you, and you don't even have the decency to kneel when I tell you to? Get down on your knees right now." As he shouted, he grabbed the teacup next to him and hurled it straight at Ashley. Ashley was just about to dodge when, out of the corner of her eye, she saw Eleanor being helped toward them. A small smirk flickered on her lips. She turned her head slightly so the cup just brushed past her hair, then brought her hand up to her forehead to sell the act like she'd been hit hard. The cup hit the floor and shattered with a loud crack. Still fuming, Edward Sullivan roared, "Kneel! You're nothing but a disgrace. What the hell is going on here?" An old and furious voice rang out. Eleanor had just stepped into the room. The moment she saw what was happening, her eyes filled with rage and worry. With a loud thud, she slammed her cane onto the floor. Well, look at you, Mr. Sullivan, coming into my Kingsview garden and making a scene." "Mrs. King!" Edward rushed over with an eager smile, switching up his tone in a heartbeat. "Please don't get upset. It's all my fault. I failed to raise my daughter properly, and she's caused some trouble. I only came to discipline her, didn't mean to disturb you. I'll take her away now, don't worry." While he spoke, Audrey slyly placed that emerald bracelet right in plain sight. But hearing him call her precious granddaughter-in-law a disgrace over and over again had Eleanor looking even more displeased. Then she paused, her eyes locked on the bracelet. She stepped closer to take a better look. Audrey quickly moved up to assist her with an innocent smile. "Grandma, let me help you." "And who told you I'm your grandma?" Eleanor shot her a sharp look and brushed off her hand, not bothering to sugarcoat it. "I heard both of Mr. Sullivan's parents are alive and well." "What, are you so young you already got dementia? See someone with white hair and just start calling them grandma?" Audrey's face nearly crumpled from the insult. Embarrassed and stiff, she clenched her fists tightly, trying to come back with a reply. "Mrs. King, But Eleanor wasn't interested in a word she had to say. She held out a hand toward Ashley. "Ashley, come help me walk." Ashley was seriously impressed by Eleanor's timing and boldness. Without missing a beat, she stepped forward and took Eleanor's arm. Audrey's complexion turned green from sheer frustration. And now, seeing Eleanor pick up the emerald bracelet, a flicker of malice flashed in Audrey's eyes. "Mrs. King, you recognize this bracelet, don't you?" "Of course I do. It's mine. Why wouldn't I recognize my own property?" "Aha! That little witch Ashley totally stole it." Beatrice was fuming. She jabbed a finger at Ashley, words practically spitting out of her mouth. "Ungrateful brat, marrying into the King family is the luckiest thing that ever happened to you, and you have the nerve to steal from Mrs. King? Just wait till we get home. I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." Her plans were clear. Once they dragged Ashley back to the Sullivan house, they'd torment her however they wanted until she signed those papers. Easy. Edward Sullivan wore a pained expression, like he'd just swallowed glass. "I apologize, Mrs. King. It's my fault for raising such a disgrace. She dared steal from your family, bringing shame to us all. I'll take her home right now and discipline her properly." He reached toward Ashley, ready to grab her. But Eleanor moved faster. She pulled Ashley close to her side, shielding her like a lioness with her cub. Her eyes swept across the Sullivan trio with a mix of contempt and disbelief, as if she couldn't believe these people were real. "Who said my granddaughter-in-law stole that bracelet?" Audrey's smile froze. "Mrs. King, isn't that your bracelet?" "It is," Eleanor said, lifting her chin ever so slightly, "and I gave it to my granddaughter-in-law. She told me her little sister didn't have anything proper for her birthday. No way I was going to let my girl lose face over that." A hush fell. That expensive bracelet was a gift? From Eleanor? To Ashley? Ashley sipped her tea with languid grace, completely unbothered, like this whole chaos was just afternoon entertainment. She watched the Sullivans' faces go from smug to mortified, taking her time to savor every flicker of confusion and regret. Edward Sullivan looked like someone had slapped him with a chair. Eleanor's cold voice rang out again. "So, Mr. Sullivan, you came barging into my estate with your whole family, throwing around accusations without even checking the facts first? Lovely family values." Edward turned pale. It was all a misunderstanding, truly. His voice was barely more than a whisper, and he shot Beatrice a glare so sharp it could slice steel. His fury almost formed steam from his ears. Beatrice felt that look like a slap. Her legs went weak. Honey, what the hell was going on? Eleanor was famous for being distant and hard to please. How on earth did that mute and deaf girl win her favor? Beatrice couldn't make sense of it at all. But that didn't matter. The truth was smack in their faces. Outside the window, Edwin stood silently, tall, cold, a presence like a knife in the dark. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes, those quiet, bottomless eyes, had seen everything inside, and deep within them, something dark had started to stir. He murmured, barely audible, "Looks like the Sullivans have had it too easy for far too long." So they really had nothing better to do than come looking for trouble. Clarence instantly got the hint. "Got it. I'll go give them a little something to worry about." Edwin didn't respond, just turned around and walked off. That silence, total green light. Clarence scratched the back of his head, watching his friend's cool figure disappear. Just 2 days ago, he was saying he'd gut his wife for having her scent extracted to make perfume, and now he's out here playing bodyguard? Man, trying to guess what Edwin is thinking is like fishing in the deep ocean. No telling. Over on the other side, Isabel had been stumbling around the Kingsview garden forever before finally finding a maid to ask where the bathroom was. But by the time she came out, the maid had already vanished, so she was stuck finding the way back on her own. But the Kingsview garden was massive and laid out like some ancient maze, totally confusing. In no time, she was completely lost. She tried calling her mom and sister, but no one picked up. Annoyed, Isabel kicked the stone stool next to her. Just as she looked up, she froze. Ahead of her, bathed in golden sunlight, strolled a man with legs for days. His dark, custom-fit outfit made him look straight out of a magazine, and he carried himself with distant air. And that face, sharp angles, perfect features, was absurd, like unfairly handsome kind of absurd. Isabel instantly recognized him. It was the guy who carried Ashley into the car yesterday, that pretty boy. Huh? Looks like Ashley's brain wasn't totally useless if she dared to hide this guy right under the King family's nose. But seriously, how did she manage to land such a hottie? Jealousy flared up in Isabel's chest. Then it hit her. Pretty boy or not, if Ashley could afford him, so could she. Eyes lighting up, she flashed her best come-hither smile and hurried his way. "Hey, handsome. Fancy seeing you here again. Remember me?" Edwin spotted her heading toward him with zero subtlety, and a flash of cold irritation flickered in his eyes. Roar! Just as Isabel was about to start her flirty intro, a piercing tiger roar cut through the air. Before she could even react, a giant white tiger exploded from the trees beside her. With glowing predator eyes and gleaming fangs, it locked onto her like she was lunch. Ah! Isabel had never been so close to this kind of beast. Her knees gave out instantly, and she collapsed on the spot, terrified out of her mind. Go away, you dumb animal, don't eat me." Rusty let out a snort through his nose, clearly full of disdain. Did he look like he'd eat just anything? Please. Isabel shot a desperate look at the tall guy standing behind the tiger. "Hey, handsome, can you give me a hand here?" Edwin didn't spare her even a glance, but somehow that line just made Rusty even more irritated. She really had the nerve to hit on his owner? With a loud growl, Rusty leaped at Isabel like lightning. "Ah, don't come near me!" Terrified, she let out a shriek and tried to get away, only to trip and fall face first into the nearby pond. The water wasn't deep, but she landed flat on her face. When she scrambled up, her hair was dripping, her makeup a total mess, smudged with algae and pond muck. Isabel pathetically pushed back her soaked hair, still wary of the tiger pacing on the shore. She didn't dare climb out until she caught sight of Edwin walking toward her with those long legs of his. Her eyes lit up. Putting on a flimsy, weak girl act, she called out in a sugary tone, "Hey, handsome, I'm seriously freaking out. Can you please help me up? I'm the youngest daughter of the Sullivan family. My dad's loaded." Sadly, Edwin walked right past her like she wasn't even there, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Isabel turned to look and saw Ashley strolling over, looking effortlessly graceful, like something out of a fairy tale. "You slutty little hustler, Ashley!" Isabel was practically shaking with jealousy as she snapped. "Messing around with some pretty boy in broad daylight? I'm telling the Kings. They'll tie a stone to your ankles and toss you in the river." Honestly, that level of stupid was hard to watch. Even Ashley felt secondhand embarrassment. "So, they're convinced I'm your sugar baby now?" Edwin's ridiculously handsome face leaned in toward her, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly, an edge of danger in his gaze. Ashley pointed innocently toward the puddle-soaked Isabel, basically saying, "Her words, not mine." Edwin finally spared Isabel a glance. It wasn't exactly warm, but it still made her gasp, cheeks flushing, heart racing like mad. God, he's insanely hot. If she could keep a guy like this as her own toy boy, she'd throw everything at it. Trying to save face, she straightened her chest and said loudly, "Hey, handsome, I've got way more money than that deaf and dumb little tramp. Whatever she's paying you, I'll double it, no 5 times. What do you say?" You heard her, right? She's offering 5 times more. Edwin lowered his eyes to the petite woman in front of him. He raised an eyebrow with a smirk tugging at his thin lips, voice laced with that usual teasing nonchalance. "A hot commodity like me, Mrs. King, not planning to place a bid." Ashley tilted her head and locked eyes with him. Then, out of nowhere, she broke into a smile. That usually cool, aloof face suddenly lit up with a flirtatious charm that hit like a thunderbolt, dangerously alluring. Edwin squinted a little, clearly unsure what she was up to. Before he had time to react, Ashley leaned in. Arms soft and light, she slipped them around his neck and, right there in front of Isabel, tiptoed and pressed a kiss to his lips. Feeling him stiffen in surprise, Ashley got a twisted sense of satisfaction from it. Just as she was about to pull back from the quick peck, Edwin's icy hand closed in around her waist and yanked her forward. She stumbled straight into his chest. She looked up, and there were those dark eyes, deeper than the night, staring back at her like they saw straight through her soul. A low, nearly silent laugh rumbled from his chest. "You've got some nerve, don't you, little thing?" Crap. She'd gone too far. Ashley's heart dropped instantly. She tried to squirm out of his arms, but Edwin held her firmly, not giving even a sliver of space. One hand clamped around the back of her neck, forcing her to tilt her chin up. And then he moved in, kissing her back with an intensity that made her knees buckle. Still floundering in the pond, Isabel was absolutely losing it. You shameless pair of cheats. I swear I'm going to expose you both and make sure you rot together." Her voice cracked with outrage, completely unhinged. She scrambled to grab her phone to get evidence, but saw it lying by the tiger's paw on shore. Isabel panicked, bolted toward it, totally ignoring any danger. Rusty yawned lazily, wide-mouthed and unbothered, then casually lifted a heavy paw and smashed the phone to plastic and dust with a single swipe. Isabel stood there, frozen with rage, face red, fists clenched. Even a damn animal was messing with her. "You filthy beast. One day, I swear, I'll have your hide." Rusty shot her a bored glance, haughty and calm, just like his owner. Then, with one graceful leap, he vanished into the woods without a backward look. That's when Isabel's sharp eyes caught Edward Sullivan leading the family over, with Eleanor right there beside them. Immediately, her face lit up with twisted excitement. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "Dad! Everyone, over here! I caught Ashley and that pretty boy red-handed. They're hooking up in broad daylight, right on the King estate." Beatrice had just been snapped at by Ashley, stewing in anger, when she suddenly looked thrilled after hearing what Isabel said, not even bothering to ask why she was in the pool. She rushed over in a hurry. "Seriously, where are they? I swear, I saw them myself. They were right over there." Isabel confidently pointed behind her, then froze in place. Ashley was still standing there in her white dress, looking calm and innocent. But the handsome guy from before, gone without a trace. "No way. That little tramp was just smooching with that pretty boy. I saw it with my own eyes." Isabel shrieked, pointing at Ashley and yelling like crazy. She must have hidden him somewhere. Ashley kept quiet, standing there like snow, soft, pure, untouched. No one paid attention to her bright red ears or the slight swell and flush on her lips. "Dad, that guy must still be in Kingsview Garden. We need to search the place." "Shut it!" Edward Sullivan snapped, seeing Mrs. Eleanor's face getting uglier by the second. He barked at his daughter, "Get out of there and go home. Now!" Isabel was just a girl after all, and it wasn't worth Mrs. King lowering herself over this. She cast Edward a razor-sharp glance, her voice cold as ice but polite to the bone. "Mr. Sullivan, your daughters really gave me quite the show today. Seems the King family just can't afford to host such precious guests like them. Isaiah, show them out." Edward had never been this humiliated in his life. Swallowing his rage, he forced a smile. "I've clearly failed as a father. I'll come back another day to apologize." Mrs. King didn't even acknowledge him and walked off with Ashley in tow. Dad, help me out of here. Isabel was still stuck in the pool. Edward was so done with her. He didn't even give her an extra glance, turned on his heel and stormed off. Audrey just felt secondhand embarrassment. How could Isabel use such a dumb way to frame Ashley? Shaking her head, she followed their father out. Beatrice, no matter how foolish she thought her daughter was, couldn't just leave her there. Sighing, she waded in and dragged Isabel out of the water herself. Honey! She chased the car all the way to Kingsview's gate. Edward and Audrey were already in their black luxury car. Beatrice pulled on the handle, but it was locked. Honey, we're still not inside. You think you deserve to sit in this car? Edward glared at her with eyes full of disgust. You promised me the shares would be ours tonight. And what did I get? You humiliated me in front of everyone, and your brilliant daughter too. He must have lost his mind to trust this foolish woman. Honey, I swear I didn't mean to. It was all that little wretch Ashley. Enough. The moment he heard Ashley's name, Edward got even more pissed. You two got played by a mute girl, and you still have the nerve to whine? Walk home yourselves. With that, he barked at the driver to go. Isabel's phone had been smashed by a tiger. Beatrice's purse was in the car. The two of them had nothing, no money, no ride, left walking home under the blazing sun. Mom, I swear I saw Ashley and that guy flirting. She must have hidden him somewhere. Isabel whined, beyond frustrated. No matter how hard she thought about it, she just couldn't figure out why she always ended up getting outplayed by that mute tramp. First, Ashley pricked her with a needle, and no one believed her. Now she caught them making out, yet still no one took her side. Beatrice had never messed up this badly in front of Edward before. At this point, all she wanted was to skin Ashley alive and rip her apart. That nasty girl. She wasn't getting off easy. At the Kingsview garden, Mrs. King was still holding Ashley's hand, visibly fuming. Outrageous! How dare they accuse you of keeping some gigolo? She scoffed, her voice rising as she pictured those Sullivan weirdos. Our little Edwin's way hotter than any of those fake pretty boys. Ashley nearly choked on her own spit. This old lady's logic really defied gravity. Grandma, a deep, smooth voice floated over from ahead. Speak of the devil. Ashley braced herself and looked over. Edwin was walking toward them. Even in a basic white shirt and black pants, the guy had that natural, classy charm. His strikingly handsome face wore a faint, unreadable smile, and his eyes flicked toward Ashley with a teasing glint. Instantly, her mind replayed that earlier kiss. Her cheeks, which had just cooled down, now lit up again. Even her lips felt a little numb. Why's your face so red? Edwin stopped in front of her, towering slightly as he looked down. His gaze lingered on her lips, laced with playful meaning. Your lips look really pink, too. Ashley's skin crawled as she instinctively took a step back to keep some distance. Mrs. King, full of righteous anger, jumped in to complain. Edwin, you should have come earlier. Let those shameless Sullivans see what's what. They actually dared to say my sweet future granddaughter-in-law was involved with some random guy and even claimed they were kissing in public. Edwin raised an amused brow. Seriously? That happened? Ashley shot him a death glare, her face burning. Could this creep be any more theatrical? Mrs. King, meanwhile, watched the odd chemistry between the two and smiled, clearly very pleased. After a knowingly dramatic cough, she said, I'm tired. Time to rest. You kids take a stroll or something. With that, she turned and strutted off briskly with her cane. Ashley made a move to follow, but just as she took a step, Edwin grabbed her collar and yanked her back. Where do you think you're going? He leaned in slowly, eyes squinting with a devilish glint. So, did my little pretty boy act just now live up to your expectations? Ashley's heart skipped a beat. Crap. Instinctively, she tried to bolt. Edwin saw it coming and caught her by the chin before she could move, his fingers firm yet teasing. Then the bastard bent down and bit her lip without mercy. Ashley winced in pain, her brows furrowing. Seriously, did he just make her bleed? Edwin didn't just stop at that. He ran his tongue along the blood at the corner of her mouth, savoring it like fine wine. Consider it a seal of approval, he murmured, voice cocky as hell, flashing that roguish grin. You owe me, little mute. Don't forget it. Ashley immediately jerked back a couple steps, arms crossed in front of her chest, eyes full of caution as she glared at him like he was radioactive. Edwin froze for a second, then chuckled lowly. What, were you hoping for more? What sheer nonsense. Where did he even get that idea? Ashley had no patience to argue with someone this shameless. She spun around and took off. Edwin didn't chase after her. One hand in his pocket, he narrowed his eyes a little and watched her retreating figure. A faint, uncontrollable smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Damn, she's fun to mess with. Ashley fled all the way back to her room and locked the door tight. She caught sight of herself in the mirror, cheeks flushed like she'd just run a marathon, lips red and swollen like rose petals, a perfect picture of someone freshly kissed senseless. And just like that, Edwin's dangerously attractive and annoyingly smug face popped into her head again. Ashley gave her head a sharp shake, then stared at the bite mark on her lip, letting out a bitter sigh. Ugh, whatever. Let's pretend I got bit by a rabid dog. She pulled out her phone from a hidden pocket in her suitcase. The screen lit up the moment it powered on. One new message from Freddie. Freddie, boss, you were right. That old woman Dorothy Barnes came back to the country today. Dorothy, Edward Sullivan's mother. She'd gone to Marvella 2 months ago for heart treatment. Ashley had eyes on everyone in the Sullivan family. Dorothy, no exception. Ashley's gaze shifted to the bottom of the suitcase, where a copy of the Sullivan Group share agreement lay neatly tucked away. A sharp, calculated gleam flickered in her eyes. It wouldn't be long before that old fox came knocking on her door herself. Sullivan Villa inside the study. Bang, the teacup hit the floor and shattered. Dorothy's face, lined with the marks of age, was twisted with fury. Her sharp cheekbones and steely gaze made it clear she was anything but a sweet old grandma. She shot a glare at Edward Sullivan. Are you kidding me? I had the loan with Veritas Bank locked down before I went abroad. And now you're telling me they suddenly backed out? Seriously? First, that deaf-mute brat Ashley got her hands on 15% of the shares, and now this loan gets yanked? Useless. Maybe it's time you stepped down as chairman. To outsiders, Edward might have looked like the boss of Sullivan Group, but everyone close knew it was really Dorothy pulling the strings. Right now, all of Edward's usual arrogance had vanished. He stood there like a scolded kid, shoulders hunched, barely able to meet her eyes. Mom, I slipped some cash to the bank manager we were dealing with. He didn't say much, but from what I picked up, we pissed off someone we really shouldn't have. Word is it's the Reed family's young master. We might need to smooth things over. Young master of the Reed family, Dorothy paused, her brow furrowing. You mean that useless playboy Clarence? That's him. His older brother Elliot Reed is in Europe, and his father is sick and out of the picture right now. Clarence has got the pull to kill the loan with one call, Edward said, lowering his voice as he stepped closer. But don't worry, Mom. He's a total womanizer, loves pretty girls. We just send a knockout out his way. Problem solved. A flash of cunning flickered across Dorothy's cloudy eyes. Clarence isn't easy to impress. You'd better go handpick the finest beauty we can find, like model-level hot. The sooner the better. Just then, a face popped into Edward's mind. Stunning, pure, unforgettable. He bent over, voice low and venomous. Mom, Ashley's grown up like a weed. She's even better looking than Grace was back in the day. Back then, Grace had been the city's #1 beauty. Even though Edward hated that illegitimate girl, Ashley, with a passion, he had to admit the truth. She inherited every bit of her mother's perfection, and then some. That face? Absolutely lethal. So what the hell are you waiting for? Find out where Clarence is hanging out tonight and send that little witch his way right now. Dorothy barked, her voice sharp as knives. Then get some paparazzi to grab a few spicy shots. With enough dirt, she'll cough up those shares without a squeak. Mom, you really think of everything. Edward Sullivan looked visibly relieved, but then his face darkened. But Mom, that troublemaker's still holed up in Kingsview Garden. With Mrs. King protecting her, she's not stepping out anytime soon. Humph. Dorothy let out a low chuckle, her eyes flashing cold, skin deep with malice. I'll make her come crawling back, just watch. Kingsview Garden. Miss, someone from the Sullivan family dropped this off, said Isaiah, handing over a card. Ashley put down her medical book, opened the envelope, and inside was an old photo of her and Grace from when she was a kid. On the back, there was a fake-sounding note in handwriting that read, Ashley, it's been so long. Grandma misses you. Come back home for dinner tonight. Her calm gaze chilled in an instant. Yeah, dinner tonight. No dodging this one. Ashley had Isaiah inform Mrs. King, then quietly went to pack. When she stepped out of the garden, a Sullivan family car was already parked out front. The entire ride was silent. Ashley just stared at the passing streets, her expression distant against the setting sun that was slowly dimming the sky. They left the city and drove further out until eventually stopping outside a traditional old mansion. Ashley remembered this place. This used to be her grandfather's estate. Dorothy was already waiting at the entrance. Her gray hair was neatly tied in a bun, face lined with years, but arrogance still sharp in her features. Even old age hadn't dulled that bone-deep cutthroat vibe, and the older she got, the more ruthless she became. Seeing Ashley's face, which was a near mirror of Grace's, Dorothy sneered inwardly. Like mother, like daughter, that little tramp. Still, her face lit up in a warm, welcoming smile. Ashley, come here and let Grandma have a good look at you. It's been so long, you've grown into such a beautiful young lady. You look so much like your mom. Ashley lowered her head slightly, seeming obedient and soft-spoken, but deep down she sneered. This woman had the nerve to bring up her mother? Back then, Grace went out of her way to be good to her, would even wash her feet, massage her shoulders every night, treated her like royalty. All she got in return was mockery and humiliation treated like it was her due. Ashley calmly took out the photo, held it up, and pointed at the woman beside her younger self. The message was obvious. Where's my mom? Dorothy's eyes flickered with a cold glint, but her voice stayed smooth. You know your mother hasn't been in great mental shape. She's been acting all crazy for years. But us Sullivans, we never turned our backs on her. We've looked after her all this time. After dinner, I'll take you to see her. Ashley gave a small, grateful smile. If this old hag wanted to put on a show, she'd play along. Let's see what tricks she had up her sleeve. The dining table was already loaded with dishes that looked straight out of a five-star restaurant. Dorothy wore her usual grandmotherly authority and said, We're family now, so let's just let the past go. Ashley, about the company shares, just keep them. You're a Sullivan, too. It makes sense for you to have a part. Ashley smiled quietly, looking sweet and harmless on the surface. Just then, a servant brought over a pot of wine. Ashley glanced at the specially made wine pot and instantly figured most of it out. This old lady was clearly trying to get her drunk. You've had it rough all these years, haven't you? My heart aches for you, child. Come, this medicinal wine is good for the body. I had it made just for you. Dorothy said with fake warmth and poured Ashley a drink herself. She subtly twisted the lid as she did it. Go on, have a taste. Ashley's face didn't give away a thing. Still smiling, she took the glass and finished it in one go. A flash of cruel satisfaction briefly darted through Dorothy's cloudy old eyes. So what if she's smart? A mute and deaf little brat was still something she could wrap around her finger. Here, drink a few more. Good for your health. Ashley was forced to down 5 or 6 glasses, and eventually her head drooped, passed out right on the table. Dorothy dropped the sweet old lady act in a second and waved in 2 maids. Hurry up, get her to the Bellemere Hotel. Meanwhile, over at the hottest club in North City, 4-night, flashing lights, pounding music, wild energy. The dance floor was packed with young people living their best nightlife, surrounded by booze, music, and flirtation. Upstairs in a semi-private VIP booth, Clarence tapped his champagne glass and shouted, It's my birthday today, people. Drinks on me the whole night. That total show-off move locked in his title as North City's #1 rich brat. Everyone in the booth were his childhood buddies. Liam Nolan sat with one leg stretched out, swirling wine in his glass, smirking. Clarence, if your brother finds out about this spending spree, you're toast. Don't kill my vibe on my birthday, all right? Clarence rolled his eyes. Then he glanced at the quiet figure sipping his drink in the corner. Look at Edwin, chilling hard and still showing up to support me. Edwin didn't even look up. Liam lifted his glass toward Edwin with a sly grin. Heard you got married while I was gone. Congrats, man. When are we going to meet the lucky lady? He was totally messing around. They all knew that bride of Edwin's, that so-called wedding, just a front. Whenever the time's right. Edwin actually responded, against all odds. Liam's teasing grin froze and he stared at Edwin, trying to figure it out. Wait, you're being serious? Edwin took a lazy sip but couldn't shake that image in his head, her quiet, cunning little face so full of fake innocence even. Sadness. A slow, faint smile tugged at his lips. It's kind of fun teasing her. That one line made the booth go dead silent. The infamous fourth son of the King family, cold as ice, scary as hell, actually found it amusing to mess with a woman? After a few more rounds of drinks, Edwin stood up, already a bit buzzed, and asked Clarence for a room key to the Bellemere Hotel. I'm heading out. Definitely not planning to go home drunk like this. He was just reaching the stairs when a curvy bombshell bounced up to him, her eyes full of flirt. Hey, handsome, can I buy you a drink? Up close, the man was even more jaw-dropping. Her heart was racing, and as Edwin's ridiculously perfect face leaned in, she closed her eyes, ready for a kiss. Instead, what she got was a voice colder than winter. Married. Beat it. The car carrying Ashley pulled up at the back entrance of the Bellemere Hotel. Isabel was already waiting there. Looking at Ashley knocked out cold, totally helpless, Isabel was practically giddy with satisfaction. You little tramp, that's what you get for messing with me. After tonight, let's see how cocky you still want to be. She ordered the bodyguards to carry Ashley into the elevator, going all the way to the hotel's presidential suite. Using a spare key card, Isabel unlocked the door, threw Ashley onto the bed without a care, and left. The moment the door clicked shut, Ashley's eyes snapped open. She pulled out a phone hidden in the lining of her clothes and quickly messaged Freddie. Has Clarence shown up yet? Freddie replied instantly, My guy's watching the club. He's still drinking. Right then, Ashley heard the distinct sound of someone unlocking the door. Someone was coming in. Clarence was still at the club, so who the hell would be coming in now? She froze for half a second before jumping off the bed, grabbing a vase nearby and hiding behind the door, ready to strike. The sound of slow, steady footsteps, definitely a man, approached the bedroom. The doorknob turned. As the door swung open, Ashley struck fast and hard with the vase. But the man reacted even quicker. Sidestepping her swing, he twirled smoothly and pinned both her arms behind her back, pressing her down onto the bed. Crash! The expensive vase shattered into pieces by his feet. Ashley's heart skipped a beat. That kind of speed and precision. This guy was no amateur. She bit her lip, wriggling as she clutched a needle hidden in her sleeve, ready to stab his vital point if she got the chance. Then she froze. A cool, soft touch brushed the back of her neck. His lips, cold against her warm skin, landed gently, almost teasingly. He kissed along the curve of her neck, lips lingering like savoring a favorite dish. What the hell? This guy's a total creep. Flushed with anger and shame, Ashley clutched the needle tighter and quickly made a move to jab it backward. But the man seemed to read her mind. He caught both her wrists, pinning them above her head with a firm grip. Then his body came down over hers, breath hot and heavy with alcohol brushing teasingly behind her sensitive ear. Every hair on Ashley's body stood on end. On top of that, she sensed an all-too-familiar dangerous energy. Then, close to her ear, came a deep voice, smooth and low. Trying a new tactic to seduce me, huh? She froze. That voice? Edwin. Her shock didn't go unnoticed. He narrowed his eyes, suspicion flickering in the dark depths. If she were really deaf, just reading lips, how could she recognize his voice? He loosened his grip and got off her. Snapping out of it, Ashley quickly rolled over and stared wide-eyed at Edwin, completely stunned. She never expected the man who walked in would be him. Left your dinner, ended up on a hotel bed instead. Edwin sat casually at the edge, looking down at her, expression cold and amused. What if it hadn't been me who came through that door? What then? Ashley shivered without realizing it. Facing a clearly pissed Edwin, she suddenly felt like a cheater caught in the act. Her guilt made no sense, but it was there. She spotted a pen and notepad on the table and scrambled toward it. But she didn't notice her neckline had been pulled loose during the struggle, and as she bent over, her undergarments and a soft curve of snowy skin peeked out. Edwin's face turned dark. Instantly, so if it had been some other guy walking in, would she still be acting like she didn't care? Ashley had no idea her dress had shifted out of place. She reached out to grab the pen and paper on the table when a strong hand suddenly wrapped around her waist. Next second, everything spun and Edwin had slung her over his shoulder like she weighed nothing. Just as she was about to squirm free, a loud bang made her freeze in place. Edwin had kicked the bathroom door open with zero hesitation. Ashley slowly lowered her hand. Guess her sneak attack plan was out the window. Edwin tossed her straight into the bathtub. With a face like thunder, he barked, "Get yourself cleaned up. I don't want to smell even a trace of alcohol on you." Ashley, seriously? Like he didn't reek of booze himself? Something told her this lunatic wasn't in the best mood. She didn't know what ticked him off this time, but playing nice couldn't hurt. She scribbled something down real quick. Just as Edwin turned to leave, she practically jumped forward and clung to his arm. He was standing, and she was half kneeling in the tub. That height difference put her chest dangerously close to his arm. Edwin let out a slow breath through his nose, clearly trying to keep cool. This woman needed to be taught a serious lesson. He spun around to say something, but Ashley beat him to it, holding up the paper with her message loud and clear. "If tonight it was someone else walking in instead of you, I'd either kill him or off myself. No joke. Totally unyielding." Edwin dropped his gaze to her little face, so intense like she was about to go to war. Suddenly, he chuckled. Ashley's brain short-circuited at that devilish smile. Dude looked like some ancient fox spirit term and too good-looking. It was straight up illegal. "No need to sound so heroic," Edwin said, lowering himself toward her. His calloused fingers pinched her chin lightly as his deep eyes locked onto hers. Charming, dangerous. "But if you do get any funny ideas, I've got 100 ways to make you wish you were dead." Ashley frantically shook her head. She wouldn't cheat, not even on herself, let alone this maniac. Edwin didn't say whether he believed her or not. His eyes drifted downward, pausing at her chest. Ashley followed his gaze and realized just how exposed she was. Her cheeks flushed bright red as she scrambled to cover herself with her hands. That flustered panic of hers weirdly lightened Edwin's mood. Standing up straight, he turned on the tap. Warm water flowed from the showerhead. "Wash it all off." After throwing out that line, Edwin turned around and left. He walked out to the balcony, lit a cigarette, and made a call to Clarence. "Get to the hotel, now." A short pause, then he added with a rough edge to his tone, "And bring a set of women's clothes." Inside the bathroom, Ashley had just finished her shower, but wearing the same dress from earlier was obviously out of the question. She wrapped herself up in a bathrobe and pushed open the bathroom door. What caught her eye was a fresh new set of clothes neatly laid out on the bed, down to the underwear, all in her exact size. Her cheeks flushed a little. Voices drifted in from the living room, Edwin's, clearly in the middle of a conversation. Worried he might do something to the Sullivan family and mess up her own plans, Ashley changed quickly and headed out. In the living room, Edwin sat on the sofa in a black shirt that looked like it had just been ironed, sharp and creaseless. A cigarette rested between his fingers, gray smoke curling around him, blurring his face just enough to soften it, but even that couldn't mask the suffocating aura he gave off. Facing him, Clarence looked like he was about to drop to his knees. "Bro, I swear I didn't see that coming. It was your wife they put on my bed." Then he noticed Ashley coming out and immediately straightened up. "Hey, Ashley!" Ashley's lips twitched a bit. She recognized him. In North City, socialites were never in short supply, but the 5 families stood above the rest: the Kings, Nolans, Reeds, Turners, and Walkers. Clarence, the Reed family's youngest, was known as the city's top playboy, with the charm and arrogance to match. And yet, in front of Edwin, he looked tamed, like a caged bird. Ashley's eyes narrowed slightly. Edwin, clearly not a man to underestimate. "I'll take care of the Sullivan side for you, bro." Clarence was already cracking his knuckles, itching for action. Tonight had pushed him way too close to death. Those idiots had literally put his bro's wife in his bed. Ashley had no intention of letting him interfere, especially not someone like Clarence. That could blow her whole plan. She quickly grabbed a pen and paper from the table, scribbled a line, and handed it to Edwin. Whatever Clarence wanted to do clearly required Edwin's nod. Edwin glanced down at the paper. "You want to deal with this yourself?" Ashley nodded firmly, hands clasped together, eyes pleading. She didn't realize how much she resembled someone, trying to act cute. Edwin didn't say anything right away. His gaze darkened, scanning her like he was trying to read her mind. Ashley held her breath. She always had a plan, but facing Edwin, she never felt sure. Moments later, Edwin crushed the note into a ball and tossed it in the trash without a second glance. "You better handle this well enough to satisfy me," he said flatly, then stood up and strode out with long, confident steps. Clarence instantly followed behind. Ashley let out a soft breath of relief, then rushed to the laptop in the room. Her fingers flew across the keyboard like lightning. In no time, she'd hacked into the hotel's security system and found the room number Isabel had checked into. A cold smirk tugged at the corners of her lips as she picked up the room phone and dialed. "Freddie, get someone over here for me." Meanwhile, in another hotel room, Isabel had just stepped out from the shower, still glowing from the steam. She had already bribed a few paparazzi. Once the timing was right, they'd storm the presidential suite and get their shots. The Reeds were practically royalty, and old Mr. Reed was big on reputation. No way Clarence would want a scandal. If things blew up, she might even milk it for a nice lump sum. As for that mute and deaf freak Ashley, soon she'd be crushed under her heel. And then, she'd really make her pay. Ding-dong. The doorbell rang. "Who is it?" Isabel asked warily, walking to the door. She peeked through the peephole and saw a young man in a hotel uniform, casually handsome with a mischievous air. "Miss Sullivan, I'm with hotel staff." Isabel immediately tugged at her neckline, exposing a hint of cleavage, and opened the door with a flirty smile. "Anything I can help with?" she purred, tossing her hair, her voice syrupy sweet. "Mr. Reed would like you to come to his room. He'd like to see you." "Me?" Isabel's eyes lit up with disbelief. "Seriously, Mr. Reed wants to meet me?" "Yes, ma'am. He's heard Miss Sullivan is quite the beauty. Figured he'd check that out for himself." Basking in the compliment, Isabel beamed. That young Master Clarence might be the most notorious playboy in North City, but come on, family background, looks, he's got it all. If she could snag him and marry into the Reed family, wouldn't she basically go from rags to riches? "Wait right there." Isabel was almost too excited to think. She dashed back to the bedroom, slipped into a silk camisole that left little to the imagination, sprayed on a heavy dose of perfume, then headed straight for the presidential suite. "What's your name?" she asked the staffer in the elevator, checking him out head to toe. The guy was hot too. She wouldn't mind keeping someone like that around for fun. The elevator dinged on the top floor. The man held the door for her like a gentleman, but didn't step out himself. With a smirk full of charm and mischief, he said, "Last name's Bowman, first name Freddie. Hope you have a blast, Miss Sullivan." The presidential suite door was wide open when she got there. Inside, pitch black, not a single light on. Her heart raced with anticipation. Thrilled, she strutted in, and just as she stepped inside, someone tossed a strange-smelling powder in her face. Before she could react, a man lunged at her and dragged her roughly to the bed. Isabel didn't hold back her enthusiasm. Then suddenly, the bedroom lights flicked on. Through her hazy vision, the first thing she saw was Ashley sitting calmly at the edge of the bed, a camcorder in her hand. Isabel jolted in fright, almost falling off the bed. "What are you doing here?" Ashley leaned back in the chair, looking relaxed. She casually brushed a finger against her throat mic and smiled. "So, Miss Sullivan, how was North City's finest gigolo?" Isabel squinted. The man she'd just been tangled up with wasn't Clarence at all. It was Max, a pretty well-known escort from the Golden Luster Club. "This has nothing to do with you. Get out." With just one look from Ashley, the man quickly pulled up his pants and left without a word. Isabel finally snapped out of her daze. Her face went pale, hands trembling as fury boiled in her veins. "You manipulative psycho, you set me up," she shrieked, glaring at the camcorder in Ashley's hand before lunging at her. "Delete it now." But before she could even touch Ashley's sleeve, she was smacked square in the face and sent sprawling back onto the bed. Ashley grabbed a handful of her hair, lifting her chin with chilling precision. A cold smile tugged at her lips, but her eyes were void of any warmth. "What, can't take it? All I did was give you a taste of your own medicine. I'm going to tell Dad. He'll tear you apart." Isabel yelled, scrambling for any leverage she could get against Ashley. Please. Ashley scoffed and shifted the camera lens straight at Isabel's twisted face. What do you think Edward Sullivan would do if I sent him this lovely little video of you getting down and dirty with a male escort? Or better yet, what if it just happened to hit the internet? The blood drained from Isabel's face. Her body went still, paralyzed with fear. Edward Sullivan cared more about reputation than anything else. If he saw that video— No, wait, please. Don't send it. He'll kill me. Isabel panicked, her earlier arrogance shattered. She dropped to her knees on the bed and grabbed Ashley's arm, voice trembling. Ashley, we're sisters, aren't we? Same dad and everything. I was out of line, I know. Just let it go, please. Ashley coldly pushed her away, her smirk twisting into something icier. Don't call me your sister. It's disgusting, she said through clenched teeth, voice cutting like ice. Where is my mother? Isabel's gaze darted to the side. I don't know. If you lie to me again, just wait. That video will be trending in an hour. Ashley's tone was calm but terrifyingly certain. If that recording got out, Isabel's image would be destroyed. Not just in the Sullivan family. Forget marrying into any wealthy family in the future. She bit down on her lip, hard. A few years back, Grace was locked in the basement by Grandma, chained up. Then, I heard Mom say before Grandma left the country to get treatment, she sent her to some psych ward. I don't know exactly where, though. A dull ache tightened deep in Ashley's chest. No wonder she could never find a trace of her mother all these years. Ashley forced down the rage boiling in her chest and turned to leave. Panicking, Isabel scrambled off the bed and grabbed her arm. I told you everything. You can't just walk away like this. Give me the camera. Ashley chuckled like she'd heard the funniest joke. Her lips curled into a smirk, a flirtatious glint in her eyes that somehow sent chills down Isabel's spine. When did I ever say we were making a deal? Isabel froze, stunned, then clenched her jaw, looking like she could crush her teeth to dust. You're playing me. So what if I am? Ashley shot her a cold, mocking glare, yanked her arm free, and walked off without a backward glance, no matter how loudly Isabel screamed or cursed from behind. But she had no idea that every second in that bedroom had been caught on tape by 3 hidden mini cameras, streaming straight to a laptop elsewhere. Down in the underground garage, a sleek black Maybach sat quietly. Nathan Ford waited just outside the door. Inside, Edwin lounged in the spacious back seat, legs crossed, looking effortlessly refined in his tailored trousers. His eyes stayed fixed on the laptop screen in front of him, one hand adjusting his earpiece, listening to the modulated voice of the girl. So what? That new-gen voice modifier did help the mute speak, but the resulting voice definitely didn't sound like that. Edwin's dark eyes narrowed slightly, danger glinting in their depths. A finger brushed across his lips, the hint of a smirk on his face. Looks like his little fox finally let her tail slip. Ashley stepped out of the hotel lobby right then. A flashy silver sports car honked from the curb. Freddie jumped out and gallantly opened the door for her, like the perfect gentleman. Boss, didn't I kill it today? His whole face screamed. Please praise me. Not bad. Freddie practically launched himself at her in excitement, giving her a bear hug. Yes, finally got a compliment. You got a death wish? Not far off, the black Maybach pulled out of the garage. Edwin stared coolly through the window at the pair standing close outside the hotel. Nathan could feel the air in the car drop below freezing. Then came the kicker. Ashley bent down and got into Freddie's silver car. The two of them left together. Nathan gulped. From the back seat came Edwin's voice, cold as ice and sharp as a blade. Follow them. Inside the silver sports car, Ashley brushed aside the annoying intercom and tossed the camera to Freddie. Hand this to Max. Tell him to use that footage to squeeze money out of Isabel. Whatever he gets is his. I only want one thing. Tell her she's got 5 days to dig up Grace's whereabouts. Dealing with someone like Isabel? Ashley didn't need to get her own hands dirty. A greedy lowlife was more than enough to handle her. Boss, you seriously think that airhead's capable of finding where Grace is? Of course not. Ashley adjusted her hair in the rearview mirror with a smirk. She's just the bait. She stopped mid-sentence. Her hand froze. Her eyes locked onto the mirror, staring straight at the black Maybach that had just caught up with them. A cold shiver ran down her back. Only one thought flashed in her head. Damn it, she was so screwed. Freddie, pull. She didn't even finish the word pull over. But the black Maybach rammed them from behind. The impact nearly threw Freddie into the steering wheel. Shit, who the hell's driving like a maniac? Freddie thought it was some random rear-end accident. He rolled his sleeves up, ready to give someone a piece of his mind, until Ashley yanked his arm with a death grip, her voice shaking. Don't look, it's Edwin. The silver car screeched to the curb, rear end completely wrecked. At least Edwin hadn't gone all out. She was still in the car, which meant he didn't plan to kill her. Yet. Ashley clicked off her seatbelt, ready to get out. Freddie, worried, reached out and held her back. Boss, I know what I'm doing. Just go. She knew too well what Edwin was like when he snapped. If she didn't face him now, he might just lose it completely. His tall frame leaned against the car door, the night air around him practically freezing. She forced herself to approach him one cautious step at a time. There was nothing on that stupidly handsome face. Those eyes stayed fixed on her, unblinking. It was the middle of summer. Still, Ashley swore everything around her felt icy, like she'd walked into a freaking snowstorm. She sucked in a breath, then bolted forward and threw herself right into the heart of the storm. I thought you left me behind. She wrapped her arms around his waist tight, voice going syrupy sweet to the point even she wanted to gag. I didn't see you when I came out, so I just called a rideshare. The driver was super nice. Edwin's face was like a storm cloud. He grabbed her collar and yanked her off him roughly, his smirk cold and mocking. You've got 3 seconds. Start talking or deal with the fallout. There was no way she could explain any of this. Ashley pouted, eyes wide with fake innocence. Babe, why are you being so mean? The word babe made Edwin momentarily pause, his expression twitching for a split second. He let out a low, sarcastic laugh. This isn't even me being mean. Ashley immediately smelled trouble, but before she could react, Edwin yanked off her voice modulator and clamped a hand around the back of her head. Then he kissed her, hard. It wasn't a kiss, really. It was dominance wrapped in violence, a warning brandished like a weapon, as if to scream it at her face. This woman is mine. Ashley's lips and tongue were bitten open. The tang of blood spilled into her mouth. She could see it now, clearly, in the pit of Edwin's eyes. Something dark and unhinged was bubbling up. Blood turned him on. Ashley tried hard not to push back. She waited until he was done venting, until he shoved her into the car. He didn't bring Nathan Ford with them, just got into the driver's seat himself and slammed the pedal. The black Maybach shot off like a shadow on speed. Ashley gripped the handle with both hands, barely daring to breathe. The anger Edwin radiated filled every inch of the car, thick, heavy, like storm clouds pressing down. It was suffocating. With every mile, the streets outside got quieter, less familiar. Definitely not the road back to Kingsview Garden. A screech. Brakes hit hard. The black car stopped in front of a secluded building. This had to be one of Edwin's many properties. He didn't get out, just lit up a cigarette, the smoke curling up around his face, blurring the edges. But nothing could dull the fire in his eyes or the fury on his face. Yeah, he was pissed. Ashley slid toward the window as quietly as she could. Don't like the smell? Edwin glanced at her from the corner of his eye. Before she could reply, his hand shot out and unbuckled her seatbelt. His other arm tightened around her waist and hauled her straight onto his lap. Not gentle. Her back slammed into the steering wheel. She winced, biting back a gasp. Edwin dragged hard on his cigarette, then grabbed her jaw, angling her face up. Without warning, he kissed her again, this time forcing the smoke past her lips and into her mouth, aggressively. Ashley choked on the bitter fog. Ashley's eyes flew open, the thick smoke choking her throat like it was on fire. Her face turned scarlet from holding her breath as she struggled to shove Edwin away. But the man's tall figure was like a wall, unmoving, unyielding, completely locking her in. Just when Ashley was literally going to suffocate, Edwin finally let go. Fresh air rushed in, and she coughed so hard her eyes brimmed with tears. But of course he didn't stop there. His rough fingers brushed from her chin down to her slender neck, picking up every trembling inch of her fear like he was toying with it. A twisted smile tugged at his lips, like a hunter taunting trapped prey. "I'll give you one last shot," he said, voice low and gritty, with a hint of teasing danger. "Who are you, really? Why did you marry me? What's your plan?" Ashley's chest rose and fell, her cheeks still flushed from the aggression. But mentally, she'd calmed down. Brain spinning. He'd already ripped off her voice modulator. So why was he still pushing her to talk? A sharp chill crept down her back. Was it possible Edwin knew something? Just as that panic hit her, she heard a sharp rip and felt the fabric over her chest being torn apart. Heart hammering, Ashley instinctively covered herself, eyes wide with terror at the man standing in front of her. "Not gonna talk? Fine. Let's see how far it takes to get you screaming." He dragged up her skirt, that calloused hand of his cold and unrelenting as it slid along her thigh without a shred of decency. Shame and fury made her face burn, but she clenched her jaw, biting down on her lip hard enough to draw blood as she writhed, trying to escape. But it was useless. He had her locked tight between his body and the steering wheel. Every squirm only made things worse. And the worst part? Despite everything he was doing, his face was like stone, zero lust, zero warmth. His black eyes just stared, like he was watching her fall apart for fun. Cold and expressionless, he grabbed her leggings and ripped them as well. Then his next move, reaching for his belt. That's when full panic hit. Ashley went still, pretending to give in, but in her hand, hidden, was the silver needle. Silent and determined, she raised it and struck fast at the pressure point behind Edwin's neck. But he was already expecting it. He tilted his head and grabbed her wrist midair. His grip was brutal. It felt like he could crush her bones without blinking. "Ah!" she cried out from the pain. Both her wrists were pinned down on the wheel, pushing her chest forward, right into his space. "Feisty little thing," he muttered, then out of nowhere, gave a dangerous chuckle. Warm breath fell against her bare skin, and she jerked involuntarily from the sensation. "There was this other woman once. Tried to ambush me in a cave near the farm," he whispered at her neck, his voice low and grating. "Thought she was clever, but it's fine. I'll round up everyone from the nearby villages. Her family, her friends, not one gets a pass." Ice raced through her limbs. The only warmth left was his mouth, tracing down from her collarbone like a slow, cruel knife. One hand reached behind her and unclasped her bra like it was nothing. She could be the smartest, toughest girl out there, but she was still just 20. Still just a kid in front of a man like Edwin. Fear and humiliation rushed in, and Ashley broke down. Her body shook as her voice cracked with a rare, soft sob. "Please, please stop." Edwin suddenly froze, eyes narrowing into slits, danger practically radiating off him. "Seriously? You've got the guts to lie to me? We can get divorced." Ashley tried to suppress the panic bubbling inside, forcing herself to bargain with him calmly. "The Sullivan family took $200 million from you. I'll pay it back, interest included." He leaned back in his seat slowly, lips curling into a chilly smirk. "Do I look like I'm hurting for cash?" Ashley pressed her lips together. Yeah, no way. Money meant nothing to him. Right then, Edwin's phone buzzed from his suit pocket. He pulled it out. Ashley caught a quick glance at the caller ID. "Grandma." Her eyes lit up instantly. Light bulb moment. Just as Edwin answered, before he could say a word, she took a deep breath and blurted out, "Grandma, it's me, Ashley." "Ashley? My precious granddaughter-in-law?" Eleanor's voice from the other end was a mix of shock and delight. "You can talk. Can hear me now?" "Yes." Ashley gulped when she saw Edwin's now stormy expression, but pushed on with a cheerful tone. "Grandma, Edwin came to get me from the Sullivan house. He even brought me to a miracle doctor who healed me. I wanted to surprise you in person, but I just couldn't wait." Eleanor was overjoyed. "Oh, that's wonderful. Finally, that boy knows how to take care of his wife. Hurry back. I'll be waiting for you both." Ashley wasted no time. "All right, Grandma, we'll head back now." "Perfect. I'll have some late-night snacks ready. I'm just so happy." Edwin waited till she finished, then hung up the call without a word. The inside of the car instantly fell into an eerie silence, like all the air had just been sucked out. Edwin's voice turned icy. "Using Grandma to shield yourself? You really think that's going to stop me? My life's in your hands, Mr. King. You think I dare mess around?" Ashley gave a sheepish grin, trying to play it smart. Honestly, though, keeping me around's not totally useless. I can help ease Grandma Eleanor's headaches, cheer her up, and hey, I can help you sleep better at night. Literally keep your bed warm. Plus, I can cook too. Kind of the full package, you know? She said it all in one breath, almost parched now, putting every bit of emotion into her pitch. But Edwin just leaned his head against his hand casually, looking all cool and detached like he was deep in thought, or maybe not paying attention at all. Ashley took a deep breath, tugged gently at his sleeve, looking up at him like an obedient puppy. "Mr. King, how about giving me a shot?" Edwin finally spoke, sounding like he was throwing her a bone. "Every night." "Huh?" Ashley blinked, clearly thrown off. "Warm my bed. Every night," he repeated slowly, like he had all the time in the world. So out of everything she just said, the only part that stuck was the bed warming bit. She gritted her teeth. "Just to be clear, I mean sleeping next to you. Literally, just that. Nothing else." Edwin let out a short laugh and gave her a once-over, eyes full of obvious disdain. "What else? You planning to get something out of it?" She swallowed it. "How long are you planning to stay parked on my lap?" he added with a raised brow. That's when it hit her. She'd been sitting on Edwin's lap the whole time. The pose was uncomfortably intimate. Her face turned crimson as she instantly crossed her arms and scooted back, hiding in the passenger seat like a scolded cat. Edwin casually tossed his jacket at her. "Put it on." The jacket carried that faint mix of cigarette and liquor, but somehow it didn't smell bad. Actually, it was kind of clean and comforting. Ashley wrapped herself up in it. At a red light, Edwin turned slightly, catching a glimpse of her leaning against the car window, eyes fixed on the display of porcelain dolls in the shop window across the street, looking completely zoned out. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the steering wheel. His voice was cool. "You like those?" Ashley drifted into a distant memory. Under the streetlights, her delicate profile looked oddly sad for a second, but then she gave a small bitter laugh. "You know, my mom had magic hands. Every doll I had as a kid was handmade by her. But I sucked at protecting them. Isabel and Audrey always took them. I didn't get to keep any." Edwin's lips pressed into a thin line, and then, without a word, he turned the steering wheel sharply. The black Maybach pulled over to the curb. "Get out!" Ashley looked a little confused and lifted her head. "What are you doing?" Edwin, always one to act first and explain later, leaned over and undid her seatbelt. He paused, probably recalling the scene of her getting into that flashy silver sports car. Then, in a rare move, he walked around to her side of the car and opened the door for her himself. Ashley blinked, clearly caught off guard. She quickly hopped out, a mix of surprise and awkward gratitude flashing across her face, then followed Edwin into the doll store. With his sharp features and air of quiet authority, Edwin instantly drew the attention of the staff. "Hello, sir. How can I help you today?" a clerk asked with a smile. Edwin cut her off without much thought, casually pointing at the window display. "Wrap up everything in there." He glanced over at Ashley, then said calmly, "She's really into them." Ashley stood completely still, stunned into silence. For a moment, it felt like someone actually treated her like a little girl who mattered, just cherished for once. 10 minutes later, Ashley walked out clutching over a dozen plush dolls, trailing behind Edwin as they headed back to the car. Edwin. That was the first time she used his full name, her tone serious. Edwin glanced at her, his expression unreadable. "Thanks," Ashley murmured, eyes falling to the dolls in her arms. Her voice was soft, but her words carried weight. "Whatever was taken from me, I'll get it back myself." A strange, unreadable look flickered through Edwin's eyes. He stared at her for a second, then said nothing. By the time they reached Kingsview Garden, Eleanor was already waiting at the door. Edwin stayed inside the car, his gaze fixed on Ashley as she broke into a smile and ran straight into Eleanor's arms. His lips curled slightly, not quite a smile. He pulled out his phone and made a call. "Liam, inform the other bank directors. If anyone dares back the Sullivan family, they'll answer to me." The next day at the Sullivan residence, Edward stormed down the stairs from the study, his face dark as thunder. "Honey, I made some soup," Beatrice called out with a nervous smile, trying to make peace. But before she could finish, Edward's hand came out of nowhere and knocked her flat onto the couch with a loud slap. Beatrice was stunned, holding her cheek in shock. "What are you doing?" Nearby, Audrey, who'd been scrolling on her phone, froze mid-swipe. "Dad, you bunch of useless parasites. Are you sent by the heavens just to ruin my life?" Edward Sullivan's eyes were bloodshot, his rage barely restrained. "You told me sending Ashley over would fix things with Clarence, and I bought that crap. But now, not only did the Reed-backed bank pull out, but even all the other top banks blacklisted the Sullivan Group. Without that $7 billion loan, my $500 million investment and the house we mortgaged go straight to hell. Then what? You'd all better get used to sleeping on the damn street." Audrey's face went pale. Everything had been going smoothly. How the hell did it all fall apart overnight? Even if that wretched Ashley pissed off Clarence last night, it couldn't have turned into this disaster. The Reed family definitely didn't have enough pull to get every major bank to shut them out. Someone must be messing with them from behind the scenes. Slamming the door behind him, Edward stormed out. Beatrice collapsed on the couch, pale and completely shaken. "Audrey, what are we going to do now?" she murmured, her voice trembling. Audrey frowned, clearly annoyed. She tried calling Isabel to get the lowdown on what happened the night before, but her phone was off. Did something go wrong last night? Audrey's unease deepened, but right now she didn't have the bandwidth to deal with that. There were more urgent matters on her plate. "Mom, didn't you stash away a pretty decent amount of cash? Lend me $1 million, please," she blurted, grabbing Beatrice's hand with a look of desperation. "Amanda, the head of the International Perfumers Association, is in North City today. She's the key judge in the competition. I begged my mentor like crazy to help set up a meeting. It's a big deal. I've got to impress her." Beatrice still had the means to produce that kind of money, and with her daughter's future on the line, she didn't hesitate. She pulled a card straight out of her purse. "Go all out to treat that chairman well. You have to win this perfumer competition." "Mom, don't worry. That championship, it's already in the bag," Audrey said with full confidence. After all, she was still holding on to a secret weapon, North City International Airport. Ashley sat in a coffee shop, sipping her latte while glancing at her watch. Her lips moved ever so slightly, counting down. 3, 2. She didn't even get to 1. Because there she was, striding confidently through the crowd like she owned the place. Tall, with a killer body that drew eyes whether you wanted to look or not. Her brown wavy hair bounced wildly behind her, loud and proud. Giant sunglasses covered half her face, but her sharp nose and cherry-red lips chewing gum made a statement all on their own. Cassie Miles, bold, beautiful, and zero chill. Just as she was making her way through the crowd, she suddenly paused mid-step. Her red manicured finger tugged those shades down, eyes locked on something ahead. A bald creep was sneakily pointing his phone under the skirt of a sleeping girl next to him. Cassie inhaled, snatched an empty Coke can off the trash bin beside her, and nailed him straight to the ground with it. "Ah!" The man howled, collapsing like a sack of potatoes. Cassie stormed over in her heels, eyes blazing. "You disgusting perv sneaking shots under girls' skirts in public? No shame, huh?" She shot a glance at the startled girl. "Hey, sweetie, go find security." "Mind your damn business, betch," the bald guy cursed, red and flustered, rage breaking through the pain. "You asking for it." He lunged, her lip curved wickedly, and before he could lay a finger on her, she twisted his greasy wrist and flipped him over clean, body flying nearly 10 feet. Applause broke out all around them. Cassie casually brushed stray locks off her forehead, staring the guy down like a predator eyeing prey. She took a step forward, and the guy jerked back, panicked. "She's attacking me! Help! Call the cops!" "Coward! Only dare to pick on the weak," she scoffed. "Guess what? I'm not scared of you." She rolled up a sleeve, ready for round 2, but a hand caught her arm. She frowned and jerked her head around, but the second she saw who it was, that frozen expression melted fast. "Baby," she threw her arms around Ashley, practically squealing. "Missed you like crazy." Ashley, noticing people filming, quickly pulled her hat off and dropped it over Cassie's head, then tugged her toward the exit. "Seriously, can't you chill for once?" she said with an exasperated chuckle once they found a quiet spot. The two had been besties since forever, toddlers running around in split pants, and had reconnected a few years back. It was like no time had passed. Still huffing, Cassie rolled up her other sleeve. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have turned that creep into minced meat. Ashley rubbed her temples. Just keep your head down. You don't want your brother catching wind of this. Cassie's face darkened in a flash. Her snort said it all. We don't even share a drop of blood. How the hell is he my brother? That scumbag doesn't count as family. Clearly done with the subject, she gave herself a little pat on the forehead and perked up. Right, almost forgot. Freddie asked me to bring you something. Digging into her bag, she pulled out a tiny bottle of sample perfume and a stack of analysis papers. This is the sample Audrey submitted for the perfumer's competition. I swiped it and had the studio break down the mix. Ashley sniffed, her eyes narrowing just slightly. Something clicked. I've smelled this before. When I was little, my mom made this. Cassie's brows knitted tight, fingers curving into fists. That shameless fake. It's bad enough she pretends to be you. Now she's stealing Grace's formulas too? If I ever run into her, I swear she's eating curb. She won't stay on top for long, Ashley said calmly, her tone deliberate. Built on lies? The fall's gonna hurt. She slipped the perfume and files into her bag, smiled at Cassie, and said, Thanks for going through the trouble. Cassie grinned mischievously and linked arms, dragging Ashley along. You want to thank me? Do me a solid. Before Ashley could ask what, she was already being shoved into a red G-Wagon in the underground lot. Ashley was totally confused as Cassie dragged her down into the underground parking lot and shoved her into a bright red Mercedes G-Wagon. The way Cassie drove was just as wild as her personality. Ashley silently clung to the handle for dear life, and out of nowhere, Edwin popped into her head. Those two? Probably neck and neck in a race. 30 minutes later, the red G-Wagon skidded into a neat drift, stopping right by the open plaza. Right in the center of it all, a fragrance blending competition was in full swing. On stage, the host was calling out, Last contestant Ashley, Miss Sullivan, are you here? Here. Cassie threw up a hand and yelled as she practically dragged Ashley toward the stage. Babe, you've got talent, and this can't go to waste. Go win me that first prize. Just across the street, Audrey was busy schmoozing with Amanda while out shopping. She was laying it on thick, grabbing the bill every time Amanda glanced at something. I've got it, Amanda. Let me pay. Amanda's face gave nothing away, but beneath that calm, something between faint irritation and mild boredom flickered in her eyes. She knew exactly what Audrey was playing at. The way Audrey was pushing to suck up and climb up the ladder, it was honestly a bit much. Amanda only agreed to let Audrey come along because Audrey's mentor was her junior under the same master perfumer. Miss Sullivan, don't be so extravagant. Amanda's features were understated, but she carried an air of quiet authority. How much was everything? I'll reimburse you later. Guess Amanda thought it was all cheap junk. Audrey's eyes lit up for a second, but she kept smiling sweetly. Amanda, my teacher insisted I take good care of you. Please don't worry about it. Oh, and didn't you mention you love collecting diamonds? There's a new collection in that jewelry store up ahead. Let's go take a look, she said as she linked arms with Amanda in a show of closeness. Amanda's brows pulled together slightly, about to turn her down when something stopped her, a hint of a scent in the air. It was fresh, unique, and utterly captivating. Her eyes lit up. In an instant, she slipped free of Audrey's grasp, following the fragrance. Audrey caught a whiff too. Her smile faded as she frowned and quickly followed. The scent led them straight to the scene of the fragrance competition. Everyone smelled the perfume Miss Ashley just made, right? It's amazing, rich, lingering, and the scent actually spread through the entire space. That one blend alone totally crushed all the others. Seriously, pure genius. On stage, the judge was practically glowing with excitement. I officially declare the winner of this street fragrance contest, contestant 47, Miss Ashley. At the center of the spotlight stood a young woman in a plain white dress, delicate and graceful, her expression calm, features stunning. None other than Ashley. Audrey stood frozen, her eyes wide with disbelief. What the hell? Why is she here? After those leaked photos of her with Clarence, wasn't she supposed to be hiding and crying at home? Wait a second. How the heck does she know how to blend perfume like that? Before she could figure anything out, she noticed Amanda next to her staring at Ashley like she'd just found treasure, that admiration written all over her face. This was Amanda they were talking about, famous for being harsh and impossible to please. And yet, Audrey had never seen her look like that. Jealousy tore through her. She forced a smile and tried to pull Amanda away. Come on, Amanda. Let's not waste time on some street-level scent. Not worth it. But Amanda shrugged her off and kept her eyes glued to Ashley, who was stepping off the stage. This girl's got star-level talent. Can't let a gem like her slip by. With that, Amanda left Audrey and headed straight for Ashley. The girl's outfit was simple, that plain white dress, but she still looked stunning and carried herself with such elegance it was hard not to look twice. Amanda liked her even more. Hello, Miss Ashley. I'm Amanda, she greeted. Ashley narrowed her eyes slightly. Of course she knew who Amanda was, a titan in the fragrance world, a living legend. Since Ashley didn't reply right away, Amanda offered her business card with a polite smile. Here's my card. You're incredibly gifted when it comes to scents. I'd love to. Oh, wow, it's really you, Ashley. I didn't even recognize you at first. Audrey suddenly cut in, all fake enthusiasm, as she reached over and swiped the card out of Amanda's hand before Ashley could grab it. Meeting Amanda's confused and slightly annoyed gaze, Audrey quickly turned her back on Ashley and said, Amanda, she's, the daughter of one of our old maids. She's deaf, mute, and can't read. Kinda sad, really. If you want to tell her anything, just let me know. I'll pass it along. Amanda's brows drew together slightly, her look toward Ashley now mixed with sympathy and disappointment. No matter how talented she might be, a deaf, illiterate girl representing the country in the global perfume scene? Not really possible. And then, a calm but sharp voice rang out. Saying your own sister's the maid's daughter? Audrey, are you out of your mind or just blind? Cassie strutted over with those long legs of hers, towering and exuding an almost suffocating aura. With her sharp eyes trained on Audrey, her smugness was written all over her face. Who the hell is this drama queen now? Audrey nearly cracked her molars from rage, her face drained of color, looking downright embarrassed. Miss Audrey, so this girl is your sister, or is she just the maid's daughter? Amanda's tone stayed level, but her expression was clearly not amused. She was obviously calling out Audrey for lying. Audrey gave a sheepish smile. Amanda, I was just messing around with my sister, totally joking. Cassie let out a cold chuckle through her nose, sharp and mocking. Telling people your own sister's a deaf, dumb illiterate? Wow, talk about a trash-tier joke. You'd need a decade of brain damage to come up with that. You, Audrey was fuming, face flushed red from the jab. Cassie rolled her eyes dramatically, then turned to Amanda. Amanda, just so you know, Ashley can read lips. Amanda shifted her eyes back to Ashley. Having been abroad for years, she barely knew anything about the Sullivan family. She hadn't expected Audrey to have such an insanely gifted sister. From start to finish, Ashley stood there calmly, projecting an unshakable presence, gentle but far from fragile. Ashley, that perfume you just created? Best one I've smelled this year. Amanda's admiration was crystal clear. Would you be interested in competing in the International Perfumer Competition? Audrey felt like her eyes were about to catch fire. Her nails nearly snapped from clenching so hard. Amanda happened to be the chair of that exact competition, and she had a golden ticket, an invite straight to the finals. No way was she letting that nobody Ashley steal Amanda's favor. Amanda, could I have a quick word? Audrey tugged Amanda aside and leaned in with a troubled look. My sister's health hasn't been great. She spent years recovering in the countryside with zero formal perfume training. That scent today? Probably just dumb luck. If she bombs in the finals, it won't just embarrass the Sullivans. It might even hurt your reputation in the industry, you know? Amanda frowned slightly and gave Ashley another glance, now with a hint of hesitation. Honestly, Audrey had a point. If that perfume was just a fluke and Ashley got wrecked in the finals, Amanda would look like a joke for backing her. Weighing it all, Amanda made her decision. It just wasn't worth staking her name on someone with zero presence in the perfume world. Ashley, I truly admire your perfume. I hope you'll consider participating in the next competition. Audrey finally relaxed and gave Ashley a condescending once-over. So what if she was Grace's daughter? With that backwoods upbringing, no amazing genes could save her on skill alone. She just got stupid lucky today, that's all. Amanda, why don't we check out that jewelry store? We've got dinner with my mentor coming up, Audrey said, looping her arm around Amanda as they turned to leave. She didn't want another second of this awkward tango with the deaf-mute sob story. Enough bad vibes for one day. But just then, a clear and steady voice rang out behind them. Amanda, why wait till next year? I think this year's competition will be much more interesting with me in it. Audrey froze like she'd been hit by lightning, whipping around to stare at Ashley. That voice, it came from her mouth. You can speak? Are you blind or something? Cassie snorted, pointing at the voice aid Ashley had just adjusted around her neck. She rolled her eyes hard at Audrey. Ever heard of advanced tech? Ashley's not mute by birth. The voice device helps her speak just fine. Amanda snapped out of her shock, her gaze shifting to size up the stunning girl in front of her, suspicion flashing in her eyes. You want to enter this year's perfumer competition? Yes. Ashley stepped forward calmly, flashing a composed smile. You still have one recommendation spot left, right? Amanda replied. Do you even know who got the last one from me? Only the fragrance queen Chloe Benson, who just happens to have won 3 years in a row. Ashley met her eyes without flinching. I know. The moment their gazes locked, something icy flickered through Amanda's expression. You seriously think you're on her level? Confidence was fine, but this was seriously pushing arrogance. Before Ashley could respond, Audrey jumped in, feigning helplessness. Please don't be upset, Amanda. Chloe's a once-in-a-generation genius. She's my idol, too. We all respect her. But, well, my sister grew up in the countryside, so her world's kind of narrow. She's always thought too highly of herself. It was a textbook backhanded comment, making Ashley sound like a clueless hick with a superiority complex. Amanda's brows pinched slightly. The initial bit of appreciation she had for Ashley now scattered like dust. Cassie was never one to bite her tongue, her fists clenched, fingers cracking as she glared at Audrey's fake sweet face. But before she could say anything, Ashley subtly pressed down on her wrist, quieting her. She kept her cool and looked Audrey straight in the eye with a relaxed smile. Yeah, I did grow up in the countryside. Unlike my dear little sister here, who's had the best of everything growing up, got top-tier training in perfumery, and has a natural gift for it too. Wait, was this smug girl actually complimenting her? Maybe she finally realized her place. But Audrey wasn't planning to let this chance slip. Today, she was going to make sure Amanda saw exactly how outclassed Ashley was. Once Ashley got stomped here, she'd never dare show her face in the perfumery world again. And besides, if someone dug up the truth one day, that Ashley was actually Grace's biological daughter, the lie Audrey had built up so carefully would collapse. All the perks she got from it, gone. Audrey's eyes gleamed as she silently made up her mind. Oh, right, there's a perfume lab nearby, isn't there? Since my dear sister's little roadside mix earlier managed to wow Amanda, how about showing off another skill or two? I'm itching to test myself as well. Maybe you can give me a few tips along the way? Sure. Ashley responded without hesitation, her long lashes resembling black feathers, hiding her eyes and any trace of calculation behind a soft, harmless expression. Amanda didn't object either. Truth be told, she was curious just how far Ashley's skills could go. Soon, the group arrived at the perfume studio. Amanda said, "You'll each get 30 minutes. Ashley, your earlier blend on the street already caught me off guard. Let's see if you can impress me again." Audrey snorted inwardly. Impress? More like shock. Like that faker could actually blend perfume? Today, she was set on crushing Ashley right in front of Amanda. Amanda stood watching them from the side. Unlike Audrey's precise and methodical movements, Ashley's technique looked wild, like someone playing around without any real training. Amanda frowned slightly. Had she misjudged earlier? Maybe giving Ashley a shot at the finals really was a mistake. Audrey kept a close eye on Ashley too, nearly bursting into laughter. What a pretender. She couldn't have asked for a better contrast to make her own talent shine. Not long after, Audrey finished her perfume. It was a fragrance she had perfected over countless hours in the lab. Amanda tested it on a scent strip, nodded, and her expression softened with approval. Interesting. Rich florals balanced with a cool woodsy base and a dash of mint for freshness. Sweet but not cloying. It's clean, charming, not bad at all. Given Amanda's usual high standards, getting a not bad out of her was already a pretty big compliment. Audrey felt a surge of joy but kept her cool. Thank you, Amanda. I was just playing around. I'll bring something even better for the next round. I look forward to it. Yes, mission accomplished. She had definitely made herself stand out in Amanda's eyes. Just then, Ashley wrapped up as well. Amanda didn't expect much at this point, but still walked over. She took one sniff from the scent strip and froze. Must have smelled awful. Audrey's eyes gleamed with triumph, barely able to hide her glee. She just knew this nobody would mess it up. Trying to look concerned, Audrey offered sweetly, "My sister hasn't had much training or experience with fragrance making. Please don't take it too seriously, Amanda." But instead of agreeing, Amanda gave her a cold glance. No training? No talent? Is that really how you see your sister? Audrey was caught off guard by Amanda's sudden question, her mood taking a nosedive like she'd just been tossed off a roller coaster. She stood frozen, not even sure what kind of expression to make. Meanwhile, Ashley looked calm and collected, just quietly standing there. She hadn't said a word, but the quiet confidence she radiated was impossible to ignore. That made Audrey even more nervous for no reason. "Amanda," she tried to speak. Amanda didn't acknowledge her at all. Instead, she focused on Ashley, guilt showing plainly on her face. She clearly regretted jumping to conclusions after only hearing Audrey's side of the story. "This is the best fragrance I've smelled this year," Amanda said after a pause. "Honestly, even Chloe Benson might not have done this well at your age." When Amanda had discovered Chloe, she was already 25 and had been around perfume her whole life. People in the industry already knew her name, but this girl in front of her, younger and clearly more gifted, Audrey felt like she'd been struck by lightning. Her knees nearly buckled from the shock. She grabbed the edge of the table for balance, nearly breaking a nail. Even the ever-present smile she wore threatened to crack. That hillbilly, a genius perfumer? No freaking way. All those compliments Amanda had just given Ashley echoed in her ears like slaps to the face. She, the future heir of the Sullivan family, raised to be a top-tier perfumer, just got completely overshadowed by a girl from the countryside. What a joke. Audrey clenched her teeth so hard her jaw hurt. Rage surged in her chest. If looks could kill, Ashley would be on the floor. "Ashley, I'd like to formally recommend you for the final round of the perfumer competition," Amanda said sincerely. "I hope you'll accept." Ashley gave a small nod. "Thank you, Amanda, for your recognition." Amanda took down her contact info. "I'll send the official invite to your email soon." At this point, Audrey had no choice but to eat her humiliation silently. "Congrats, sis," she forced out a strained smile and stepped forward. "Hope the two of us can bring home some glory and make the Sullivan name proud." Ashley didn't move or respond. She just stared at her calmly, no words. Yet Audrey could feel that silent stare mocking her more than anything she could have said. Biting back her resentment, Audrey awkwardly pulled her hand back. "Amanda, didn't we say we'd have dinner with my mentor tonight? Shall we go?" "No need." Amanda shut her down coldly, looking visibly annoyed. "I'm pretty tired. I'd rather head back to the hotel and rest." Before leaving, she turned to Ashley. "Miss Sullivan, I'll be in North City for 5 more days. If you're free, I'd love to treat you to a meal sometime." Sure. That slap in the face made Audrey nearly lose it. The second Amanda was out of sight, Audrey dropped the act and glared at Ashley viciously. "You bitch! You did all this just to humiliate me, didn't you?" "You made a fool of yourself all on your own," Ashley replied, voice dripping with sarcasm. "You were the one who insisted on a live scent-blending showdown at the Institute, remember?" You what?" Cassie stepped in front of Ashley protectively, shooting Audrey a sideways look. "Not satisfied? Want to fight about it or what?" Audrey was so furious she nearly choked. She threw them a fierce glare. "Just you wait." Then she turned and stormed off. Cassie felt beyond satisfied, proud as hell. His eyes lit up as he looked at Ashley. "My dear Ash, that was amazing. You're unbeatable." Ashley's expression turned serious. "Cassie, You know most of the media folks in North City. I'll need your help when the finals roll around. Your stuff is my stuff. Just hit me up whenever. Cassie glanced at his watch. Babe, I've got a gig tonight with the band, so I gotta bounce. I already messaged Freddie. He's on his way to pick you up. True to his usual whirlwind self, Cassie dashed off in no time. Ashley chuckled, then left the Scent Institute. She stood at the corner for barely 5 minutes before Freddie pulled up. Boss! He grinned and opened the car door for her like a loyal sidekick. Ashley was just about to get in when she froze for a beat. She lifted her head and looked across the street. What's wrong, boss? Freddie followed her gaze toward the shopping mall. Nothing. Ashley shook her head and got in. Maybe she was just being paranoid. But the second their car pulled away, Amelia stepped out from behind a pillar across the road. Her phone screen showed several candid shots of Ashley getting into the car, Freddie helping her included, faces clear as day. A vicious, gloating look crept into Amelia's eyes. Oh, this mute girl's secretly seeing someone behind their backs? Let's see how things blow up when Edwin finds out. There was no sign of Edwin at the dinner table. Ashley heard from Eleanor that he'd been called away earlier by Christopher King. She kept her head down, eating in silence, thinking, well, at least that creep's not around. Finally, a meal without being on edge. But despite the peace, Ashley couldn't sleep well that night. The slightest noise outside made her jolt awake. She opened her eyes and saw Rusty inside his cage, yawning with his big mouth wide open. It was already 1 a.m., and Edwin still wasn't home. Ashley took a glance at the pile of plush dolls on the sofa, let out a light sigh, and picked up her phone. After hesitating for a few minutes, she sent him a message. Mr. King, when will you be back? 5 minutes passed. The message switched from unread to read, but there was no reply. Her brow furrowed. Worried something might have happened, she impulsively dialed his number. This time, it picked up right away. But the voice on the other end wasn't his. Hello? Who is this? So, Edwin hadn't even saved her number. That realization left Ashley with a strange mix of disappointment and self-mockery. Who's calling? Looking for my brother? Amelia chirped sweetly. He's in the shower right now. If you've got something to say, just tell me. I'll pass it on. Ashley didn't bother responding. She just hung up and buried her face into the pillow. Her chest felt like it was stuffed with cotton, thick and suffocating. Why was she even worrying about that jerk? She turned and looked at the dozen or so plush dolls on the sofa. The more she looked, the more they annoyed her. Finally, she sat up, stuffed them all into a bag, and shoved it under the bed out of sight. On the other side, Amelia smugly dropped the phone and stared at the words Mrs. King on the screen with a sneer. Mrs. King? Ha! She wishes. She deleted the call log in one swipe. Just then, the bathroom door swung open with a loud whoosh. Edwin had just taken a shower and stepped out wearing a black robe, his whole vibe cold and unapproachable. Who told you could come in here? His face darkened when he saw Amelia in his room. I just brought you some sleep oil. I know you don't rest well. Amelia pouted, dressed in a skimpy camisole, inching closer to him step by step. The strong, cheap perfume on her was way too much. It reeked. Edwin's mind flashed to that little thing at home, always carrying a faint medicinal scent. Ah! Amelia yelped as his ice-cold hand clamped tightly around her wrist. Edwin's gaze was icy and dark, his voice colder. Feeling lonely? Go find some men who actually want you. Don't parade that act around me. You seriously just said that to me? Face twisting in anger and humiliation, Amelia yanked her hand back. Then suddenly, her eyes lit with spite as she pulled out her phone. Her tone was mockingly sharp. So you're actually into that mute little brat now, huh? Hate to break it to you, but she's not as innocent as you think. Someone already handed you the biggest green hat in town. Edwin raised an eyebrow, half smirking without a trace of warmth. The air around him turned stiff with cold. That's so? His eyes locked onto her like iron hooks, the kind of stare that made Amelia's scalp tingle. I've got proof, she pushed forward, forcing herself to show him the photos she sneakily took. Same silver sports car, same guy. Edwin's eyes narrowed. Danger flickered across his gaze. That little thing just never learns. Edwin, if that mute dares cheat on you, don't worry. I'll be the one to teach her a lesson. Amelia leaned closer to him, chest deliberately pressing against his. voice syrupy sweet. "Why don't I stay with you tonight?" Before she could finish her sentence, something hard and cold landed right against her chest. Looking down, her face turned sheet white. A Colt revolver was pointed directly at her heart. Paralyzed with fear, Amelia stood frozen like a statue. Edwin, what are you doing?" Edwin's stunning, almost unearthly face leaned closer, emanating a chilling bloodlust. That dangerous aura made her breath hitch. Click. He slowly thumbed the safety off and grinned lazily. "Didn't you just say you wanted to stay? Thing is, I don't sleep with the living." "He's crazy, completely insane." Screaming, Amelia bolted out like she'd seen the devil. The cold curve of Edwin's smile vanished. His eyes, dark as night, were unreadable. He picked up the phone from the table. Ashley had messaged, "Mr. King, when will you be back?" Ashley woke up groggy, reaching for her phone on the nightstand. She blinked at the screen, an unread message from Edwin. "Coming home tonight? Be clean and ready." Unbelievable. How could this guy be any more shameless? Still riding the high from hooking up with Amelia or what? Not fully awake, her temper flared, and before she could think, she fired back. "You better clean yourself, too. I'm allergic to cheap perfume." About 3 seconds later, it hit her. What the hell did I just do? Was she seriously mouthing off to Edwin, that psycho? And to make it worse, why did it sound like she was jealous? Panicked, she scrambled to unsend the message. But just as her thumb hit unsend, the dreaded gray text changed to read. She legit wanted to smash her head against the wall. Her phone buzzed again. Heh, that one syllable felt like it came with a knife. Now she was bracing for death, maybe in 18 creatively terrifying ways. Before she could start planning her funeral, her phone rang. "Freddie, boss, Max just tried to shake Isabel down for $2 million. She was hiding out for 2 days. Now she's back at the Sullivan house, probably trying to steal money." Bait taken. Ashley stayed level-headed. Add more men. Things might get messy, but keep a tight watch on their place. Soon, she'd finally get to face her mom. At the Sullivan villa, quiet as a mouse. Isabel had already checked. The coast was clear. Everyone was out. Only then did she sneak in. She'd really screwed up this time. Not only failed her mission, but now Ashley had leverage on her. She'd been hiding for 2 days, afraid to show her face. But she needed that $2 million fast. She had to shut Max up and get the video back. She crept into Beatrice and Edward Sullivan's bedroom, ransacking drawers, flipping bed sheets, frantic, covered in sweat. "You've got some nerve coming back here," a voice suddenly snapped. Isabel nearly jumped out of her skin. Her trembling eyes landed on the doorway. There stood Audrey. "Sis," she stammered. She'd feared Audrey since childhood. And now, facing her sister's sharp, furious eyes, her legs went weak. Tears spilled before she could stop them. "Where the hell have you been these past couple of days?" "I told you to get photos of Ashley and Clarence sleeping together, and you just vanished? No updates at all. Mom and I are this close to being screwed because of your stupidity." Audrey shouted, rage spilling with every word. The anger she'd swallowed from Ashley and Edward finally snapped her. She snatched up a nearby vase, about to hurl it across the room. Isabel let out a terrified scream and dropped to her knees, panicked. "Please, sis, I messed up. I know. I'll tell you everything." She knew better than anyone how scary Audrey could get. Out there, she was all grace and kind smiles, but behind closed doors, total maniac. She'd lost it before, literal blood on her hands crazy. "Talk," Audrey's tone cut sharp. Isabel spilled it all without hesitation. How she'd tried to set Ashley up and ended up falling into the trap herself, hooked up with some male escort, and now had a compromising video hanging over her head like a guillotine. "He asked for $2 million up front, and he said I have 3 days to find out where Grace is. If I don't pay, he's going to leak the video online. That's it for me. I'm done. Dad will kill me." Isabel sobbed like her life was over, nose running, face wet, but Audrey barely flinched. Her eyes, cold as winter steel, held only venom and calculation. So, Max must be working for Ashley. They thought blackmailing Isabel would hand them Grace on a silver platter? Wrong move. Audrey suddenly smiled, eerily calm. She helped Isabel up to her feet. "Relax. The $2 million, I'll cover it." "Wait, really?" Isabel lit up like a light bulb, clutching Audrey's hand tight. "You'll really give me the money? You're not mad anymore?" Audrey gave the fakest sigh on earth and brushed the tears off Isabel's face. You're my sister. I get mad, yeah, but I'll always have your back. Thanks, sis. I knew I could count on you, and Mom, too. You guys are all I've got. Don't worry, I swear I'll find a way to take that bitch Ashley out and get your shares back. I believe you, Audrey said, giving Isabel a long look and an unreadable smile, and your chance is coming real soon. Heading into her room, she came out with a bank card in hand. There's $2 million on this. And Grace, she's locked up in our Godfather's private care center. Set up a meet with Max and get your video back. Isabel was nearly in tears. Sis, thank you. From now on, I'll do whatever you say. No more screw-ups, I promise. Go now, before Mom and Dad get home and things get complicated. Got it. Audrey watched from the balcony as Isabel dashed out the back door like her life depended on it. A smirk slowly crept across Audrey's face. Cold, sharp, cruel. She pulled out her phone and dialed a familiar number. There's something I need you to take care of.